Greetings to our esteemed viewers. It is currently August 15th, 2023 at 1646. Welcome to Urban News. I am your host, Jianyu. I am situated at the northern foot of Wagong Mountain in City A. Just 2 hours ago, a severe landslide occurred on the northern side of Wagong Mountain. Approximately 700 tourists who were enjoying their time here encountered this disaster. The police are urgently conducting rescue operations. According to preliminary statistics, around 484 tourists sustained minor injuries, 205 suffered serious injuries, 34 have tragically lost their lives, and 25 remain missing. Urban News will continue to keep you informed. Yin Qing was jolted awake by a piercing scream that seemed to emanate directly from behind her, so close that she could almost feel the vibrations against her scalp. The surface beneath her felt soft. As she attempted to move, she realized the space was exceedingly confined, preventing her from turning her body. The darkness enveloped her, but she sensed that there was indeed another person lying beneath her. Based on the earlier scream and the dimensions of the body beneath her, it seemed to be a middle-aged woman of slightly stout build. I apologize, but this space seems rather cramped, and I cannot shift aside. Her voice was raspy from dryness, prompting her to rub her uncomfortable throat. After a moment's wait, the middle-aged woman remained silent, and Yin Qing chose not to speak further. The darkness was impenetrable. She could not see her own hand in front of her. Encircling her was a smooth, stone surface, forming a rectangular shape. Yin Qing furrowed her brow. Was this a coffin? As she contemplated calling out to the middle-aged woman, she suddenly realized that since waking, she had not sensed any breath from the back of her head. At that moment, she caught a whiff of a metallic scent in the air, mingled with the stench of decaying flesh, which grew increasingly overpowering. Yin Qing's pupils dilated slightly, a sense of dread creeping over her. Simultaneously, she began to feel her body slowly sinking. However, it did not feel like being trapped in quicksand. It felt as though her body was merely descending. Unable to contain her curiosity, she tentatively flexed her fingers to touch the middle-aged woman. Yet, instead of encountering the woman's plump hand, she felt a viscous liquid and a thin layer of flesh. Her fingers trembled slightly as she continued to explore. This layer of flesh seemed to be around the woman's ankle. Yin Qing felt the skeletal structure and flesh beneath her touch, as if it had been consumed halfway, and she sensed that the hand was gradually thinning. Yin Qing was a top graduate from Minghua University. With divorced parents, she had lived alone since her teenage years, leading her to become solitary and indifferent, lacking in friends. This excursion was a team-building activity organized by her company, and she never anticipated that it would culminate in such a horrifying ordeal. Lying quietly in the coffin, she pondered, if she were to die, would anyone mourn her? Probably not. Her parents had their own families now, and apart from the occasional remittance for living expenses, they seldom communicated. She was not one for words, nor adept at communication, and had no close relatives or friends. If she were to perish, aside from the police filing a report, it was unlikely that any funeral would be arranged. Her life had been utterly inconspicuous. Even her disappearance would not raise eyebrows, and no one would grieve for her, nor would anyone remember her at this moment. She reflected that her life had been rather unsuccessful. Soon after, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed her, plunging her into complete darkness. The landslide incident on the northern side of Wagong Mountain has resulted in a final tally of 27 missing individuals. The police in City A have conducted rescue operations in the vicinity of Wagong Mountain for 3 months, recovering 19 bodies of the deceased, while 8 tourists remain unaccounted for. As autumn and winter approach, with excessive rainfall, the police have no choice but to suspend search efforts to prevent further casualties. May the deceased rest in peace, and may the living find solace. This is Urban News reporting. On August 15th, 2025, new graves adorned the northern foot of Wagong Mountain, where a gentle breeze rustled the verdant willow branches, revealing the freshly inscribed name on a tombstone, Yin Qing. When Yin Qing awakened once more, she was jolted by a cacophony of screams, her ears ringing. It was the voice of a young man. Rubbing her ears, she surveyed her surroundings with a blank expression. The darkness enveloped her, devoid of any light. Strangely, however, Yin Qing could distinctly perceive her surroundings. She found herself on a vast altar, at the center of which lay 7 coffins. 6 brown coffins encircled the black coffin beneath her, upon which she was floating. A sense of confusion washed over her. She seemed to recall that she should indeed be dead. Before she could process this thought, frantic banging emanated from the black coffin, accompanied by the young man's heart-wrenching cries. "Is anyone there? Please help me. I don't want to die." Yin Qing stared at the coffin in bewilderment. This scene felt eerily familiar. She floated gently to the side of the coffin, intending to push the lid open with her hand. But as her hand neared, she discovered she could not touch the coffin at all. She waved her hands, watching as they passed through the coffin without leaving a trace. Fragments of memories surged through her mind. Yin Qing, Wagong Mountain, the landslide, the suffocating darkness, the overwhelming stench of blood, and the agonizing pain that preceded her plunge into oblivion. Yin Qing furrowed her brow, realizing she was indeed dead. Yet, what was her current state? Had she transformed into a ghost? After a moment of contemplation, she directed her gaze into the coffin. Inside lay a young man in his 20s, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a punk. He wore a large circular earring and had a metal chain dangling from his lower lip, with dark eye makeup that had run down his face from tears, leaving him with dark circles resembling those of a panda. From behind him, a glimpse of a woman's hair and long dress was faintly visible, the fabric soaked in blood, rendering its original color unrecognizable, though it appeared to belong to a young girl. Yin Qing formed a conjecture about the young man's fate, as she too had met a similar end. Casting a final glance at the young man, Yin Qing diverted her attention back to the coffin, where strange, unfamiliar characters were inscribed on the inner walls reminiscent of ancient Sanskrit, their meanings lost on her. The letters were stained crimson, exuding an ominous aura, culminating in the depiction of a small creature with a sheep-like body and an oversized mouth, which struck her as slightly familiar. Once more, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the coffin, momentarily deafening her. Covering her ears and frowning in irritation at the punk, she was taken aback by his current plight. At that moment, the young man's hands were glued to the inner side of the coffin, his body convulsing violently. The tips of his fingers pressed against the coffin's walls, as if caught in an immense gravitational pull. His flesh and blood were being inexorably drawn towards his arms, slowly converging into the coffin before her very eyes. The young man's face was now reduced to a mere skin stretched over bone, with hollow eye sockets staring vacantly ahead, his mouth agape, revealing a ghastly grin of exposed gums, his expression forever frozen in terror. Chapter 3 Prologue. The gluttonous beast. Year after year, Yin Qing lost count of the time that had passed. In this dismal, sunless abyss, there was neither the dawn of the eastern mountains nor the dusk of the yellow horizon. She found herself ensnared here, merely 2 meters away from Coffin, separated by an invisible barrier. Gradually, she adapted to passing the time by sleeping, though she was occasionally roused by piercing screams. Every so often, living beings would emerge from the dark coffin, and their numbers seemed to increase, causing the coffin to expand gradually. Yin Qing discovered a new pastime. She began to converse with these newly arrived souls. Most would panic upon hearing her voice, some fainting in terror. Yet, there were a few who remained composed enough to engage her in dialogue. Among them was an elderly man, learned and wise. He did not weep or wail, merely displaying a fleeting moment of confusion before quickly regaining his composure, which piqued Yin Qing's interest. Determined to initiate a simple exchange, she spoke to him. The elderly gentleman paused, momentarily taken aback by her voice, yet he soon collected himself, revealing no signs of alarm. Conversely, the other occupants of the coffin reacted with cries and pleas, begging Yin Qing to spare them. She furrowed her brow slightly, choosing to ignore them, for acknowledging their distress would only incite greater chaos. After all, she was still uncertain of her own existence and how she might assist others. Thus, the two began conversing as if in a world of their own. Yin Qing described the coffin's visible external features, seeking to comprehend her current predicament. The elder, indeed knowledgeable, surmised from her descriptions that the creature depicted on the coffin, part goat, part human, was none other than the legendary gluttonous beast, Tao Tai. Tao Tai? When discussing Yin Qing's present condition, the old man hesitated, seemingly unsure, before stating, "Your state appears to be that of soul. According to ancient lore, Tao delights in consuming human souls. Your condition is likely inexorably linked to this coffin. A soul? So, she had been prevented from reincarnation by this coffin, just as Yin Qing intended to inquire further. The other occupants of the coffin began to wail in horror, and the elder's complexion grew increasingly pale. She cast a quiet glance at him, softly uttering a farewell before drifting away from the coffin. In that moment, she felt a chilling detachment. Witnessing such scenes no longer stirred her heart. Time passed, though its measure remained elusive. The coffin had now grown 6 or 7 times larger than when she first encountered it. This time, however, was different. Typically, after a wave of souls arrived, a considerable interval would follow before the next. Yet, this time, as soon as the first wave concluded, another arrived without delay. After what seemed an eternity, silence gradually descended within the coffin. At that moment, a profound sense of danger surged within Yin Qing. However, before she could turn to flee, a peculiar crimson orb materialized above the coffin, its blood-red glow inching closer to her. Paralyzed, she could only watch as the orb approached menacingly. Despite her desperate attempts to resist with every ounce of her strength, it was ultimately futile, a mere mantis attempting to stop a chariot. This was the last thought that crossed her mind as she succumbed to the encroaching darkness. Chapter 4. The end of the prologue. A desperate struggle for survival after Yin Qing was consumed by the orb. Darkness enveloped her once more, restoring the eerie tranquility of the past. Was she destined to die? Had she not already perished once? Was she now to face death anew? Did they truly believe her to be a mere soft target? A light chuckle escaped her lips, having lingered as a ghost for many years. Each time she had been laid to rest, a portion of energy was graciously left for her to absorb, fortifying her spiritual essence. She had accumulated quite a reserve. At this moment, her fate hinged upon this very instant. Yin Qing unleashed all the energy within her, compelling herself to awaken and momentarily attain a corporeal form. Should her energy be depleted, she would dissolve into nothingness. Yet, even in the face of death, she would not grant her adversaries an easy victory. However, as she manifested into a physical state, Yin Qing found herself unaccustomed, stumbling and collapsing into a heap of flesh and blood. After a considerable pause, she gradually acclimated to her corporeality, rising from the grotesque mound and furrowing her brows as she surveyed her surroundings. This place resembled the innards of some creature, with the ground beneath her littered with bloody remnants and human skin. With a tinge of revulsion, she distanced herself from the grotesque pile. As she lifted her gaze, she realized she was situated within the abdominal cavity of a living. Chapter 5. The Ghastly Village, Part 1. Hark, damsel, awaken! The sacrificial rites are about to commence. Punctuality is paramount, lest he incur a penalty. Ha ha! The voice, anticipating some consequence, erupted in a shrill peal of laughter. Silence. Her brow furrowed in vexation, massaged her temples before opening her eyes, her gaze fixed with impatience on the woman standing by her bedside. Perhaps woman was too generous a term. The creature's face was a grotesque tapestry of decay, its features contorted. Corpulent maggots writhed across its visage, and with each movement, fragments of flesh and vermin cascaded to the ground. Though the means by which the deceased emulated the living in speech and action remained a mystery, having witnessed her share of the bizarre, was far from astounded. Observing the vermin adorning the cadaver's face, recoiled slightly. Pray, keep your detritus to yourself. The female cadaver, since admonition, stood paralyzed, seemingly taken aback by the human's audacity. With a dubious air, she raised a hand to her decaying visage, her fingers encountering the plump maggots with satisfaction. Ah, so she's blind. Damsel, tardiness to the rites is. The cadaver began, poised to reclaim her authority. Ergo, where? Interrupted with a touch of asperity. The cadaver seemed nonplussed. Casting a skeptical glance at the cadaver's cranium, enunciated each syllable with deliberate precision. Sac. Fice. Where? The cadaver responded instinctively. Out the door. Turn right, then proceed straight ahead. Having obtained the desired information, exited without a backward glance, turning right and advancing in a straight line. She is not blind. Moreover, was that a look of disdain? Indeed, where was the expected terror the agonizing screams. Buoyed by her composure, strode away with nonchalant grace, leaving the cadaver in disarray, adrift in the wind. The cadaver, refusing to concede defeat, paid a visit to the other humans, relishing their terrified screams. My allure remains undiminished. That previous encounter was an anomaly. Upon arriving at the site of the rites, observe a multitude of decaying corpses. The male cadavers were uniformly clad in blue garments, while the female cadavers, wore red gowns, though hers was pristine, while theirs appeared time-worn. In front of the sacrificial altar were dozens of seats, each bearing a name, presumably for assigned seating. Amidst the throng, discerned several individuals who, like herself, appeared relatively normal. What manner of place is this? Intuition whispered that these individuals possessed the answer she sought. With a friendly inclination, nodded to the group, and upon receiving their acknowledgement, she found her designated seat and closed her eyes in contemplation. Following the explosive surge of energy that had engulfed her, had lost consciousness, and the subsequent events remained a mystery. Where am I? Am I still on Blue Star? S brow furrowed slightly. What transpired during the final cataclysm that allowed me to survive and inhabit a human form, albeit one without a heart? Indeed, there was no heartbeat, had perceived no pulse from the outset. Now, no longer a spectral entity, was unable to examine her physical condition from within. She could only adapt to the circumstances as they unfolded. Presently, the area was filling with humans and corpses. Notice the female cadaver she had encountered earlier. For reasons unknown, the cadaver, accompanied by a weeping girl, paraded past her twice. When, her brow furrowed, regarded her with curiosity, the cadaver puffed out her chest and led the girl away. Silence. A venerable male cadaver stood at the center of the altar, his gaze sweeping coldly over and the other living souls. A sound akin to a snicker escaped his lips. This year, the ghastly village welcomes a few guests. To honor their presence, we shall bestow upon them the privilege of becoming the sacred host. Hey! The cadavers responded with a chorus of eerie laughter. The most dramatic reaction came from the pregnant cadaver two's left, her face awash in viscous blood, her mouth stretched into a grotesque grin. A gaping wound marred her abdomen, from which blood continued to drip, and within, a pallid infant gnawed on her entrails. Upon noticing's gaze, the infant offered a chilling, sinister smile. Her expression impassive, averted her eyes, and raised her hand. Venerable priest, might I request a change of location? The lady's blood is perilously close to my attire. The old male cadaver. The pregnant cadaver's smile vanished, her contorted face fixed in a rigid stare at. The seats are predetermined and cannot be altered at will. Lee's wife, be mindful and do not disrespect our guests. The pregnant cadaver nodded stiffly and ceased her glare at. Raising an eyebrow, lowered her hand and remained silent. Then, esteemed guests, please approach the altar to draw lots. The seemingly normal individuals, with the exception of, rose and proceeded to the altar. The old male cadaver nodded in satisfaction. This year's group is quite agreeable. 1, 2, 6, 7. One is missing. The old male cadaver glanced down and saw sitting demurely in her seat, her eyes fixed with earnest attention, like a conscientious student. Her gaze nearly caused the old male cadaver to choke with rage. Who asked her to attend class from below? Esteemed guest, please ascend to the altar. The old male cadaver managed to say, suppressing his ire. Venerable priest, please, no formalities. I now consider myself a member of this village. So please bestow this honor upon a more deserving villager. Declared with unwavering sincerity. The old male cadaver's lips twitched, and he glared at with a malevolent gaze. Is the guest certain that she wishes to remain below? S brow furrowed slightly. After a moment, she rose with an impassive expression and approached the altar. Just jesting. After all, there is a disparity in appearance. Her implication was clear. I am comely, while you are not. The old male cadaver's face darkened further. He glared at and produced 7 bamboo sticks from his robes. Each of you shall take a stick and place it in the pool at the center of the altar. The one whose stick changes color shall be the sacred host of the ghastly village. Of the 6 individuals besides 4 male, 3 remained composed, but the 4th was visibly agitated, his pupils wide with terror. Of the two women, one was fair and clung to the man beside her. The other wore glasses and appeared calm, but noticed her fingers trembling. Chapter 6. The Village of Spirits, Part 2, as several individuals completed their draw of bamboo sticks. Yin Qing gently caressed the one in her hand, the character inscribed upon it now somewhat obscured. In the lower right corner, the faint etching of the name Xiao Hua hinted at a feminine touch. Brother, is this your first time participating in a game? Game? Yin Qing's ears perked up as she discreetly observed a pair of individuals nearby. Yes, it is my first time, elder brother. What exactly is this place? The man, frail and trembling with anxiety, appeared to be the most unsettled among the seven. Fear not, the speaker, a robust man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and an air of scholarly demeanor, reassured him. In a moment, we players shall convene to discuss the clues we have gathered. You should join us then. All right. The timid man nodded eagerly, as if he had found a sense of belonging. The bespectacled man patted his shoulder in a comforting gesture and fell silent. Hello, I am Leah, introduced the bespectacled woman. Greetings, I am Yin Qing, she replied. Shall we join the discussion on the clues? After a moment's contemplation, Yin Qing nodded. She felt the necessity to discern the nature of their situation. Very well. Upon completing her task, Leah turned to report back to the bespectacled man. Noticing Yin Qing's gaze, he returned a friendly nod, which she reciprocated. Soon, they formed a queue towards the pool for verification. Ultimately, it was Leah whose bamboo stick changed color, causing her complexion to drain of color, nearly causing her to collapse. The bespectacled man quickly supported her, whispering something that seemed to restore her composure. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Congratulations to this guest for becoming the saint of our village of spirits. The ritual will take place in 7 days. Now, let us revel in the joyous festivities of the ceremony. The elder corpse's grin stretched grotesquely, his blackened teeth emitting a foul stench as he spoke. Yin Qing distanced herself slightly, her distaste evident, prompting a menacing glare from the elder. Guests, please bring your bamboo sticks this way. The banquet is prepared. After leading Yin Qing and the others to the dining area, the elder hummed a disjointed tune and departed, cautioning them not to lose their bamboo sticks. Despite the villagers not resembling the living, the food provided was relatively normal, and they each found seat. The frail newcomer hastily stuffed a bun into his mouth. Likely starved, observing that he suffered no ill effects, the others followed suit, indulging in the nearby food. Though not particularly hungry, Yin Qing took a piece of sweet potato to avoid appearing out of place. After the meal, the bespectacled man initiated the conversation. Greetings, everyone. I had intended to invite you all for a discussion, but fortuitously, we now have this opportunity. Let us introduce ourselves. I shall go first. My name is Wang Jiaji, a postdoctoral researcher in economics. Before entering the astral realm, I was a university professor on Blue Star. I have participated in 2 games prior to this, making this my third. Astral realm? Yin Qing's gaze lowered, her long eyelashes veiling her pensive expression. I am Leah. Before entering the astral realm, I worked as a clerk at a loan company on Blue Star, having participated in 2 games, making this my third. The bespectacled woman continued. I am Zhou Meng, a university student majoring in accounting on Blue Star. This is my second game. The sweet-looking girl introduced herself. I am Fang Hua, a student majoring in computer science. This is my first game. The frail newcomer stammered. I am Jiang Chong, a fitness coach on Blue Star, and I have participated in 1 game, making this my second. He flexed his biceps as he spoke. I am Cheng Xing, a street dance enthusiast and a drifter. I have participated in 1 game. He crossed his legs, casting a disdainful glance at the frail newcomer. Yin Qing pondered for a moment before stating, I am Yin Qing, a drifter, and I have participated in 1 game. It seemed that Fang Hua was the only newcomer among them. Fang Hua, if you touch the star-shaped symbol to your right and silently invoke the information panel, you will be able to see your current information. Newcomers receive a starter item from the astral system during their first game, Wang Jiaji explained. Following the instructions, Fang Hua soon held a doll in his hands. A substitute doll? Jiang Chong exclaimed in surprise. Yin Qing observed the subtle glimmers of envy in the eyes of the others. A substitute doll, as the name implies, will shield you from danger when you are in peril effectively granting you a second life. Fanghua. You are fortunate, Wang Jiaji elaborated. Fanghua smiled, pleased at the prospect of having an additional chance at survival. How is this used? The starter item binds automatically, once bound. The substitute doll will appear on its own to save you when you are in danger, Wang Jiaji clarified. Oh, understood. Fanghua delicately caressed the doll before carefully placing it back into the system space. All right, time is of the essence. Let us share the information we have gathered thus far. I shall begin. When I awakened, I found myself in the southeastern corner of the village. The owners of the room were a couple whose relationship seemed strained. The husband appeared to have been unfaithful. That is all I have managed to glean so far. I awoke in the village head's home, but saw nothing particularly noteworthy, Jiang Chong added, waving his hand dismissively. I was situated in the northwestern part of the village. The room belonged to a senile elder, yet I found nothing remarkable there, Fanghua recounted, struggling to recall anything of significance. Chengxing and I awoke in the southern part of the village, residing in adjacent rooms. The owners were a deranged woman with 2 young boys. We have only gathered this much information for now, Leah reported, to which Chengxing nodded in agreement. When I awoke, I saw no one. Just as I was about to explore the area, a woman with a rotting face appeared suddenly. I was so frightened that I failed to observe her closely. Zhou Meng recounted, shivering at the memory. Yin Qing remained silent. I awakened in the eastern part of the village, where there was a single woman present, she recalled, pausing before adding, single, unmarried. The female corpse, if present, would merely wish to express, apologies if I am being implied. The information collected on the first day was scant. The place where we will stay tonight should be the same as the room we occupied this morning. Everyone should make an effort to gather more information upon returning. Wang Jiaji concluded. Wang Ge, may I share a room with you? Fanghua asked, his tone hopeful. How cowardly, Chengxing scoffed derisively. Wang Jiaji shook his head. It is best not to do so without a clearer understanding of the situation. Fanghua lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fear not, the first day is generally safe. Brother Fang, you have the doll, so there is no need to worry, Zhou Meng reassured him. Thank you. Fanghua looked at her with gratitude, receiving a sweet smile in return. The evening has fallen. To avert unnecessary troubles, it would be prudent for everyone to retire to their quarters early, suggested Wang Jiaji. Chapter 7. The Enigmatic Spirit Village, Part 3. Upon returning to her room, Yin Qing found no trace of the female corpse. Even on her way back, there were no other bodies in sight. It was as though the encroaching night had swallowed them whole. Yin Qing pondered this anomaly, remaining vigilant. Pouring herself a cup of tea to soothe her throat, she recalled the method the bespectacled man had demonstrated to the newcomer regarding the system interface. She touched the star-like symbol on her palm and silently intoned, "Display the information panel." Before her, a two-dimensional screen materialized, seemingly visible only to her. When the newcomer had operated it earlier, she had not witnessed such a display. The information presented was as follows. Name, Yin Qing Intelligence, C Stamina, D Strength, D Abilities. This player has not yet acquired any abilities. Luck, D Current Task, The Calamity of the Enigmatic Spirit Village Task Progress. 5 Newcomer Tip. Upon reaching 85 task completion, you may apply to conclude the game early. At the bottom of the screen, an icon resembling a fortune bag appeared, accompanied by a line of small text. Congratulations. You have received a novice gift pack. Yin Qing silently commanded it to open, and a gift pack materialized before her, subsequently bursting open. Boom! A pitch-black coffin appeared in the room. Yin Qing could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. The coffin was all too familiar. Its every intricate detail etched in her memory from their previous encounters. The coffin bore the inscription, Coffin of the Glutton, Damaged. Yin Qing. So, that colossal creature was indeed the glutton? However, Yin Qing rubbed her forehead, contemplating whether this novice gift pack could be returned. Just as she was about to store the coffin back in the system space, she caught a glimpse of a strand of hair protruding from beneath the bed. Furrowing her brow, Yin Qing stored the coffin away and cautiously approached the bedside. She then lifted the bedspread that was nearly touching the ground, revealing a grotesquely decayed visage. Several plump maggots writhed amidst the putrid flesh, the body contorted and pressed tightly against the bed's underside. It was the very female corpse that had roused her earlier. Yin Qing. Silently regarding the corpse, Yin Qing could not help but question the state of its mind. However, she quickly discerned that the corpse was not acting of its own volition. Our Chapter 8. The Enigmatic Spirit Village, Part 4. After the departure of the group with the aged male corpse, Wang Jiaji spoke in a somber tone. I never anticipated that someone would perish on the very first day. This game is far more perilous than we had imagined. Let us all share whatever clues we have uncovered. Concealing information will not aid us. Collaborative efforts are paramount for successfully navigating this game. It is evident that the inhabitants of this village are all deceased, their bodies decomposed, yet still capable of movement and speech, likely due to some curse. Wang Jiaji asserted. I previously participated in a similar event, though it was rated D-level. During the day, the people appeared normal, but at night, they would descend into madness, resembling zombies. Fortunately, locking the doors and windows at night proved effective, albeit the noise made it difficult to sleep, Leah added. However, this situation is different. We have far too few clues. Currently, we do not even know the cause of Zhou Meng's death. Leah's voice trembled with agitation. Thus, it is imperative for us to collaborate. Our chances of survival will greatly increase through teamwork. I urge everyone to disclose any information they have gathered. Forget about rewards. Staying alive is our foremost priority. The senile corpse in my room bears the surname Li. He must have had a son, for I discovered his son's memorial in another corner of the house. I believe his name was Li Dafeng. Fang Hua cautiously interjected, her eyes slightly red, her body trembling. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xing scoffed dismissively. What a pitiful display. Fang Hua's head drooped lower, her body shaking more violently. Enough, Cheng Xing. What about you? Any new leads? Wang Jiaji inquired with a serious expression. Cheng Xing, suppressing his disdainful demeanor, replied with a grave tone. Did you notice any corpses after you returned to your rooms last night? The others shook their heads, while Yin Qing remained silent. Cheng Xing's expression contorted slightly before he continued in an odd tone. Those corpses did not vanish at night. They were merely sleeping, and, remarkably, they were beneath your beds. The group fell silent, their expressions turning grim at the thought of conversing with the living dead, especially having slept mere inches away from them. The deeper they pondered, the more their faces paled. No wonder I heard grinding noises while tried sleep last night. I thought it was just a dream. Jiang Chong scratched his head, his face reflecting his discomfort. Leah seemed to connect the dots, her countenance also darkening. After taking a deep breath to steady herself, she shared her findings. In the household where Cheng Xing and I reside, the woman is surnamed Wang, named Wang Meiying, with 2 children, one named Chun Bao and the other Chunda. When I inquired about their father, they fell silent, exhibiting anger. I suspect either he abandoned them in their youth or met an ignoble end, perhaps even betrayed his family. I live in the village chief's house, which is the very same as the old male corpses. It appears he has no wife, but I believe he has a niece. This morning, a female corpse stormed in, dragging the old corpse aside with a torrent of complaints. I couldn't quite grasp their words, but it seemed she was saying, "Uncle, so-and-so is too arrogant and is trying to do something." Jiang Chong recounted, furrowing his brow in exasperation. Yin Qing remained quiet. A nagging feeling that the woman mentioned by the muscular man resembled her own useless female corpse. The way the latter had stormed out without a backward glance seemed reminiscent of someone seeking retribution, and now it appeared she held a significant position. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, realizing she had yet another avenue of investigation. There is a female corpse in my dwelling, albeit somewhat slow-witted. However, her status in this village is likely considerable. I shall inquire further later. In my household resides a couple, as I previously mentioned. It seems the husband may have strayed. This morning, I overheard them arguing. It appears the husband had attempted infidelity, but, for reasons unknown, it did not come to fruition. The woman referred to the other party only by their surname, Zhou, which she inadvertently revealed during the quarrel, after which both fell silent. Finally, Wang Jiaji voiced his latest discovery. I surmise that the woman the husband sought to betray may be linked to the village's curse. Thus, whenever her surname is mentioned, they instinctively fall silent, too frightened to speak further. After a moment of contemplation, the group realized that sharing their information had led them to some intriguing hypotheses. Very well. We have made some progress with the clues. Let us form pairs and continue our investigations. We shall reconvene over lunch to discuss any new findings, suggested the bespectacled man. The group then divided into pairs. Wang Jiaji, Feng Hua, and Jiang Chong formed one team, while Ye and Cheng Xing constituted another, leaving Yin Qing solo. Feeling somewhat guilty, Li disregarded Cheng Xing's protests and attempted to invite Yin Qing to join them, but Yin Qing declined. She preferred to operate independently, especially since her potential allies did not welcome her presence. Upon returning to her room, Yin Qing found the female corpse reclining on a bamboo chair in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight. Upon noticing Yin Qing, the corpse shot her a venomous glare and attempted to leave. "Wait," Yin Qing called out. "Let's have a conversation." The corpse paused momentarily before puffing out her chest, akin to a proud rooster, and resumed her position on the bamboo chair, her stiff, bluish legs swaying with a hint of delight. "Why are you single?" The female corpse regretted her decision to engage in conversation with Yin Qing, glaring fiercely at her and again attempting to depart. "What I meant is, you must have been quite attractive in your time. Why remain unmarried?" The corpse hesitated, then returned to the bamboo chair, lazily responding, "What commoner in this village is worthy of me?" Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. "What is that expression supposed to convey?" The corpse asked, displeased. You're right," Yin Qing conceded. "Is that old man at the altar your uncle?" "Indeed, my second uncle," the corpse replied, stretching her Chapter 9. The Enigmatic Village, Part 5. Enemies? Yin Qing furrowed her brow in contemplation. It appeared that the female corpse might possess knowledge about the origins of this curse. After the corpse departed, Yin Qing chose not to linger indoors and instead sauntered through the village. If one were to regard the wandering corpses as ordinary humans, the village could indeed be perceived as tranquil and serene. However, one must overlook the unsettling sounds of the villagers' throats swallowing as she passed by, and the avaricious glint in their pallid eyes fixed upon her. In the afternoon, Yin Qing arrived at the abode of the old male corpse, Jiang Chong. She politely knocked on the door. After waiting for a considerable time without a response, she concluded that perhaps everyone had ventured out. Thus, with an air of calm assurance, she pushed the door open and strolled inside. Upon the old male corpse's return, he discovered Yin Qing leisurely exploring his home as if it were her own yard, occasionally inhaling the fragrance of the flowers and fiddling with the decor. "Why has a guest unexpectedly graced my humble abode?" The old male corpse appeared ominously behind Yin Qing, his tone laced with barely concealed irritation. Anyone returning home to find an uninvited guest rummaging through their belongings would feel an intense urge to expel the intruder immediately. Nevertheless, he suppressed his fury, reminding himself not to stoop to the level of someone on the brink of death. Yin Qing lightly set down the ornament she had been holding and casually remarked, "Honorable priest, oh no, I should address you as the village chief at this hour. Shouldn't I?" The old male corpse, struggling to contain his exasperation, replied tersely, "Call the guest whatever you wish. If you have something to say, please do so directly." Yin Qing raised an eyebrow playfully. "Shouldn't you first offer your guest a seat and pour a cup of tea?" The old male corpse was taken aback, wondering how Yin Qing had cultivated such audacity. What kind of guest enters a host's home uninvited and begins to rummage about? Now, she demanded to be seated? After a deep breath to stifle his anger, his fingers trembled with irritation, leading Yin Qing to wonder if his ancient skin might simply shed from the agitation. "It is my fault for not welcoming you properly. Please take a seat. I shall fetch you some tea." He feigned a gesture as if to pour tea for her. Yin Qing smirked slightly and, in a tone of understanding, replied, "No need for tea. I'm not parched." "Ah, you're quite perceptive." The old male corpse's expression softened slightly. "Now, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "Ah, it is merely to discern what type of young man your niece prefers," Yin Qing replied languidly. The old male corpse's face contorted with disbelief. Why would a guest wish to know such a thing? Yin Qing casually seated herself and picked up a teacup, turning to the old male corpse with utmost seriousness. "I am here to act as a matchmaker." The old male corpse was momentarily taken aback. "A matchmaker?" he echoed, his tone tinged with incredulity. "Indeed, your esteemed daughter has reached a marriageable age. Has she not considered any suitors?" Yin Qing maintained her calm demeanor, her expression grave, as if she were discussing a matter of great importance. "Then, for whom is the guest acting as a matchmaker?" the old male corpse inquired, inhaling deeply. "That depends on which of my companions your esteemed niece finds appealing," she replied. "Which companions?" he pressed, incredulous. "Surely it cannot be more than one. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate that all four of my companions have developed an infatuation for your niece. Ever since they laid eyes upon her, they have been unable to eat or sleep properly. I was sent to ascertain her preferences," Yin Qing explained, not entirely lying, as her companions had indeed been rather distressed lately. "Why not simply ask Xiang directly?" The old male corpse was skeptical of Yin Qing's claims, eager to dismiss her. "I naturally attempted that, but she is rather shy and reluctant to share her thoughts. Thus, I had no choice but to seek your assistance." Yin Qing sighed, feigning helplessness. "Nonsense. She's not at all shy. Had it not been for that incident, she would have already run off with someone." The old male corpse refuted, recalling the past. "After all, you're Xiang's second uncle. She is closest to you. You should know her preferences quite well." Yin Qing continued, pressing her advantage. Having been cornered, the old male corpse fell silent for a moment. In truth, he had pondered Yin Qing's words. Despite the village's current plight, they still retained their consciousness, and thus could be considered somewhat alive. Other villagers of Xiang's age had companions, yet she remained alone, a thought that troubled him deeply. Years ago, his brother had perished after an unfortunate encounter with a wild beast while hunting, and his sister-in-law succumbed to grief shortly thereafter. At that time, Xiang was merely 5 years old. The old male corpse, having no children of his own and having lost his wife to illness years ago, had always regarded his brother's daughter as his own. Witnessing her solitude over the years made him contemplate finding her a husband. Yet he feared that extracting her from the clutches of that creature would not be an easy task. However, among the 4 men who had come, 2 were quite handsome and might indeed be to Xiang's liking. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. "Xiang favors handsome men. Among your companions, one named Feng Hua and another named Cheng Xing should suit her well. Please bring them here to meet her tomorrow." Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, contemplating this revelation before nodding in agreement, just as the muscular man returned. "Ah, Yin Qing, you are here too?" The muscular man expressed surprise. "Yes, I was just about to leave," she replied. "All right then." Jiang Chong did not insist on her staying, understanding that Yin Qing was inherently aloof, and they had little to discuss. The following morning, in an unprecedented manner, Yin Qing greeted the female corpse, leaving it utterly astonished. Even after Yin Qing departed, the corpse remained in a state of bewildered uncertainty. After breakfast, Yin Qing sought out Feng Hua and Cheng Xing. "The village chief requests your presence. Please make haste after finishing your meal." "What? Why would we?" Feng Hua stammered, nearly faltering at the news of the old male corpse's summons. Cheng Xing, however, wore a skeptical expression. "Why did you inform us? You would need to inquire with the village chief about that. I have delivered my message. Whether you go or not is entirely up to you," she stated before turning to leave. Yin Qing had no concerns about their refusal. Such a notion was implausible. If her words were indeed true, then failing to attend would surely offend the old male corpse and might trigger some perilous consequence. Conversely, if she were lying, they could concoct an excuse to evade the situation. Regardless, the outcome would undoubtedly lead them to go. Yin Qing arrived at the old male corpse's residence first, pouring herself a glass of water and lazily reclining in a chair, preparing for what might unfold. The old male corpse observed her familiar demeanor, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his amusement, though he quickly regained his composure. "Where are they? Is it just you?" he inquired. Yin Qing lazily squinted, responding, "We must wait a moment. It's their first meeting with the family, and they will surely be anxious." "Very well." Chapter 10. The Enigmatic Spirit Village. 6. As the remaining 5 players arrived, they were greeted by the sight of the old male corpse gazing affectionately at Yin Qing, who was lazily reclining against the chair, half asleep. The atmosphere was surprisingly calm and serene. Noticing the unabashed stares from the players, Yin Qing slowly opened her eyes. "Ah, you've come," the old male corpse remarked, turning to the door, where he observed the astonished expressions of the newcomers. "Ah, ahem, you all are here. Please take a seat." Once the group settled, the old male corpse addressed Wang Jiaji and the others. "What brings the 3 of you here?" Before the bespectacled trio could respond, Cheng Xing interjected. "We came to see if there was anything we could assist with." Wang Jiaji and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. What is there still to comprehend? They thought. Humph. Jiang Chang glared menacingly at Feng Hua, and Cheng Xing, however, seemed unfazed by the revelation, reclining casually in his chair, legs crossed, his calf swinging nonchalantly. Jiang Chang was infuriated, ready to confront him, but was restrained by Li Ye, who wore a displeased expression herself. After all, she shared a roof with Cheng Xing, who had involved her in this predicament. Surely, it would have been better to seek clues elsewhere rather than venture to the old male corpse's domain, where the outcome was uncertain. Feng Hua, on the other hand, appeared somewhat embarrassed, staring at the floor in silence. Yin Qing, without needing to open her eyes, sensed the tension among them, having anticipated Cheng Xing's behavior, which was why she had refrained from seeking out the bespectacled trio. Is assistance truly required? The old male corpse furrowed his brow, bemused by the notion that modern suitors brought along such a crowd. "Very well, I shall leave it to you. Are you 2 genuinely enamored with Xiang?" This left Cheng Xing and Feng Hua momentarily bewildered, question marks hovering above their heads. "Xiang? Who is Xiang?" Wang Jiaji seemed to grasp the situation and quickly spoke up. "Yes, village chief, it is because these 2 are somewhat shy that we have accompanied them." "Well, what are you babbling about, Wang Jiaji?" Cheng Xing finally caught on to the implication. "Is that so?" Wang Jiaji scoffed. "Are you allowed to ensnare me while I cannot strike back?" Cheng Xing hesitated to deny it, for the old male corpse's expression had darkened, and any denial might provoke an untimely end for him. "Xiang? Who is Xiang?" Feng Hua still struggled to comprehend, as this was his first experience in the game, and he was unfamiliar with the names of some key figures in the village. The old male corpse's face soured, his pale eyes fixated on Feng Hua. Cheng Xing cursed under his breath, branding him a fool, and playfully slapped Feng Hua's shoulder. "Fool! How could you not know her name? You dare to compete with me? Xiang is the one you are enamored with. She is the village chief's beloved niece." Perhaps frightened by the old male corpse's demeanor, Feng Hua nodded frantically, too intimidated to speak further. Seeing this, the old male corpse's expression softened slightly, although his tone remained stern. "Though my Xiang lost her parents at a young age, she is a diligent and beautiful girl. I will not permit anyone to toy with her affections. Do you understand?" "Rest assured, village chief, I understand." "I also understand," Feng Hua stammered, trembling. The old male corpse cast a disdainful glance at Feng Hua, who appeared timid and ineffectual, possessing little beyond a pleasing appearance. The breakdancer shot a fierce glare at Feng Hua, muttering, "What a useless wretch. Xiang should be arriving shortly. Ultimately, it will be up to you 2 to prove who is worthy of winning her heart." No sooner had the old male corpse spoken than a raspy voice echoed from outside. "Uncle, I have arrived." "Yes, come on in." "Uncle, what did you call me here for?" As she spoke, her voice trailed off. "Uncle, why are they here too?" The old male corpse did not respond to her inquiry, but beckoned her to sit beside him. The female corpse appeared somewhat dazed, obediently taking her place, her mind clearly elsewhere. "Very well. What skills do you 2 have to showcase?" The breakdancer pondered for a moment before speaking. "Village chief, Xiang, I lack formal education, but I can perform some peculiar dances. I hope you won't mind." After sneaking a glance at the old male corpse's expression, which was tinged with dissatisfaction, he felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, parents seldom appreciated sons-in-law lacking culture. With that thought, the breakdancer began his routine, showcasing a street dance in the open space of the room. Yin Qing found it quite novel and enjoyable, though the old male corpse's demeanor suggested he disapproved of such ground-level antics. What do you think, Xiang'o? Despite his distaste, the old male corpse sought his niece's opinion, as it was ultimately her happiness that mattered. It's quite novel. The old male corpse nodded. Young Master Fong, please demonstrate your talent. I can recite poetry, the newcomer stammered. Poetry? You can recite poetry? The female corpse inquired, intrigued. Yes. The newcomer was nearly brought to tears by her interest. Then, young Master Fong, please proceed. All right, here goes. Goose, goose, goose with curved necks singing to the sky, white feathers floating on green waters, red webbed feet stirring the clear waves. Quite impressive. That poem is delightful. The female corpse was visibly excited, appreciating the combination of good looks and poetic talent. The newcomer was on the verge of tears from her praise, mustering the last remnants of hope as he replied, "This poem, it was not authored by me. I saw it in a book. That is still commendable. Being able to memorize it is quite impressive," she encouraged. The old male corpse nodded in approval. "Xiang'er, since you adore young Master Fong's poetry so much, I shall betroth you to him. How does that sound?" "Huh?" The female corpse appeared bewildered. "No. Uncle, you must be aware that this matter is not for you to concern yourself with. I will handle it." "You will handle it?" The female corpse's expression turned serious. "Uncle, I do not wish to marry." "Xiang'er, men and women must marry. It has been many years. Do you still cling to that past infatuation?" "Uncle, what are you speaking of? It has been so long. Who would still think of that person? Then tell me, why do you refuse to marry?" The female corpse inhaled deeply, her decaying skin visibly shedding from the intensity of the argument. Then, "Uncle, how do you propose to protect him?" The old male corpse paused briefly, replying with a firm tone, "This matter is not for you to worry about. Not for me to worry about. Are you planning to give him Xiaohua's clothing? Are you?" The female corpse became agitated. "Xiang'er, you are of age, and I have grown old over the years, bearing this frail body for far too long. Enough is enough." The old male corpse's tone softened. "Wow. I refuse. You know, we cannot reincarnate. If you lose the clothing, you will surely perish." Yin Qing squinted her eyes, observing the profound bond between the deceased uncle and nephew. Their dialogue had already revealed a wealth of information. For instance, the mention of Xiaohua's attire. If her memory served her well, the small characters engraved on the bamboo stick spelled out the name Xiaohua, and it was also Xiaohua who had inscribed those letters. Over there, Wang Jiaji and Leah had evidently taken note of this detail as well. They exchanged a glance that seemed to convey some unspoken message. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, contemplating the subtle interaction between the two. Chapter 11. The Village of Haunting Spirits, Part 7. As the two corpses of uncle and nephew had nearly exhausted their lamentations, Jiang Chong could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Please, cease your weeping. Kindly enlighten us about the situation, and we shall endeavor to resolve it." "Huh? You wish for us to divulge our tale?" The female corpse displayed a scornful expression, the mockery evident upon her lips. "Do you think I am unaware of your kind? You appear inexplicably during our sacrificial rites, claim to possess a morsel of knowledge, and profess a desire to assist us. We share our plight, and what transpires? At the crucial moment, you vanish, leaving us to confront the wrath of that monster alone." Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of the group. "Were there others who appeared as suddenly as we did?" Cheng Xing inquired, unable to suppress his surprise. "Indeed, they emerge mysteriously, claim to know a few details, then declare their intent to help, only to flee faster than anyone." The female corpse looked at them with a sardonic smile. Yin Qing remained silent, observing the seasoned players. It was clear they had not encountered or recognized the presence of other players in previous games. Moreover, these locals retained their memories, unlike NPCs in the game that would refresh or reset automatically. Yin Qing's curiosity about these games deepened. How had they ensnared individuals for Blue Star? What had transpired in the years following her death? She mused that upon completing this game, she would uncover some of the answers. "Miss Xiang'er, we differ from those who came before us. You may attempt to place your trust in us," the bespectacled woman interjected, her impatience evident. "Every time someone makes such claims, do you take me for a fool?" The female corpse remained unyielding, her disdain growing. "What is it that you seek?" Yin Qing asked with an impassive expression, fiddling with the teacup in her hands, as if the words were not her own. What we desire, naturally, it is to be rescued and reincarnated swiftly. The female corpse regarded Yin Qing with an expression of disbelief, yet secretly reveled in having gained the upper hand against this woman. However, her moment of triumph was short-lived, as Yin Qing's next words swiftly extinguished her glee. Do you truly believe you can reincarnate? Yin Qing cast a scornful glance at the female corpse, genuinely questioning the state of her mind. You, Xiangya, the old male corpse, who had remained silent for a long while, finally spoke. The young lady is indeed wise. It is true that we can no longer hope for reincarnation. Uncle, the old male corpse shook his head, continuing, my dear lady. Aside from reincarnation, what else could possibly entice us? Yin Qing paused for a moment. You, who ought to have departed this world, cling to your decaying forms and linger in existence. After all these years, your souls have grown frail. Were it not for this barrier, you would have long since dissipated, let alone entertain notions of reincarnation, which I cannot facilitate. These were sentiments Yin Qing had personally experienced as a spirit. Had it not been for the energy provided by the black coffin, which stabilized her essence, she would have vanished long ago. The old male corpse sighed, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. You are refreshingly honest, indeed. Our souls can no longer endure the cycle of reincarnation. If this barrier were to falter, we would simply vanish into thin air. Hence, I do not seek rebirth. Then, the old male corpse shook his head and rose to his feet. My lady, please follow me. The others may remain here. Uncle, the female corpse wished to accompany them, but was silenced by a glance from the old male corpse. Thus, the pair entered an adjacent room for their conversation. Now, I hope you will honor your promise and do your utmost, the old male corpse said, stooping as he opened the door. The eavesdropping figures hurriedly returned to their previous positions. Yin Qing silently nodded, refraining from further words, and returned to her original seat. Thank you for your patience. I shall now recount the events in their entirety. The village of haunting spirits was not always known as such. It was once called Hexian Village, a name imbued with peace and beauty. It was during one spring, shortly after I had been appointed village chief, eager to contribute to my community. I vaguely remember one afternoon when a newlywed couple welcomed a healthy baby boy, and I made a special visit to extend my congratulations. On my return, I noticed a sedan chair in front of a house. Inside was the only son of Mr. Lee from the town, who had come to propose. At that time, I was solely focused on making my mark, unaware that this was the beginning of calamity. Mr. Lee's son sought the hand of our village's most beautiful maiden, Xiahua. She was one of the few educated girls in the village, though her background was tragic. Her father had succumbed to illness when she was young, and her mother, overwhelmed by life's burdens, remarried when Xiahua was 10. Since then, she had fended for herself. Despite her circumstances, she was lovely and fair. Mr. Lee's only son offered a bride price of 200 taels of silver, along with dozens of cattle and sheep, and several bolts of fine silk. He promised me a further 100 taels as a reward if the marriage succeeded. Blinded by greed, I failed to consult Xiahua and readily agreed. With great confidence, I approached Xiahua to discuss the marriage, only to be met with a firm refusal. It was then I learned she had already pledged her heart to another, and they had even secretly vowed to marry after fruitless persuasion. I pondered my next move and ultimately sought out Mr. Lee's son to apologize. I thought I would merely endure a beating. Little did I know, after receiving my punishment, Mr. Lee's son did not relent. He threatened me. The old male corpse paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. If I could not ensure Xiaohua's marriage to him, he would forcibly take Xiang'er as his concubine. Terrified, I begged him, but all I received in return was a more brutal beating, culminating in a 30-day ultimatum. Upon returning to the village, my condition rendered me bedridden for over half a month. When I finally managed to rise, I discovered less than 10 days remained. Later, I learned that Xiaohua's beloved was none other than Mr. However. How could the scars on the corpse merely be the result of a simple beating? Yet, no matter how we attempted to refute this, we ultimately succumbed to the weight of authority. Old Lee had also lost his sanity since that time. At that moment, I'd already realized my error. Yet, time could not be reversed. I was left to endure each day in a torment of guilt. After managing to control his emotions, the old man continued. Just when I believed the ordeal had concluded, one day, Xiaohua was returned by the sedan chair of Master Li. By then, I could scarcely recognize the child. Her body was covered in bruises, her face gaunt, her eyes filled with despair, no longer resembling the fair and beautiful girl she once was. Upon entering the village, her first question was about Li Dafu. I still vividly recall the vacant and hopeless expression in her eyes when she learned that Li Dafu had perished. It was then that I discovered that Master Li's only son, upon realizing that Xiaohua was no longer pure, had given her to the servants. During her 6 months in the Li household, Xiaohua had undergone multiple abortions. My heart was consumed with guilt, wishing for nothing more than to atone with my life. However, as Xiaohua had just returned, I feared she might take her own life. Thus I abandoned that thought, resolving to treat her with twice the kindness from that moment forward. As the days passed, one day, I had pressing matters that compelled me to leave the village. The old man could not help but choke up again, a flood of regret surging within him. Had I known what would transpire after leaving the village, I would have chosen to remain, even at the cost of my life. The specifics of what occurred are unclear to me, but upon my return, I learned that Xiaohua had enticed a married man, and upon being discovered, overwhelmed by shame, she had leapt into the water and taken her own life. Chapter 12. The Enigmatic Village, Part 8. The old male corpse inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Thus unfolded the initial events of the calamity. Leah inquired, "Is Xiaohua the one who carved the bamboo sticks?" The old male corpse confirmed, "Indeed, this bamboo stick was carved by Xiaohua while she was at the residence of Li Yuanwei. At that time, she believed Li Dafeng had deceived her and betrayed her. Hence she inscribed, 'The bloom withers swiftly like a man's intentions.'" Jiang Chong remarked, "Your actions were truly inhumane." "You." The female corpse sprang to her feet in an instant. "Xiang Er." The old male corpse bellowed, then sighed heavily. "What the young master says is true. I was indeed less than a beast." His withered and decayed visage was laden with remorse and guilt. Leah pressed on, "What transpired next?" "In the subsequent days, I had resolved to atone with my life. Yet fate intervened. To my astonishment, Xiang Er had taken a liking to a young male courtesan at a brothel in town. As he recounted this, the old male corpse found himself torn between laughter and tears. Consequently, I delayed my plans further. It was during this time that strange occurrences began to manifest in the village. Mysterious deaths ensued, with the deceased found wide-eyed in terror, as if they had witnessed something dreadful, yet before they could scream, their lives were brutally extinguished. The deaths were gruesomely violent, instilling fear among the villagers. Some sought to flee, but unbeknownst to them, a transparent barrier had formed at the village's edge, allowing entry but forbidding exit. As events grew increasingly bizarre, the deceased began to rise from their graves, retaining their memories from life. It was then that we realized this was Xiaohua, transformed into a vengeful spirit, exacting her revenge upon us. Although the resurrected bore memories of their former lives, they also harbored an insatiable hunger for human flesh, gradually succumbing to their instincts and preying upon their own relatives and friends. Thus, the village devolved into its current state. Yin Qing interjected, "What is sacrifices?" The old male corpse replied, "After every villager had perished at least once, we thought the nightmare had ended. However, we soon discovered that each year, there would be a span of 7 days during which one villager must die each day. It was as if their souls were being siphoned away. The cycle of dread began anew. Eventually, we learned that if one kept an item belonging to Xiaohua close, the longer the item was held, the greater the chances of survival. Hence, every year during those 7 days, we would hold a ritual drawing bamboo sticks as they had the shortest connection to Xiaohua. Each year, those 7 individuals selected by the bamboo sticks were destined to perish. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chong's temper flared. "So those of us drawing bamboo sticks are doomed to die? Was this your plan from the very beginning?" The old male corpse remained silent, clearly acquiescing. The female corpse, displeased by the group's attitude towards the old male corpse, retorted, "Who compelled you to intrude upon our village?" It was as if you were willingly offering yourselves as sacrifices. Yin Qing asked, "Why choose the Saint Lord?" The female corpse scoffed, "The Saint Lord is merely the first to be sacrificed on the opening night. That water was derived from talismanic rituals sought from a Taoist before the village was sealed. It predicts the fortune of the next day. If the bamboo stick changes color, it signifies doom." Jiang Chong scratched his head, puzzled. "But why do you claim the Saint Lord's sacrifice occurs on the seventh day? If the Saint Lord is dead, how can they participate in the final day's events? Moreover, the one who died on the first day was not even the chosen Saint Lord." The female corpse reclined casually, crossing her legs, and nonchalantly replied, "The notion of the Saint Lord's sacrifice is merely a ruse to lower your guard, making you believe the earlier days are safer. As for why she remains unharmed, well, someone has taken her place, hasn't she? What? Is it even possible?" Jiang Chong queried, his confusion deepening. The female corpse merely smiled enigmatically at them. Yin Qing paused, then asserted, "You drew Zhou Meng's bamboo stick, didn't you?" Jiang Chong was taken aback. "What? No way." Fang Hua also expressed disbelief. "Really? Is that possible?" Yin Qing remained silent, directing a knowing gaze at Li Yi. Li Yi bit his lip, his complexion pale, and confessed, "Yes, I drew her bamboo stick. She insisted on giving me the chance. She had explicitly mentioned not to lose the stick, yet she left it on the dining table when she departed. I merely picked it up." Jiang Chong exclaimed, "Picked it up? That's a life we're talking about. You could have returned it to her." "Returned it to her? The one who dies would be me. Why should I return it? She lost it herself," Li Yi retorted. "But," Jiang Chong faltered. But what? You weren't the chosen one, so naturally, you can afford to make light of this," Li Yi snapped back. I didn't mean." As their argument escalated, the bespectacled man interjected with irritation, "Enough. Stop bickering. The deceased cannot be brought back, so we must focus on the present." Cheng Xing concurred. "Now, there are 6 of us left, and Fang Hua's stand-in doll has already been utilized. If we don't devise a plan, one of us will surely perish tonight." Yin Qing disregarded the ongoing quarrel and turned to the 2 corpses, inquiring, "Is there a specific order for selecting the bamboo sticks?" The female corpse, reveling in their misfortune, replied, "No, it's entirely random. The order of the sticks varies each time." Xiang Er. The old male corpse shook his head in resignation. The female corpse pouted in discontent and fell silent. "Isn't that talismanic water supposed to test the fate?" Cheng Xing suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Before the old male corpse could respond, a commotion arose from outside. "Everyone look! I told you the village chief is colluding with these outsiders. He seeks to betray us. He intends to use them to defeat Xiu Hua and dismantle the barrier, leading to our demise." The 2 male corpses who had previously carried Zhou Meng's body led the charge. "I had my suspicions in the past, but found no evidence. Today, we caught them in the act. Village chief, how could you do this? How could you betray us? Find them all. Yes, find them." They approached Yin Qing and the others menacingly. The female corpse shouted, "What are you doing? How long do you intend to live in this grotesque form? After all these years, is it not enough? What do you understand? As long as we live, that is sufficient. Precisely, living is all that matters, regardless of our appearance. Besides, there are 8 of them, and we have only 5 nights left until the ritual concludes. Which means we can feast tonight." The flesh from that previous female was scant. What we received barely sufficed. Indeed, Zhou Meng's corpse had evidently been consumed by them. The old male corpse seethed with rage. "You, did I not order you to cremate her?" The leading male corpse licked his decayed lips with a sinister grin. "Village chief, since she was to be cremated, why not let us have our share? We can consume it quite cleanly." Upon hearing this, Chapter 13, The Village of Spirits, Part 9, as the corpses lunged forward, a sudden gust of wind swept through, obscuring their vision with swirling sands. When the chaos settled, Wang Jiaji was astonished to find himself suspended in midair, a pair of translucent wings unfurling majestically from his back. "Wang Jiaji, hurry, take me with you," Li exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he waved his arms fervently. Suspended in the air, Wang Jiaji seemed to ponder something while gazing at Li Yi. Meanwhile, the male corpse bellowed with fervor, "Quick, seize them. They are not ordinary beings. Consuming them might grant us eternal life. The throng of corpses, upon hearing this, became even more animated, baring their teeth and rushing forward. With terror mounting as the corpses closed in, Leah couldn't help but scream in desperation. "Hurry, Wang Jiaji, grab me." Just as the corpses were about to capture Leah, another gust of wind surged, and Wang Jiaji swiftly lifted him into the air, propelling them towards the mountains and forests beyond the village without a moment's hesitation. "Split up. Half of you pursue those two. The rest capture these." A commanding voice rang out, though a hint of confusion lingered. Why does it seem like one is missing? Yin Qing had silently retreated to the back, noting that Cheng Xing had vanished after producing a talisman, leaving only her, Feng Hua, and Jiang Chong. Jiang Chong, having participated in a previous game, likely possessed items akin to those of Cheng Xing or Wang Jiaji. Yet, the greatest peril lay with her and Feng Hua. She had only a coffin, which so far served no purpose beyond slumber, while Feng Hua's substitute doll had been exhausted on the second night. In the end, Jiang Chong failed to utilize any items, and soon the trio, along with the two corpses, were captured. However, the three who had fled were nowhere to be found at that moment. To err on the side of caution, the male corpses did not rush to attack them, but instead confined them within a large iron cage, originally intended for wild beasts. Feng Hua, overwhelmed, burst into tears. "It's over. We're doomed. I just started dating a girl, and I haven't even held her hand. What about my mother and the others? I'm their only son. What will happen if I die?" His sobs echoed with despair. Listening to Feng Hua's lamentations, Jiang Chong ran a hand through his hair in irritation. "Crying? What is the point in weeping?" A Man Shun TB, So Chapter 14. The Enigmatic Spirit Village, Part 10. A delicate chime resonated through the night, drawing closer with each passing moment. In the darkness, the only sounds were the clattering of two corpses against the iron bars and the eerie jingling of the bells. Suddenly, a crimson figure materialized outside the iron cage where Yin Qing and the others were confined, standing directly before the two corpses, separated merely by a row of iron bars. The corpses continued to collide against the bars, their pale eyes filled with terror. Yin Qing struggled to discern the features of the red figure, her vantage point revealing only the relentless thrashing of the corpses and the billowing red fabric. The figure let out a series of chilling laughs, seemingly recognizing the two corpses. The laughter persisted, as if the figure reveled in the morbid spectacle before it. With a dull thud, the female corpse collapsed, her decaying face still marked by lingering fear. At that moment, Yin Qing finally glimpsed the red figure. Its body appeared swollen and pallid, its face ghostly white, with hollow, dark eye sockets, and bluish lips as if gnawing on something translucent. If Yin Qing was not mistaken, that translucent entity was the soul of the female corpse. After finishing its meal, the crimson figure grinned at the male corpse, which was still futilely battering against the bars, his visage now a portrait of despair. The red figure seemed satisfied, laughing ghoulishly, and with a sudden motion, it lifted the iron cage. The unsteady male corpse tumbled within, though his body continued to strike towards the house. Yin Qing and Jiang Chong hastily grasped the bars to steady themselves, while the unconscious newcomer was not so fortunate, now face to face with the female corpse. If he were to awaken, he would surely faint once more, Yin Qing thought with a hint of uncharitable amusement. The red-clad female corpse weighed the cage. As if surmising something, and with a sinister smile, she seized the cage and soared into the forest. After transporting Yin Qing and the others to a cavern, the red figure departed. Yin Qing speculated that the female spirit might not be able to digest the consumed soul immediately. She required time to assimilate it. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the cave. The male corpse had ceased its futile battering, now slumped despondently in a corner. Yin Qing remained silent, her eyes half closed in meditation. The red figure likely anticipated the presence of others within the cage, yet showed no concern for their escape. After all, no matter how they attempted to flee, they could not break free from this barrier. That red-clad female corpse must be the one known as Xiuhua, correct? Jiang Chong's voice was hoarse, undoubtedly due to a sleepless night. The male corpse nodded in silence, his pale eyes fixated on the decaying body of the female corpse. With the soul consumed, the rate of decay had accelerated, and flies were already feasting upon the putrid flesh. "Why does she lack eyes?" Yin Qing inquired. The male corpse paused, his silence stretching until he finally replied, "I was well when I left the village. It must have been those beasts that caused this." "What became of those beasts?" "They were killed by Xiuhua in the first year after being resurrected." Yin Qing frowned. "So, they committed such acts in life, and you allowed them to escape their just punishment?" The male corpse hesitated, his mouth opening and closing as if searching FO Chapter 15. The enigmatic village, 11. They hastened away from the cavern with utmost dispatch. Remarked, 2 points to consider. Firstly, Xiuhua was blinded before her demise, relying solely on scent and sound for orientation. Secondly, she can only consume 1 soul per day, necessitating a minimum of 4 hours for digestion. Paused, then stated, "Previously, and I discovered a Taoist temple in the woods containing a seal talisman for containing vengeful corpses. If all goes according to plan, it can be employed to confine Xiuhua. However, its application is rather intricate." Nodded in tacit agreement. Scratched his head. The progress bar is stuck at approximately 60. "Are we about to be prompted to choose a faction?" Concurred, based on the current circumstances, that's highly probable. Inquired, "Which side should we align with?" Hesitated before articulating, "And I intend to side with the villagers and seal the vengeful corpse." 2 reasons. First, the villagers are more numerous, and the vengeful corpse only consumes 1 soul daily. We can then pilfer the items belonging to the vengeful corpse from the villagers, ensuring our safety. Second, if we aid the vengeful corpse in defeating the villagers, she would consume 7 per year. By the time she has devoured all the villagers, an inordinate amount of time will have elapsed. Moreover, the vengeful spirit is exceedingly wary, making it difficult to gain her trust. Everyone except nodded in agreement. Undeniably, given the present situation, this was the most judicious course of action. Nonetheless, the ultimate decision of which faction to support rests with each individual. "I choose the villager's side," declared, whereupon promptly affirmed his allegiance. Nodded approvingly, and then inquired of, and what about you two?" Remained silent, her eyes narrowed in contemplation. Scratched his head, glancing its reticence. Seemed to comprehend, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. "It appears you two intend to choose the vengeful corpse's faction. Please join us. We'll be safer together." "Ah, have you two already made your decision?" S gazed towards and carried a hint of derision. "Then be careful," responded Amim. "Thank you." Scoffed and ceased speaking, turning to rouse the slumbering. Slowly opened his eyes, glancing around in bewilderment. "Am I still alive?" Reiterated his previous statement too, and, predictably, after a series of persuasions, unhesitatingly opted for the villagers' faction. Before departing with the two, cast a final sardonic glance at and her companion, then left without looking back. "Why didn't you go?" "Huh? Me? I just think you're quite clever, and I believe you wouldn't do anything without assurance." Habitually scratched his head. "Besides, those villagers aren't exactly paragons of virtue. They even threatened to eat us before. Compared to their actions, I find the vengeful corpse more pitiable." "Let's go then." "Oh, where are we going?" Hurriedly followed, to find a place to sleep. As the 4th night descended, cast several hesitant glances at the black coffin in the forest. Since parting ways with, had indeed found a spot, produced a coffin, and promptly retired to sleep. Was genuinely resting, having exerted herself the previous night, both mentally and physically. Maintaining a sound state was paramount, especially as the end drew near. When awoke, it was already late at night. Upon opening the coffin, she saw tending a fire, grilling fish. Upon noticing his awakening, enthusiastically called out, "Hey, you're awake. Come eat some fish." Silently stowed away the coffin and approached. Unperturbed by her aloofness, remarked, "Living in the forest is quite convenient. We can provide for ourselves. The fish in that river are large and plump. That river is likely where Xiuhua drowned herself." As she spoke, casually picked up a skewer of mushrooms, assessed them for toxicity, and began consuming them. Glanced at, then at the grilled fish in his hand, suddenly finding it less appealing. After satiating their hunger, declared, "Let's go." Questioned, "Where to this time?" Replied, back to the previous cavern. Huh? Hey, wait for me. Hastily extinguished the fire and hurried after her. Upon their return to the cavern, the old male corpse's soul had already been absorbed. Instructed, retrieve the items they concealed around their waists. Oh, stole a few glances at, and upon realizing she was indeed addressing him, he paused momentarily before reluctantly searching the corpses. Extracted 2 light-colored bodices from the corpses. Casually took one for herself and instructed to carry the other. Felt somewhat awkward. Carrying a bodice feels rather strange. Nonchalantly stated, you can choose not to wear it and wait for the vengeful corpse to find you. Aren't we aligned with the vengeful corpse? Shouldn't we meet and communicate with her? Halted, turning to face. Communicate with a vengeful corpse? Are you tired of living? Habitually scratched his head in confusion. Without communication, how can we help the vengeful corpse exact her revenge? Cast a fleeting glance at before resuming her stride. The vengeful corpse isn't bloodthirsty. She only requires 5 hours to digest a soul, yet she only consumes souls for 7 days each year. I suspect she merely seeks to replenish her depleted energy. Her animosity towards the remaining villagers isn't substantial, but she persistently refuses to relinquish control of this village, indicating that there is someone within this vicinity whom she deeply despises. Inquired, but haven't those who wronged her already perished? No. There is one individual whose fate we have not heard from the beginning, the son of the affluent landowner. Asked, the one who forcibly married Xiaohua? But he's not from the enigmatic village. Not being from here doesn't mean he isn't here. Is he here then? A 90 probability. Otherwise, I can't conceive of anyone else whom the vengeful corpse would resent so intensely for so many years, refusing to give up. Moreover, I suspect this son of may still be an ordinary human. Oh, so what are we going to do now? Let's continue sleeping for now and discuss it tomorrow. With that, produced the coffin, lay down, closed the lid, and went to sleep. Chapter 16. The Enigmatic Village, Part 12. In the early morning, the gentle warmth of the sun generously cascaded through the forest, stretching the shadows of the towering trees and weaving them together to create a serene and inviting atmosphere. Each magnificent tree basked in the sun's embrace, relishing every inch of warmth it offered. Yin Qing couldn't help but stretch lazily, inhaling the fresh air of nature, which uplifted her spirits considerably. Having rested enough, Yin Qing turned to call for Jiang Chong to leave, only to find a muscular man sitting idly on a stone slab, his dark circles prominently visible, casting a rather mournful glance in her direction. With a raised eyebrow, Yin Qing inquired, Did you not sleep well? Jiang Chong nodded, continuing to look at her with a hint of sorrow. His gaze made Yin Qing feel uneasy. Is it that you couldn't find rest in this forest? Indeed, with the presence of snakes and insects, it would be challenging to sleep soundly. No, that's not it, Jiang Chong replied. During my military service, I often slept in the wilderness. Then what is the reason? Yin Qing pressed, perplexed. I still don't understand why you are so certain that Li Yuanwai's son is in the enigmatic village. Yin Qing's lips twitched slightly. Didn't I outline the reasons yesterday? With a sigh, she elaborated, I previously mentioned that Xiaohua does not harbor hatred towards the remaining villagers. If she truly despised them, she would have consumed their souls long ago, rather than allowing them to remain as they are. Of course, it is also possible that she wishes to torment them, letting them suffer in agony until they fade away. However, I believe this likelihood is quite slim. I am inclined to think her hatred is targeted. Moreover, since the game aims for us to succeed, a deadlock cannot exist. Yin Qing's expression turned slightly grave. Furthermore, as the one who inflicted the greatest harm upon Xiaohua, it is improbable that she would forget Li Yuanwai's son. Just consider it. If you were Xiaohua, would you seek out the villagers first or Li Yuanwai's son? Without hesitation, Jiang Chong responded, Of course, I would seek Li Yuanwai's son. He is the culprit. Indeed, if Xiaohua sought vengeance against Li Yuanwai's son first, the old male corpse would certainly have heard something. Yet, when he recounted the events surrounding Xiaohua's transformation into a vengeful spirit, he failed to mention Li Yuanwai's son. This indicates that upon becoming a vengeful spirit, Xiaohua arrived at the enigmatic village first and did not visit Li Yuanwai's residence. The only plausible explanation for this is that Li Yuany's son was present in the enigmatic village at that time. She came to find him, but, for some reason, was unable to do so, leading her to seal off this space. Yin Qing continued. As for why the old male corpse never mentioned Li Yuany's son, it is likely that he is not deliberately concealing this information, but rather does not know that Li Yuany's son is in the village, having not seen him for so long. Thus, it is highly probable that Li Yuany's son is somewhere in this forest. Jiang Chong nodded, albeit somewhat bewildered. Oh, I think I understand now. So Xiaohua is also in the forest to find him? More or less, Yin Qing replied. Now what shall we do? With a casual glance at him, Yin Qing stated, naturally, we must seek out Li Yuany's son. She then turned and walked away gracefully, leaving Jiang Chong to touch his nose, feeling somewhat slighted. Once he saw Yin Qing walk further away, he promptly followed her. Why did Li Yuany's son come to the village in the first place? Didn't he returned Xiaohua? Jiang Chong queried as they walked. I don't know, Yin Qing replied. Wait, you really don't know? Jiang Chong exclaimed in disbelief, his expression suggesting, how can you not know this? Yin Qing simply looked at him with a nonchalant gaze before continuing ahead. At that moment, Yin Qing suddenly raised her hand and gestured to Jiang Chong. Wait, don't move. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chong immediately froze. I think I smell roasted fish. Yin Qing waved her hand and cautiously approached the source of the aroma. There was indeed roasted fish on a grill, the embers still glowing, yet no one was in sight. Yin Qing frowned, her eyes inadvertently glancing at a shadow nearby. Be careful, behind you. Jiang Chong, alerted by her words, swiftly reacted and executed a perfect shoulder throw, pinning the individual down. Wait, cough, cough, it's me. The familiar voice made Jiang Chong look down to see Cheng Xing. Oh, it's you. He immediately helped Cheng Xing to his feet. Jiang Chong pouted, expressing his discontent. What were you doing sneaking up behind us? Cheng Xing rubbed his sore body and, hearing Jiang Chong's complaints, could not help but grimace. I was the one injured. Do you realize that? Did you escape too? Indeed. You have no idea. Jiang Chong seemed to have found a topic to discuss, eagerly sharing his experiences. Yin Qing had been quiet for much of the journey, but now, Jiang Chong's words flowed freely, as if he had been holding back for too long. So that is how it is, Jiang Chong concluded before taking a sip of water. His throat parched from talking too long. Cheng Xing, still incredulous, responded, So you're going to find Li Yuany's son? Jiang Chong nodded affirmatively. Exactly. What if I said, I want Chapter 17, The Enigmatic Spirit Village, Part 13. As night descended, a few individuals stealthily infiltrated the village. Jiang Chong whispered, Which house are we heading to? Yin Qing replied, Do you remember the male corpse that led us to the village chief's house that day? We're going to his home. Cheng Xing glanced nervously around. Aren't you afraid of encountering vengeful spirits? Jiang Chong lowered his voice at this hour. They've already had their fill and returned to rest. Once they arrived, Jiang Chong inquired, Who will go in? Yin Qing pointed at Cheng Xing. You go. Cheng Xing, taken aback, pointed to himself in disbelief, but received a confirming nod from Yin Qing. Jiang Chong said, All right, then I'll keep watch. Yin Qing nodded and, crouching down, entered the house alongside Cheng Xing. Yin Qing urged, Hurry up. Cheng Xing hesitated as he lifted the bed sheet, and indeed, he discovered the male corpse sleeping against the bedboard, its pale, malicious eyes glaring at them. Faster, don't dawdle, Yin Qing insisted. Cheng Xing, biting his lip, closed his eyes to ignore the corpse's sinister gaze, reached out, and began to search the corpse. In the process, he accidentally brushed against the maggot-infested flesh, nearly retching from disgust. Upon finding what he sought, Cheng Xing quickly withdrew his hand. It was a pair of white stockings, albeit dirty and grimy. He suppressed his nausea and stuffed the stockings into his clothing. Just as they were about to leave, Yin Qing suddenly seemed to recall something. Ignoring the corpse's malignant stare, she began to rummage through the room and successfully located 2 sets of bedding and pillows. Yin Qing summoned a coffin, placed the bedding inside, and then retrieved it back into her spatial storage. This was a new ability Yin Qing had discovered earlier. While bedding could not be directly stored, it could be placed in the coffin and then stored away. Cheng Xing was somewhat bewildered, realizing it could be done this way. Let us go. Yin Qing said. Cheng Xing proposed, "Shall we continue searching the forest? It's nearly dawn. We can vaguely discern the situation in the woods. There's still some time before dawn. Let us rest," Yin Qing stated, skillfully producing the coffin and tossing out the 2 sets of bedding before lying down to sleep. Cheng Xing, slightly confused, mused, "Is she always like this?" Jiang Chong nodded, now accustomed to it. This girl could do without many things, but sleep was not one of them. No matter how tight the schedule, rest could not be forsaken. Jiang Chong inquired, "Where did the bedding come from?" Cheng Xing responded, "From that male corpse's house." Jiang Chong nodded in understanding. Today marked the 6th day since their arrival in the enigmatic spirit village. In the early morning, the trio split into 2 groups. Jiang Chong remained in the village to observe, while Yin Qing and Cheng Xing ventured into the woods to search for the son of the wealthy Li family. "Goodness, this forest is enormous. How long will it take to find anything?" Cheng Xing complained, sitting on a stone and rubbing his sore calves. After a while, noticing Yin Qing had not spoken, he curiously glanced over. "What are you looking at?" He leaned closer to see where Yin Qing was focused. Yin Qing remarked, "The grass is bent the wrong way." Cheng Xing asked, "What do you mean it's just grass?" Yin Qing explained, "We came from that direction. If we stepped on this little patch of grass, it should bend the opposite way." Cheng Xing quickly grasped her point. "You're right. The bending direction is indeed incorrect." Yin Qing continued, "Moreover, the grass is clearly deformed from being trampled. It wouldn't bend like this from just 1 or 2 steps." Cheng Xing concluded, "So, this must be a result of someone living in the woods trampling the grass. This trace must have been left by a vengeful spirit or the person we're searching for." Yin Qing nodded. "Let us head that way and take a look." After walking a bit further, they stopped beneath a large locust tree near a river. Yin Qing said, "Let us rest here. It's too far." And Jiang Chong won't be able to catch up easily. When Jiang Chong arrived, he found Yin Qing and Cheng Xing frowning at some dry twigs while holding firestones. Upon seeing him, their eyes lit up. "Finally, brother, you're back," Cheng Xing exclaimed, handing the firestone to Jiang Chong. "This thing is impossible to ignite." Jiang Chong, with a resigned expression, took the firestone and quickly managed to spark a flame, earning appreciative glances from both. Feeling a bit bashful under their gaze, he scratched his head and volunteered to take on the honorable task of roasting fish and mushrooms, once again receiving encouraging looks. After satisfying their hunger, Yin Qing inquired about the situation in the village. Jiang Chong reported, "They have indeed begun to stir. This morning, I noticed that group of corpses working on something at the altar. I didn't dare get too close, so I couldn't see exactly what it was. But judging by their actions, they might finish by tomorrow." Yin Qing asked, "Anything else?" "Yes, I think Wang Jiaji and Li might be a couple. They always seem to be whispering sweet nothings to each other behind Feng Hua's back," Jiang Chong replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone, as it felt a bit voyeuristic to eavesdrop on a couple's rendezvous. "I don't think they're a couple," Yin Qing mused after a moment of contemplation. "They must have participated in the game together before and collaborated. Their behavior seems deliberately misleading, possibly to create a distraction for that newcomer." Jiang Chong seemed puzzled, but they do seem to like each other. Cheng Xing scoffed, "TSK, what a ruse. That bespectacled man didn't even want to save that girl with glasses." His expression then clearly indicated he was pondering her utility. If she were his wife, he wouldn't have deliberated so much. Of course, if that man is particularly scummy, then forget I said anything. Jiang Chong asked, "All right, so do you have any progress?" Yin Qing replied, "Well, we have a rough idea of where someone might be hiding, but we don't know if it's Xiuhua or the son of the wealthy Li family." Jiang Chong gritted his teeth. "I hope it's that scoundrel. Let us catch him quickly and finish this game." "All right, let us rest," Yin Qing concluded. Once more, she produced the coffin, tossed out 2 sets of bedding for the others, then lay down, leaving only a small opening, and closed her eyes to sleep. The 2, clinging to their bedding, thought, "Is rest time really arriving so abruptly?" Chapter 18. The Village of Deceptive Spirits, Part 14. The night was shrouded in darkness, with the distant sound of bells echoing through the forest, growing ever closer. At this moment, Yin Qing, lying in her coffin, had already opened her eyes, her complexion somewhat ghastly. Jiang Chong and Cheng Xing had also awakened, their faces pale, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared apprehension. This path seemed to be frequented by vengeful spirits. Otherwise, what manner of ghost would emerge at such an hour? As the ringing approached, a flicker of red emerged amidst the inky shadows of the woods, swiftly advancing under the moonlight, until, with a thud, the crimson figure collided with a dark coffin. Jiang Chong and Cheng Xing, had circumstances permitted, would have sighed in exasperation at the absurdity of the situation. Of all places to stumble, why here? How could they have overlooked such a critical detail? Meanwhile, Yin Qing, in her coffin, could not suppress the twitch of her lips. How was it that she had fortuitously found herself in the path of this collision? The red figure swayed slightly, bewildered by the sudden obstruction in her familiar route. The vengeful spirit extended her pale, bluish hands, tentatively probing the obstacle, her fingers tracing the surface of the coffin. The two onlookers, witnessing this eerie interaction, felt their hearts tremble, their breaths quickening with each movement of the spirit's fingers. Oh no, she's nearly reaching the gap. The two hidden observers held their breath, their hearts pounding, acutely aware of the peril they faced, fearing they might miss the slightest opportunity to flee. Just as the spirit's fingers seemed poised to touch the narrow opening, they miraculously withdrew. A sigh of relief escaped the duo, though their respite was short-lived. The female specter suddenly pressed her face against the coffin, her hollow eye sockets aligning perfectly with the gap. Oh dear, please don't scream. Their hearts stopped once more, fingers gripping the blanket tightly, eyes fixed in terror, terrified of the slightest movement that might signal their doom. Yin Qing, lying within the coffin, was equally startled by the spirit's sudden proximity, feeling as though those empty eye sockets were fixated upon her. She slowly steadied her breath, calmly observing the dark voids, sensing the spirit's hesitation. After a moment, the spirit gradually withdrew her pale visage from the coffin. Yet before Yin Qing could truly relax, a ghostly finger hesitantly reached towards her. Yin Qing. Meanwhile, the other two had braced themselves for flight, ready to bolt at the slightest contact between the spirit and Yin Qing. The spirit's hand grazed the pillow, inching closer to Yin Qing's head. Suddenly, a man's scream echoed from afar. The spirit's hand recoiled instantly, her figure twisting towards the source of the sound. After a brief wait, reassured that the spirit would not return for the time being, they collectively exhaled, the tension of the previous moments still palpable. Yin Qing, with a dark expression, rose from her coffin, retracting its presence, casting a fleeting glance at the two who were still in flight mode. The two, caught off guard by her gaze, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, fidgeting awkwardly, indifferent to their discomfort. Yin Qing turned and walked in another direction, prompting them to hastily follow, clutching their blankets. Yin Qing could not deny that this incident was her oversight. Who would have thought to sleep right in the path of someone returning home? The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, heralding yet another beautiful day. Jiang Chong, stretching luxuriously, was about to call out to the others when he was startled by the sight of Yin Qing, her eyes heavy with fatigue. Last night, Yin Qing had discovered a particular advantage of the coffin, its ability to ward off mosquitoes. Because of the vengeful spirit, she had refrained from using the coffin for sleep, fearing that the spirit might take an unexpected route home. Thus, she had wrapped herself in her blanket for the latter half of the night, only to suffer the torment of mosquitoes buzzing incessantly in her ears, robbing her of rest, while the two men slept soundly. Reflecting on this, Yin Qing glanced at Jiang Chong, noting his well-rested demeanor. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Jiang Chong awkwardly suggested, "This morning we have fish soup. It's almost ready. Perhaps you should get up and have some?" Yin Qing acknowledged with a hum, silently rising to summon the coffin, placing the blanket inside before noticing that Cheng Xing remained asleep. Without hesitation, she yanked his blanket away and stowed in the coffin, returning it to her system space. Jiang Chong cast a pitying glance at the nearly bare Cheng Xing brother. "Are you not cold? Maybe next time, you should sleep fully dressed." Yin Qing disregarded the nearly naked Cheng Xing and Jiang Chong's puzzled expression, striding purposefully towards the river to wash up. Upon returning, having completed her morning rituals, she found Cheng Xing dressed, his eyes flashing with indignation, seemingly demanding an explanation. Yet, Yin Qing breezed past him, heading straight for the fish soup. Once she had eaten her fill, she remarked, "Next time, we should use a larger pot. This one is too small." Jiang Chong nodded in agreement. Yes. You almost finished it all." He was cut off by a series of sneezes. Yin Qing distanced herself slightly, her expression one of mild distaste, while Jiang Chong cast a sympathetic glance at Cheng Xing. "There is still some fish soup left. It's still warm. Do have some more." Cheng Xing, fighting back tears from his sneezing fit, fixed his gaze on Yin Qing, though his watery eyes lacked any semblance of a threatening demeanor. Chapter 19. The Enigmatic Village, Part 15. Cheng Xing inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Achoo!" Jiang Chong interjected with a follow-up question. "Indeed. The traces we see are left by the vengeful corpse, not that scoundrel. We seem to have lost our way again. What now?" Yin Qing pondered for a moment and replied, "We shall continue down this path, venturing deeper." Cheng Xing remarked, "But that leads us toward the vengeful spirit. Have you ever heard of the term darkness under the lamp?" Yin Qing said, "It signifies that the things closest to you are the hardest to perceive." Huh. Just then, before Cheng Xing could voice his doubts, Jiang Chong had already posed a question. Cheng Xing nodded slightly, evidently sharing the same confusion. Yin Qing elucidated, "Xihua perished by drowning. Being of a water-based constitution, she fears the sun, hence she will not appear during the day. However, she roams freely at night. Out of the entire year, she consumes spiritual entities for only 7 days. What do you think she occupies herself with during the rest of the time?" Cheng Xing asked, "Are you suggesting she is searching for people at night?" "Indeed," Yin Qing affirmed. "Thus, over the years, she must have scoured this forest thoroughly. Yet, there is one particular location she might have searched, but there is bound to be a flaw." "Ah, that would be near where she resides," Jiang Chong quickly grasped. "Who would have imagined that the person she seeks is right beneath her nose?" Yin Qing nodded. "Of course, this remains a possibility. We will only know once we venture there." Jiang Chong asked, "So how shall we proceed? Should I remain at the village?" Yin Qing instructed, "In the morning, Jiang Chong, you should first observe the village. At noon, when the sun is at its zenith, follow the symbols we left behind to find us." "Understood. Wait." Cheng Xing suddenly halted, turning back to signal Yin Qing about a cave ahead. Yin Qing furrowed his brow and cautiously approached the cave alongside Cheng Xing inside. A large stone bore a red figure facing away from them. Cheng Xing and Yin Qing exchanged glances, silently agreeing to lower their voices and prepare to leave. "Achoo!" Cheng Xing could not stifle a loud sneeze. "Who?" The red figure instantly approached the cave entrance, prompting Yin Qing and Cheng Xing to flee. As the vengeful spirit was about to cross the threshold, sunlight struck her skin, emitting a hissing sound, causing the spirit to let out a wretched scream and retreat into the cave. The two continued running until they paused a short distance away. Yin Qing cast a discontented glance at Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing, flustered, exclaimed, "Damn it, Achoo! Whom should I blame?" Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. "Am I to blame?" Cheng Xing replied. "Could it be otherwise?" After a moment of silent exchange, Cheng Xing relented, deciding not to bicker further. "Which direction should we pursue now?" Yin Qing instructed, "Let's venture a bit further behind the cave." At noon, Jiang Chong arrived, jogging along the symbols left by Yin Qing and Cheng Xing, and found Yin Qing squatting before a pit, munching on fruits foraged from the forest. Gasping for breath, Jiang Chong asked, "Hey, where is everyone?" Yin Qing remained silent, gesturing towards the pit. "What?" Jiang Chong looked puzzled. Yin Qing replied flatly, "Someone fell into the pit." "Oh, we need to get him out quickly," Jiang Chong exclaimed, approaching the edge of the pit. "Wow, how deep is this?" "Indeed, we need a rope. There's a vine nearby. You should weave one," Yin Qing suggested. "Okay, I'll get right on it." Without pausing for breath, Jiang Chong set about crafting the rope. "All right, I'm going down first." Before Jiang Chong could finish, Yin Qing had already slid down the vine. Jiang Chong scratched his head and followed suit. "Finally, you both made it down." Cheng Xing, seated beside a stone at the bottom, was nursing his injuries. "I thought you two would take forever." "Achoo, achoo." "Hey, brother, stop talking. Your sneezes are making me uncomfortable," Jiang Chong said as he reached the bottom. "This height must be at least 20 meters. Thankfully, The vine was long enough. To the right at the bottom of the pit was another opening, which did not appear natural as it was adorned with 2 torches. As Yin Qing approached the entrance, he caught a whiff of a foul odor. Yin Qing inquired, "Can we proceed?" Cheng Xing, sneezing, replied, "No, my leg. Achoo! Is broken." Yin Qing nodded. "Then you wait here. Jiang Chong, let's explore this way." He then handed a torch to Jiang Chong to light. "All right," Jiang Chong responded. "Brother, stay put while we check it out." With that, he hurried after Yin Qing, who had already moved ahead. The cavern was spacious, and after a considerable time navigating, Yin Qing and Jiang Chong finally reached a more open area. The environment was damp, likely due to proximity to a water source. The darkness was less oppressive here, with slivers of light filtering through crevices, and the stench grew more pungent. Yin Qing moved toward the source of the foul odor and soon discovered numerous dead mice, snakes, and even some cockroaches, many of which were infested with maggots. The scene was rather revolting, prompting Yin Qing to wrinkle his nose and avert his gaze. "Hey, what are you staring at over there?" Jiang Chong asked, approaching with curiosity. "Wow, what is this? It's disgusting. This place is wrong," Yin Qing stated. "These were intentionally collected here. Who will be so bored as to gather such things?" Jiang Chong said, pinching his nose and stepping back. "Naturally, it is the individual we seek." Yin Qing paused before continuing, "And he is currently standing about 2 meters behind you, ready to strike you with a piece of wood." At that, the person behind them jolted, swiftly reacting to swing the wooden plank, but Jiang Chong, having trained for years and once served in the military, deftly executed a shoulder throw, effectively subduing the assailant once more. Chapter 20. The Enigmatic Spirit Village, 16. "Who is this beggar?" Jiang Chong remarked with a hint of disdain, withdrawing his hand and instead using his foot to subdue the figure beneath him. "You are the beggar." The voice was hoarse and unpleasant, emanating from a gaunt figure draped in a tattered, indiscernible cloth. His hair was disheveled and matted, faintly exuding a foul odor. Yin Qing wrinkled her nose, stepping back slightly. "Is your surname Li?" The beggar fell silent, his hair obscuring his minuscule eyes, and his face, adorned with scruffy stubble, rendered his features indistinguishable. He appeared to be around 50 years of age. The old male corpse had mentioned that the incident occurred approximately 18 years ago, when Li Yuanwai's son was roughly 20. Now, 18 years later, he would be in his 40s, and given the ravages of nearly 2 decades, it was understandable that he looked older. "Xiuhua is looking for you," Yin Qing stated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chong immediately realized the identity of the beggar beneath his foot and could not resist giving him a kick. "I can't believe it. You're that scoundrel?" The old beggar coughed a couple of times. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." With a slight smirk, Yin Qing chose not to respond to the beggar's retort. Instead, she cast a languid glance at him and pointed to the decaying, foul-smelling remains of snakes and insects scattered on the ground. "Are these your daily sustenance?" Jiang Chong followed Yin Qing's gesture, and the mere thought of it made him feel nauseous. "Ugh, that's disgusting." The old beggar remained silent, glaring at Yin Qing with oily, unkempt hair shadowing his face. Unfazed by the beggar's gaze, Yin Qing continued, "It seems you are not content with these putrid remains. You yearn for something fresh and living. What living creatures? Are there any alive here?" Jiang Chong pondered, scratching his head, but quickly retracted his hand, remembering his previous contact with the beggar. "Isn't there a lively feast crawling amidst that pile of rotting flesh?" Yin Qing gestured toward the writhing maggots atop the decayed remains. "Is that what you mean?" Jiang Chong's expression twisted as he glanced at the heap of decaying snakes and rodents, feeling the wave of nausea wash over him. "Ugh, I can't take this anymore." Yin Qing calmly observed him. "The ones who eat are still here, aren't they?" "Ugh, I can't even bear to step on him anymore," Jiang Chong exclaimed, hurriedly covering his mouth and pinching his nose, his expression one of utter disgust. Meanwhile, the old beggar beneath his foot was livid, his face turning ashen, his malicious gaze fixed on Yin Qing and Jiang Chong. "What do we do now?" Jiang Chong inquired. "Take him with us," Yin Qing replied. Jiang Chong nodded, kicking the old beggar to prompt him to rise. "Get up, we're leaving. I am not the person you seek." The beggar shouted in a hoarse growl. "Brother, it's not as simple as you say. Just come along." Jiang Chong urged impatiently, overwhelmed by the unbearable stench and the grotesque sights before him. Wait, Yin Qing seemed to recall something. If you are hungry, you could take some of your food with you. Jiang Chong responded, take those things? Isn't that a bit too revolting? The beggar pondered for a moment before reluctantly approaching the heap of putrid snakes and rodents to select a few. Yin Qing observed the beggar's silhouette in silence, momentarily lost in thought. Is that? Ah, Chu. Cheng Xing sat upon a stone, pointing at the additional figure. Is that Li Yuanwai's son? Yes, it is. Jiang Chong affirmed. What do we do to ascend now? Jiang Chong asked. Yin Qing pondered briefly before responding. Jiang Chong. You take the one with the broken leg up first. Cheng Xing interjected, and you will watch over him? Are you sure that's all right? Jiang Chong cast a doubtful glance at Yin Qing's slender limbs. Sensing Jiang Chong's scrutiny, Yin Qing returned his gaze nonchalantly. Then what do you suggest we do? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chong turned to Cheng Xing and the beggar. Fine, one is physically frail, the other aged and weak. Neither can climb on their own. If we take the old man up, he might bolt as soon as we reach the top. At worst, he will just need to be quicker later. Jiang Chong secured Cheng Xing with vines and began to ascend step by step. The beggar kept his head lowered, glancing furtively at Yin Qing, lost in thought, while Yin Qing appeared oblivious, leisurely standing nearby. As Jiang Chong reached the edge of the pit, the beggar's eyes suddenly brightened, and he attempted to flee. However, before he could get far, Yin Qing delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Cough, you! The beggar glared at Yin Qing, seemingly astonished that a woman possessed such strength. Yin Qing had previously discerned that her current physical condition was quite satisfactory. After discreetly comparing her stamina and strength with Jiang Chong, she surmised that they were not far apart. Thus, her kick was far from gentle for someone who had long suffered from malnutrition. When Jiang Chong reached the bottom of the pit, he found Yin Qing standing idly as before, while the old beggar lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen and groaning softly. What happened to him? Jiang Chong inquired. Curiosity piqued. Yin Qing replied, he has upset his stomach. Jiang Chong's imagination conjured an unpleasant image, and he glanced at the old beggar with a grimace. So I have to carry him up? Yin Qing paused before saying, no need to carry him. Just tie him up and pull him up. Why didn't you say so earlier? He has already backed down. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chong's direct gaze, Yin Qing added, I just forgot. Then it would have been better not to tell me. Resigned, Jiang Chong began to climb again. Once he had ascended, Yin Qing gave the prostrate old beggar a kick. Stop pretending to be dead. Go tie yourself up. The old beggar remained motionless, as if devoid of breath. Huh! Yin Qing chuckled lightly. I lack patience. If you don't want to be kicked, you better obey. The old man's body stiffened before he silently rose to tie himself beneath the vines. Yin Qing added nonchalantly, make sure it's secure. We don't want you falling and injuring yourself. The old beggar's fingers stiffened momentarily as he shot a glare at Yin Qing, then wrapped the vines around himself a few more times. Once satisfied, Yin Qing signaled Jiang Chong at the pit's edge, giving an okay gesture. Jiang Chong then began to pull the vines, leaving the old beggar suspended uneasily, his feet flailing. Yin Qing frowned. Behave yourself. The beggar shot a resentful, vicious glare at Yin Qing, but averted his gaze when she looked his way, his head drooping once more. Chapter 21. The Enigmatic Spirit Village, 17. Once Yin Qing emerged from the pit, she instructed Jiang Chong to bind the old beggar, allowing him to walk with only his legs. After completing the task, Jiang Chong inquired, what shall we do next? Yin Qing brushed the mud off her red dress and replied, we will head near the village. She then glanced at Cheng Xing, who was seated on the ground, and added, you carry him. With that, Yin Qing took the rope and dragged the old beggar ahead, while Jiang Chong hastily hoisted Cheng Xing onto his back and followed suit. At this moment, the group paused not far from the village, in a location that allowed them to catch a glimpse of the altar while remaining concealed. Any closer and they risked being discovered. Yin Qing watched the altar's unfolding events in silence, sensing that preparations were underway on the other side, awaiting the night's developments. However, a frown creased her brow as she surveyed the surroundings of the village. Where had the newcomer vanished? Jiang Chong. Did you see anything unusual near the village this morning? Yin Qing asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Huh? Jiang Chong turned, somewhat bewildered, before suddenly smacking his forehead as if recalling something. Oh, how could I have forgotten? That newcomer, the one named Fang Hua, is dead. Dead? Yin Qing echoed, her eyes widening. Jiang Chong nodded solemnly, explaining, when I arrived this morning, I happened to see his corpse being consumed by the villagers. Ha! Newcomers are always exploited. Cheng Xing, reclining against a tree, remarked with a tone of derision. They think they've found a strong ally, only to realize they've been handed a death warrant. How could that be? Jiang Chong retorted, incredulous. They are from the same faction. Why not? Cheng Xing countered mockingly. Let's not forget how that adorable girl met her end. But, Jiang Chong hesitated, wanting to argue further, but Cheng Xing interrupted him. You underestimate human nature. Do you think this is still a society governed by laws? Wake up. Such innocence here can lead to an early demise. Yin Qing remained silent, her agreement evident. She believed in the innate goodness of humanity. Yet, she also acknowledged that when stripped of constraints, the essence of humanity could devolve into malevolence. To err on the side of caution, Yin Qing instructed Jiang Chong to search the old beggar. Aside from a bundle of decaying rat meat, nothing else was found. They even inspected the rat meat, but no hidden treasures emerged. Yin Qing pondered deeply. Had she merely overthought the situation? Was it simply the cave's oppressive stench? As night descended, Yin Qing's group secured the old beggar to a tree trunk and concealed themselves within a thicket, awaiting developments. Meanwhile, at the altar, a dazed old corpse was also bound, while Wang Jiaji and Leah observed from the altar's periphery. From a distance, Jiang Chong remarked, that looks like the owner of the house where Fang Hua stayed. Yin Qing noted this too. Despite the distance, the figure appeared to be Li Dafeng's father. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden tinkling of bells pierced the stillness of the night, echoing sharply in the silence. Moments later, a red figure flickered in the distance, drawing closer. It's here. The group exchanged knowing glances, their breaths growing shallow. The red figure swiftly approached, hesitating only briefly before racing towards the altar. What is happening? Jiang Chong queried, bewildered, while Cheng Xing's expression darkened. On the opposite side, Wang Jiaji and Leah felt a surge of excitement as the vengeful corpse reached the altar's vicinity. Victory was within their grasp. The female corpse seemed to sense her surroundings, wavering uncertainly near the altar, as if searching for safety. No, something's amiss. Yin Qing frowned, her gaze fixated on the old beggar, who was now watching them with gleeful malice in his tiny eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck her. A subtle smile graced her lips as she glanced at the bound old beggar, beckoning Jiang Chong to lean in closer. Is this for real? Jiang Chong looked astonished and somewhat despairing as he regarded Yin Qing. She nodded firmly, gesturing towards Cheng Xing, implying that only a disabled man like him could assist. Yin Qing offered Jiang Chong silent encouragement. Reluctantly, he approached the old beggar, who eyed him warily. Jiang Chong glared menacingly at him before taking a deep breath and yanking down the beggar's trousers. Sensing something amiss, the old beggar began to squirm in panic. At that moment, the vengeful corpse drew closer to the altar, just a few steps away from stepping onto it. Quickly, time is running out. Yin Qing silently urged Jiang Chong, her brow furrowed. Grimacing, Jiang Chong inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and bravely reached behind the old beggar, forcing himself to search. As the vengeful corpse approached the altar, Jiang Chong managed to retrieve something from the old beggar. The instant his hand withdrew, the corpse let out a piercing scream and charged towards Yin Qing. Jiang Chong swiftly dove behind a nearby thicket, clutching the object in his hand. Cautiously inching towards Yin Qing and Cheng Xing, stop. Don't come any closer. Yin Qing immediately motioned for him to halt. Cheng Xing echoed her sentiment, his expression wary. Jiang Chong glared at them, frustration simmering in Chapter 22. The Cursed Spirit Village. Conclusion. Here, the vengeful spirit cloaked in crimson shadows moved with an eerie precision. Its pitch-black eye sockets fixated on the old beggar. Its long, pallid, and bluish feet approach him step by step. No, do not come closer. The old beggar silently shook his head in desperation, his eyes filled with terror, yet harboring a glimmer of hope as he furtively glanced at the apparition. At this moment, Jiang Chong felt a strange admiration for the old beggar. How could he still cling to the hope that he remained unnoticed? The vengeful spirit halted approximately 1 meter from the beggar. Just as the old beggar's hopes soared, the spirit slowly bent down, sniffing the air before its grin widened, its entire being trembling with excitement. Hee, is it you? It must be you. I found you. Found you. No, not me. Where is it? Where are my beads? Hurry, return them to me. The old beggar was utterly terrified, his mind racing as he desperately searched for the Buddhist beads he had cherished since childhood. No, it's you. I remember your scent. The spirit, recalling something, added ominously, I remember. Not me. The old beggar muttered emphatically, his gaze unfocused, repeating his pleas in a daze. The spirit gradually retracted its smile, lowering its head in silence as it contemplated the beggar's wretched state, its pale visage betraying a mocking sneer. Ah, how the tables have turned. Did you ever foresee this day? As the spirit and the man exchanged a poignant gaze, a sudden loud sneeze shattered the stillness of the night. Yin Qing. Jiang Chong. Damn it. Chang Xing struggled to wipe the mucus from his face, gesturing helplessly to the two. The two exchanged glances, and Yin Qing furrowed his brow, signaling them to remain still. The sneeze had not gone unnoticed, yet the spirit seemed oblivious to their presence, fixated solely on its long-awaited prey. After a brief moment, the spirit appeared to have sufficiently savored the old beggar's plight. It extended its ghastly pale left hand, seizing the beggar's head, while its other hand roamed to his arm, a sinister smile creeping across its ghastly face. Ah! The old beggar's anguished scream echoed through the woods as his frail left arm was forcefully wrenched away, blood spurting forth, rendering the scene grisly. The spirit chuckled with apparent satisfaction. Then, with a hint of disdain, it brought the severed limb, Chapter 23, Star Realm, when Yin Qing regained her senses. She found herself enveloped in a pitch-black, three-dimensional space. At the center of this space stood a transparent display screen. Official player. Yin Qing player code. 140318 player level. Level 1 intelligence. 818 stamina. 623 strength. 522 luck. 7 points. 0 abilities. None the display presented a more detailed account than what she had seen previously in the Ghost Spirit Village. If her assumptions were correct, the areas marked next to intelligence, stamina, and strength indicated her potential for development, while her luck seemed to be predetermined. At that moment, the space appeared to distort, and a pink fluff ball materialized before the display. With its appearance, the entire space transformed into a rosy hue. Even the text on the screen shifted to pink. Yin Qing. She was not fond of this color. Player number 140318. Official player Yin Qing. Greetings. Welcome to the Star Realm. I am your artificial intelligence, Little Pink 110124. It is a pleasure to meet you. The mechanical voice of the pink fluff ball emitted a sound akin to metal clashing. Yin Qing frowned slightly. I dislike pink. Can I have a different AI? Little Pink 110124 replied. Hello? That is not possible. Yin Qing inquired. Can the color of this space be adjusted? Hello? That is not possible. This color is permanent. Yin Qing surveyed the surrounding pink with a hint of distaste. Little Pink 110124 hesitated briefly before continuing. Not currently. The future is uncertain. Yin Qing. Little Pink 110124. Detection indicates that official player Yin Qing has yet to complete the game assessment for the Calamity of Ghost Spirit Village. Would you like to proceed with the assessment? Yin Qing. Will there be rewards? Little Pink 110124. The system will evaluate the player's performance in the game and provide certain rewards. Yin Qing. Proceed with the assessment. Little Pink 110124. Understood. Please wait a moment. Processing assessment. The display of Yin Qing's personal information vanished, replaced by a plethora of new data. Official player. Yin Qing player code. 140318 player level. Level 1 game the Calamity of Ghost Spirit Village rating. 8. 7 quest progress. 91 gold coins. 1,000 experience increased by 10 points. Congratulations, player Yin Qing has successfully leveled up to level 2. Due to the player's successful assistance in avenging the vengeful spirit, the game instanced the calamity of Ghost Spirit Village will be permanently closed. Permanently closed? Yin Qing pondered for a moment before asking, are these games set in the real world, or are they illusions created by you? Little Pink 110124. Hello. Insufficient permissions to answer. Yin Qing, not wishing to trouble an artificial intelligence, inquired, what about the game rewards? Little Pink 110124. Hello. Due to your outstanding performance in the last game, you have earned the MVP title, granting you an additional chance to draw rewards. 10 pink cards materialized on the display. Little Pink 110124. You may select 2 cards from the 10 available. Yin Qing's lips quivered slightly. The sight of the rows of pink was indeed rather jarring. The 10 cards bore only a simple golden outline pentagram symbol. What do these cards contain? Yin Qing asked. Little Pink 110124. Items, including attack-type items, defense-type items, and support-type items. I'll take the first 2 from the vertical column, Yin Qing stated. Little Pink 110124 understood. The obtained items have been sent to your inventory. Please check your bag. Little Pink, open the inventory, Yin Qing commanded. Little Pink 110124. Opening now. Inside the inventory, 3 items were displayed. Support type, the Coffin of Tao Tai, damage support type, Neighbor's Golden Shovel support type, Goose Down Comforter, Yin Qing. What is the highest possible luck value? Little Pink 110124. According to current player data, the highest luck value is 11, with an average around 6. 5. Yin Qing. Should she be grateful that her luck exceeded the average? I require information about this space, Yin Qing requested. Little Pink 110124. Hello, due to insufficient permissions, I am unable to provide comprehensive details about the Star Realm. However, I will compile the accessible information for you. Little Pink 110124. The Star Realm began on May 4th, 2189, falling on a blue star. It officially launched on October 1st, 2415. It has been 259 days since the launch, with a total of 95,016 official players. Every 90 days, players are randomly selected for game participation. If they do not self-select by the deadline, the system will enforce a selection. This is the information compiled for you regarding the Star Realm. Yin Qing fell silent for a moment before asking, can we return a blue star? Little Pink 110124. Hello. Yes. Players with a game rating of 7. 5 or higher will receive corresponding time allowances to remain on Blue Star. Your game The Calamity of Ghost Spirit Village has a rating of 8. 7, allowing you to stay on Blue Star for 57 hours and 36 minutes. After this time, you will automatically return to the Star Realm. So I can only stay here during the day? Yin Qing frowned, gazing at the pink space. Little Pink 110124. Yes. You may purchase furniture for the room using the gold coins you have acquired. Would you like me to open the shopping interface for you? Open it, Yin Qing replied. Little Pink 110124. The shopping interface is now open. Please shop wisely according to your gold coin balance. The marketplace was divided into categories: food, furniture, and miscellaneous, with ongoing expenses calculated for 30 days. Food and furniture types were further categorized into ordinary and functional. Functional items offered additional benefits, such as stamina foods that provided a 0.01 stamina increase per serving, or aesthetic wash basins that improved appearance after 10 uses. However, these functional items were priced exorbitantly, well beyond Yin Qing's current means. With a casual glance at the functional category, Yin Qing quickly shifted her focus to the ordinary section, where prices were considerably lower. A genuine leather sofa cost only 100 gold coins. She purchased a Mu-C soft bed, a white porcelain bathtub, and a few essential household items, totaling just over 700 gold coins. The ongoing expenses for utilities such as water, gas, and electricity were calculated for 30 days. Water was 15 gold coins, gas was 13, and electricity was 14. Yin Qing opted for a 3-month renewal of water and gas. Once activated, the appliances would automatically provide water or gas. Observing the Nordic-style furniture in the pink space, she couldn't help but twitch her lips again. In selecting the furniture, she had neglected to consider compatibility with the room's decor, instead opting for her previous preferences. The result was an incongruous blend with the overly vibrant pink surroundings, leaving her with a rather disjointed feeling. Chapter 24, Astral Realm. The Hidden Secrets of the Phantom Village. Little Pink 110124. Greetings, I have detected that your game task progress has not reached 100. You may spend a certain amount of gold to view the hidden section. Would you like to proceed? After 7 days without washing her hair or bathing, she had begun to feel a tinge of disdain for herself. Splashing sounds echoed as Yin Qing sank her entire body into the bathtub, her head lazily resting against the edge. Little Pink, play some music. Little Pink 110124. Certainly, I am selecting suitable music for you. What should I use today? The shower gel or the fragrant soap? The towel and bath cap. The water temperature is just right. Splashing water to create bubbles today is truly delightful. Singing loudly and swaying my waist, I adore bathing. Wiping my face, touching my belly, even my bottom requires cleansing. I cannot neglect my armpits or the dirt behind my ears. La 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 la. Yin Qing raised her hand to her forehead. Stop, quiet. Little Pink 110124 understood. Little Pink 110124, spending 90 gold. Now accessing the hidden section of the catastrophe of Phantom Village. As a mechanical voice of Little Pink faded, a red figure appeared on the screen. At this moment, Xiao Hua had only returned to Phantom Village for a month or two, her complexion pale and her body frail. A gust of wind seemed capable of toppling her delicate form. She sat on a large stone before her door, gazing vacantly into the distance, tenderly caressing her abdomen. The scene shifted to a group of elegantly dressed young masters indulging in wine and revelry. Li Zhuoming, I hear you have taken a concubine. A wilted flower at that? A man clad in luxurious attire teased, cradling a beauty in his arms. The young master in green, seated in the center, frowned at the twin sisters beside him, expressing his displeasure. Do not mention that, it infuriates me. Ha ha ha. I heard you even gifted her to your servant? Another man, stealing a kiss from a woman, could not help but jest. Your green attire indeed suits the theme. Upon hearing this, the young master in green pushed away the beautiful sisters and stood up to shout at the speaker. Jiang Jiming, shut your mouth. The man, languidly reclining in the woman's embrace, looked at the young master with a hint of mockery. Ha! It is true. This green attire has always been accompanied by such connotations. Enough, enough. Do not quarrel over a mere concubine. It is not worth it. Indeed, indeed. Let us drink. The other young masters chimed in, urging them to cease the argument. Oomph. The young master in green angrily flicked his sleeve, casting a fierce glare at the indolent man, and then departed with his servant. Yin Qing contemplated as she gazed at the young master in green on the screen. This was Li Zhuoming, the son of the wealthy Li family, his name quite befitting of a gentleman. Exiting the tavern, Li Zhuoming sat in the sedan chair, his expression grim. Young master, shall we return to the manor? His servant inquired cautiously. Li Zhuoming looked up at the questioning servant with a sinister smile. No, we shall go to Hexian Village. Phantom Village was known as Hexian Village before Xiao Hua became a vengeful spirit. The servant nodded cautiously and immediately instructed the bearers to head towards Hexian Village. Young master, we have arrived. The servant outside the sedan chair carefully drew back the curtain. Li Zhuoming alighted, surveying the tranquil village with a sneer, instructing his servant to inquire about Xiao Hua's residence. The scene shifted once more, revealing Li Zhuoming in the nearby mountains, accompanied by several plainly dressed men. As long as you fulfill your part, you shall not lack for silver, Li Zhuoming addressed the men. One of the men, visibly anxious, spoke, but the village chief is currently protective of her, I fear. Li Zhuoming, with an air of arrogance, scoffed. What is there to fear? She is merely the chief of a small village. With my presence, what do you have to worry about? The men remained hesitant. Why must you? Li Zhuoming sneered, his tone cold and deliberate. Because I want her to be unable to remain anywhere. Seeing that they were still wavering, Li Zhuoming's impatience grew, and he frowned. After the deed is done, each of you shall receive 50 taels of silver, enough for a lifetime of indulgence in this village. along with the pleasures of beautiful women. Furthermore, should anything arise, I will bear the consequences. It will not involve you. The men exchanged glances, steeling themselves, and nodded in agreement. Very well, sir. Please ensure you keep your promise afterward. Li Zhuoming smiled in satisfaction. Naturally, I can give you each 20 taels of silver now. With that, he tossed a money pouch to them. There are 100 taels of silver inside, just enough for you all to share. The men hurriedly accepted the pouch, expressing their gratitude profusely. The scene shifted once more, focusing on a shorter man among those who had struck a deal with Li Zhuoming. He stealthily approached the vicinity of Xiao Hua's home, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Once certain of his solitude, he approached Xiao Hua, who was watering flowers in her yard, with a look of urgency. Xiao Hua, something terrible has happened. My Chunda has fallen in the mountains. Xiao Hua paused, frowning at the visitor. Chunjia, elder brother, speak slowly, do not rush. The frail man panted heavily, appearing genuinely distressed. My Chunda tripped over a stone while playing in the mountains and hit his head. He is bleeding profusely, and I did not dare to move him, fearing the worst. The village doctor is out, and his mother has gone to the county to find a doctor. I thought of you, knowing you have some medical knowledge. I hoped you could help. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, but before she could respond, the frail man grasped her hand. Xiao Hua, please come with me. We cannot delay with Chun Da's condition. All right, wait for me a moment. I will bring some bandages. Xiao Hua realized the urgency and agreed reluctantly. Seeing her consent, the frail man let out a sigh of relief. Good, then hurry. The scene shifted again, showing Xiao Hua following the frail man into the mountains. After some time in the woods, Xiao Hua had yet to see the child and began a question. Chunjia, elder brother, where exactly did your Chunda fall? The frail man evasively replied, just a bit further, almost there. His grip on Xiao Hua's arm was tight, almost dragging her deeper into the forest. After walking for some time, Xiao Hua sensed something was amiss. Chunjia, elder brother, I suddenly have something to attend to. I shall return. With that, she attempted to turn away. Where are you going? Xiao Hua. The frail man yanked her back forcefully. Realizing the situation, Xiao Hua's expression shifted. Chunjia, elder brother, please behave yourself. Ha ha, how am I misbehaving? It is clear that you, Xiao Hua, are the one lacking decorum, always trying to entice us. As he spoke, the frail man's gaze wandered over Xiao Hua, filled with lewd intent. Shen Ergu, do not think you can monopolize her. At that moment, several men leaped out from the surrounding thickets. Yes, we are here too. Xiao Hua's pupils dilated, her face a mixture of shock and fury. Oh, you conspired against me? Why? Only just now did you realize. Ha ha ha. The men grinned maliciously, mocking her naivety. Please, I beg you. I'm pregnant. Xiao Hua pleaded in anguish as the men forcefully pinned her to the ground. Just a bastard child, one sneered. Who even knows who the father is? Just a harlot trying to feign virtue. Another scoffed before slapping Xiao Hua viciously across the face. The screen abruptly went black, and Yin Qing could only hear the woman's desperate cries gradually fading, while the men continued to leer menacingly. After an indeterminate amount of time, the screen flickered back to life. Looks like you're enjoying yourself. Li Zhuoming appeared before them, seemingly out of nowhere. It's you. It was all you're doing. The woman, who had been on the verge of despair, glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Seeing Xiao Hua's wretched state, Li Zhuoming's face was a mixture of revulsion and vindication. Haha, looks like you're not as foolish as I thought. Li Zhuoming, you'll be punished. May you rot in hell. The woman's clothes were torn, and her eyes blazed with a hatred that could consume flesh and bone. Heh, Li Zhuoming sneered. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson. Gouge her eyes out. I can't stand to look at her. The men hesitated, shuffling their feet, reluctant to act. Heh, Li Zhuoming said mockingly, glancing at them. Whoever gouges out one of her eyes gets 25 taels of silver. The scrawniest of the men reacted first, grabbing a branch from the ground. Steel in his eyes. He thrust it violently toward the woman's eye. The woman shrieked in agony. Seeing this, the other men scrambled to grab branches and jab at her other eye. The woman screamed again. Li Zhuoming, may you suffer a fate worse than death. You'll descend into the deepest circle of hell. Li Zhuoming snapped his fan shut and said with a sinister expression, Looks like you're not trying hard enough. This woman still has the strength to speak. The men understood instantly. The screen went black once more. The woman's venomous curses grew fainter and fainter until they finally ceased altogether. A man's voice echoed in the darkness. Looks like she stopped breathing. What do we do? We've killed someone. We're doomed. Don't panic. There's a river over there. We and Oppos, LL, throw her in. As far as anyone knows, she seduced you and accidentally fell in. Understand? Then came a splash, the sound of a heavy object hitting the water. The screen gradually flickered back to life, revealing the river water stained with blood. A crimson figure slowly sank to the bottom. The riverbed was dark, and Yin Qing could barely make out the countless corpses scattered across it. As the red figure reached the bottom, wisps of black gas rose from the corpses and seeped into the fallen form. Finally, the scene froze on the red figure's subtly upturned lips. Chapter 25. Return to Blue Star. Yin Qing languidly reclined on her bed, her eyes half closed. Could you please elaborate on the game's level system? She inquired. Little Pink 110124 responded. The game is categorized into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D. Each level is further divided into 3 tiers. For instance, D level consists of D-, D, and D. New players will only draw from the D level for their first 3 matches. As players progress, their range of levels will gradually expand. What are the points in my personal information? Yin Qing asked. Little Pink 110124 explained. Players earn 1 point for each level gained. These points can be allocated to intelligence, stamina, or strength. You have successfully advanced to level 2 in the previous game and currently possess 1 point. Do you wish to use it? Yes, allocate it to stamina, Yin Qing replied. Understood. Your stamina has been increased accordingly, and your player information has been updated. Official player, Yin Qing player code, 140318 player level, 2 intelligence, 818 stamina, 623 strength, 522 luck, 7 points, 0 abilities. None. What are abilities? Yin Qing inquired. Apologies, but I lack the authority to provide that information. Little Pink 110124 replied. Then, activate sleep mode, Yin Qing said. Shall I play suitable music for your rest? Little Pink 110124 asked. Recalling the bathing song from earlier, Yin Qing's lips twitched slightly. No, thank you. All right. I wish you a pleasant rest. The pink space instantly dimmed. Activating the spatial tunnel to Blue Star, please hold on. Little Pink 110124 announced. The pink space subtly distorted, and soon a pink door materialized. Please push this door to enter Blue Star. A friendly reminder. Refrain from discussing game details while on Blue Star, or the astral realm will erase your existence before you can act, Little Pink 110124 cautioned. Upon stepping through the pink door, Yin Qing traversed a black corridor approximately 5 meters long, emerging into a vast square. Above the square floated a colossal, transparent crystalline structure shaped like a hexagon, intermittently flashing light, which heralded the appearance of a new individual. Miss, do you require communication services? A young girl holding numerous transparent cards approached Yin Qing. 10 yuan per minute. You can pay once your family or friend arrive. Yin Qing paused, glancing around the square, noting the presence of several individuals with transparent cards loitering nearby, eager to engage newcomers. Many accepted the offer, holding up their cards and conversing into them. Is this akin to a mobile phone? Yin Qing pondered silently. Miss, the young girl called again, noticing Yin Qing's silence. Snapping back to reality, Yin Qing replied, No, thank you. Oh, okay. You're welcome, the girl said, seemingly taken aback by the rejection. With a hint of pity in her eyes, she darted off to the next newcomer. As Yin Qing strolled through the streets, she observed the familiar yet unfamiliar aspects of the city. Blue Star had transformed significantly. Many shops were now overseen by robots, and vehicles resembling traditional cars were scarce, replaced by convenient scooters that traveled at similar speeds. The towering buildings reflected metallic luster, and one structure nearest to the square displayed a live interview show. Are you about to participate in the B-level game, Mr. Qing? The host inquired, addressing the man seated comfortably on the opposite couch. Yes, he answered gently. If all goes well, my next match will be at B-level. Does the prospect of entering a B-level game make you anxious? The host probed. Not at all, the man replied with a smile. To be precise, I am quite looking forward to it. Ha, Mr. Qing indeed possesses remarkable courage, the host remarked with a grin. The man remained silent, smiling. After a brief pause, the host continued, due to the astral realm, many individuals lose their lives in the games daily. Data suggests that approximately 1,000 new players are forced to join the astral realm each day, with around 600 fatalities, resulting in a death rate of about 60. Moreover, higher game levels entail greater risks. Are you not at all afraid, Mr. Qing? Fear? How could one be completely devoid of it? The man chuckled, shaking his head. However, in the astral realm, fear serves no purpose. The host sighed in agreement. What words of encouragement might you offer to our viewers who are about to enter or have already entered the astral realm? With a slight adjustment in his posture, the man's expression remained warm, though his gaze turned serious. To both those yet to step into the astral realm and those who have already begun their journey, I offer this. Harbor the greatest hope, exert the utmost effort, and prepare for the worst. Thank you, Mr. Qing, for those inspiring words. We hope all players currently engaged in the game return safely. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Yin Qing, engrossed in the interview, felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. She looked down to see a child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, riding a toy skateboard. Yin Qing slightly shifted to allow passage. Thank you, the child said, gliding past. Yin Qing chose not to continue watching the interview, as the remainder consisted of motivational platitudes, which she found unnecessary. Chaotic Bookstore is hiring part-time staff, 15 yuan per hour, cash paid daily. Yin Qing paused in front of an oddly intriguing bookstore, the only establishment on the street still seeking employees. An elderly man with graying hair lounged in a chair, squinting as he puffed on an electronic cigarette. Young lady, are you interested in a part-time position? Yin Qing nodded. Yes, but only for one day. The old man slowly opened his eyes. A player from the astral realm? Yes. Yin Qing confirmed. Very well, get to work, he replied, his eyes drifting shut once more. Well, my duties? Yin Qing inquired. Naturally, we sell books. When someone comes to purchase, you assist them, the old man replied lazily. Understood. Yin Qing nodded. Hello. Could you please fetch me a copy of The Dominant CEO Falls in Love with Me? A soft, mechanical voice requested. Yin Qing stared, momentarily stunned, at the small robot hovering in midair before her. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and fetch the book for the customer. The old man urged from his chair, clearly displeased. All right, please hold on, Yin Qing said, moving to the bookshelf. 4th row from the bottom, 12th book, the old man instructed, taking a drag from his electronic cigarette. Following his directions, Yin Qing located the book and handed it to the small robot. The robot did not immediately accept it. Instead, it projected 2 red lines to scan the item. Once assured of its validity, it extended 2 mechanical arms to grasp the book, subsequently scanning the metallic card at the entrance. Thank you. The money has been transferred. Having said that, the little robot swiftly departed. Do not act as though you have never seen the world. The elderly man reclined on his chair and spoke slowly. This area is the most affluent on the entire blue planet. You will frequently encounter such intelligent little robots in the future. Yin Qing seemed to recall something. Silently gazing at the old man, her brows slightly furrowed. If you have inquiries, feel free to ask. The elder glanced at Yin Qing and said, You are so familiar with the books on the shelf. Why not retrieve them yourself? Why spend money hiring part-time help? Yin Qing replied, I'm just an old bone. Am I not allowed to be a bit lazy? The old man stretched lazily and responded slowly. Then why not acquire a robot? Yin Qing retorted, I do not particularly fancy that gadget. The old man paused momentarily before adding, You need not worry so much. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. With that, their conversation came to an end, and Yin Qing began to dust the bookshelves. Although she did not entirely trust the elderly man's words, she sensed that he indeed bore no malice. At that moment, the antique clock on the wall had just chimed 9 o'clock. Well, it's south time to close the store. The old man lazily stretched and slowly rose to his feet. So early? Yin Qing remarked. The streets are bustling with life. It is quite lively out there. Why close the bookstore so soon? The old man cast her an annoyed glance. If I say to close, then close it. Why pose so many questions? Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. This old man certainly had a bit of a morning grump. After tidying up in silence, she picked up a book and said, I'll take this one, deduct the money from my salary. The old man glanced at the book in her hand and replied, The Chronicles of the Star Realm is 30 yuan. Today you worked for over 5 hours. Let us round it to 6, which totals 60 yuan. Would you prefer cash or card? Could be kept here for now? Yin Qing inquired. The old man looked at her with mild curiosity. Oh, are you planning to take advantage of my bookstore? Are you not afraid I might have ill intentions? Yin Qing's lips quivered slightly. This old man was rather stingy. Very well. I suppose I shall leave it with you, the old man said with a generous tone. Chapter 26. Return of Blue Star 2. After bidding farewell to the elderly man, Yin Qing arrived at a nearby park. At this hour, the park was bustling with visitors, and it took Yin Qing quite a while to find a vacant bench. He silently opened the book titled Chronicles of the Star Realm. On May 4th, 2189, multiple locations on Blue Star experienced catastrophic earthquakes that lasted approximately 5 minutes. Following this, a colossal transparent hexagonal crystal appeared above the central square of City S in Country Z. The scorching sunlight effortlessly penetrated the crystal's transparent structure, leaving no trace behind. The entire world was taken aback. This immense crystal hovered high above the ground, measured later to be about 133 meters from its base to the earth. At that time, the scientific capabilities of humanity could not fathom how such a massive crystal could remain suspended in the air. Furthermore, scientists asserted that even hundreds of years hence, achieving such a feat would remain beyond the reach of technology. Was this the apocalypse? Had extraterrestrials invaded Blue Star? Humanity was engulfed in panic, and City S even halted all activities for an entire week. Nations promptly dispatched their foremost scientists and physicists to investigate the phenomenon, while Country Z established specialized departments to delve into the matter. The ensuing years would yield numerous conclusions and advancements regarding the crystal. Yin Qing quietly turned to the last few pages. As time passed, humanity gradually lost its fear of the crystal. An increasing number of people traveled thousands of miles to witness this unprecedented giant, which seemingly transformed into a renowned tourist attraction. However, on October 1st, 2415, a severe earthquake struck the heart of City S. Fortunately, most buildings in the city were constructed with the finest seismic-resistant materials, thereby averting widespread destruction. From that day forth, individuals around the globe began to mysteriously vanish, one moment conversing with others, the next inexplicably disappearing from sight. The world once again fell into a state of terror until the first batch of those who had vanished unexpectedly reappeared beneath the crystal in City S, aglow with light. That day, the entire world was astounded. It was also on that day that the enormous hexagonal crystal was collectively named the Star Realm. From the accounts of the survivors, it was revealed that this was a game of life and death. Those who survived the initial game became official players of the Star Realm, required to participate at least once every 90 days. As for those who had not returned, they were either dead within the game or still striving to survive in the Star Realm. In this enigmatic dimension, death became a disconcertingly simple affair. Details regarding the game were taboo among Star Realm players. They were forbidden from disclosing any information pertaining to it. There was an incident involving a police officer from Country M who, after participating in the game, sought to contribute to his nation and the world through his demise. Yet he succumbed to cardiac arrest before he could utter a word. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. This was the shared sentiment of humanity at the time. Days passed with humanity living in fear. After 200 days, people gradually began to recover from the blows of despair. During this period, relevant authorities compiled reliable information. 1. Approximately 1,000 new individuals were transmitted to the Star Realm game world daily, aged between 16 and 60 years. 2. Game modes were roughly categorized into escape, puzzle-solving, task-oriented, and survival. 3. After the conclusion of the third game, players were granted an opportunity to draw abilities, which were primarily categorized as offensive, defensive, supportive, and special. 4. Star Realm players could not utilize any items, weapons, or abilities acquired in the Star Realm while on Blue Star. 5. The duration of Star Realm players' stay on Blue Star was restricted. 6. No items from Blue Star could be brought into the Star Realm. The final page provided a brief introduction to game modes and an analysis of ability categories. Given the limited information that Star Realm players could divulge on Blue Star, this was all that could be gleaned by those yet to enter the realm. Yin Qing closed the book and stepped onto the bustling street. The resilience of humanity was remarkable. Within half a year, the initial terror had transformed into a sense of normalcy. Pedestrians moved about, occasionally interspersed with robots, while street vendors energetically promoted their candied hawthorns. The brightest star in the night sky could hear the longings of those who gazed upward. The large screen on the building in the central square began to play a music video. Look, it's 1-1. I heard she recently released a new song. Ah, 1-1 is as adorable as ever. I want to reach out and touch the screen. My little angel 1-1. So charming. As a music video played, a group of rugged men nearby gazed at the screen with hearts in their eyes, drooling in admiration. Yin Qing's lips twitched slightly as he quickly distanced himself from the crowd. In this corner of the street, it was relatively quiet, where a funeral home stood, adjacent to a Star Realm casualty registration office. Hello, may I assist you in registering the names of the deceased? The receptionist, a young woman in professional attire, inquired. How do I register? Yin Qing asked. Do you know their names? Zhou Meng, Fang Hua, Yin Qing replied. Okay, please hold on a moment. After checking, the receptionist informed him that there were 3 individuals named Zhou Meng and 7 named Fang Hua. Please take a look at these photos to confirm which one it is. Yin Qing selected the images of Zhou Meng and Fang Hua. Thank you very much for the information. We will notify the families to arrange the necessary affairs. The receptionist then handed Yin Qing a dining voucher worth 200 yuan, saying, this can be used at any restaurant on the street. Yin Qing accepted it with gratitude and then wandered off to find a restaurant for dinner. Little Pink returned to the Star Realm. Little Pink 110124 understood. Please remain stationary. Teleportation countdown 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Yin Qing vanished from the bustling street. A young man squeezed through the crowd and finally reached the spot where Yin Qing had disappeared. Hey, where did that lady go just now? A Star Realm player, perhaps? She must have returned to the Star Realm. Is that so? I was just about to ask for her contact number. The young man scratched his head, somewhat helplessly. Ha! Don't even think about it. Just find someone younger and settle down. Little Pink 110124. You have spent 10 hours and 26 minutes on Blue Star. Remaining time, 47 hours and 10 minutes. Yin Qing languidly reclined in the bathtub, allowing the warm water to cascade over his face. What would happen if one chose the wrong faction and failed in the last game? He suddenly recalled the bespectacled individuals from the previous game. Little Pink 110124. If the task progress does not reach 85 and the game ends prematurely, the player will not die but will incur some consequences. Yin Qing refrained from inquiring about the nature of the consequences, knowing he would receive no answers. Chapter 27, City of Sin, Part 1. 2 months later, Coffin initiated the game. Coffin 110124. All right, a suitable game has been selected for you. Please stand still with your eyes closed and refrain from moving. Activating the task now. Countdown begins 3, 2, 1. When the countdown concluded, Yin Qing opened her eyes to find herself aboard a moving train. The carriage was filled with individuals clad in black and white prison uniforms, young and old, male and female. A stifling atmosphere permeated the space, and the faces around her bore an inescapable pall of despair. Yin Qing softly inquired of the middle-aged woman seated beside her, "Excuse me, may I ask where this train is headed?" The woman, her gaze vacant, took a moment to respond. "Where to?" She managed a desolate smile. "The City of Sin, a place every criminal must visit." "The City of Sin?" Yin Qing echoed. "Isn't that a place devoid of law?" The middle-aged woman lowered her head and murmured, "Once you arrive, there is no turning back, no way to return." Yin Qing chose not to speak further. Instead, calling out in her mind, "Coffin, please retrieve the foundational details of this game." Coffin 110124. Hello, the foundational game information has not yet synchronized. Please try again later. Observing the middle-aged woman, it was evident that she had not heard the mechanical voice of the artificial intelligence. Yin Qing furrowed her brow. Why had the foundational details of the game not yet been synchronized? Suddenly, the loudspeaker in the carriage blared to life. The train has arrived at its destination. All passengers, please disembark in an orderly fashion. This was a corrupt city, shrouded in an unyielding haze, inhabited by lifeless humans. Here, silence coexisted with noise. The quiet was embodied by the despairing faces of the people, their eyes devoid of hope, while the noise erupted from others, twisted and savage, reveling in the suffering of those too weak to protest. Despite the presence of individuals in police uniforms, they appeared indifferent, as if the violence unfolding before them did not constitute a crime. Some even observed the bullying with interest, nodding in approval from time to time. A heavy metal plate, under construction, suddenly tilted ominously, threatening to crash down. "Look out!" Yin Qing exclaimed, swiftly sidestepping. Those who failed to heed her warning were crushed beneath the metal, blood instantly staining the ground. "Ah, someone's dead," a nearby woman shrieked. "What's all the commotion?" A burly man in a police uniform approached, his expression one of irritation. He frowned. Newcomers always make such a fuss. Bending down to inspect the situation, he assessed 2 casualties, no hope. "Who placed this metal plate?" He inquired of the workers still laboring at the site. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s jogged over. "I apologize, officer. This is my first time using the machinery, and I may not have secured the plate properly." The officer nodded. 2 lives lost. That LLB $2,000. "You got the cash?" Yes, I have it right here," the man said, producing a metallic card from his pocket and handing it to the officer with a respectful gesture. The officer glanced at the card, accepting it with a nonchalant air. "I'll charge you $500. The remaining $500 is for a drink. Sound good?" "Of course, that's only fair." The middle-aged man replied with a forced S conditions for clearance. Acquire 100,000 silver dollars. No time limit. Successfully eliminate 3 players. Current monetary amount, 0. Remaining number of players in the game, 12. Chapter 28, The City of Sin, Part 2. The sudden knock at the door interrupted Yin Qing's contemplation. She quietly switched off the display screen and rose to retract the coffin into the system space. With a creak, the door swung open. Yin Qing squinted slightly at the visitor, a man in his 30s, with thinning hair and a height of approximately 178 centimeters, towering over her by nearly half a head. Yin Qing's abrupt opening of the door caused the man's hand, poised to knock again, to freeze in midair, leading to a moment of awkwardness as he withdrew it. "I heard you're new to this building as well. I thought it would be beneficial for us newcomers to get acquainted so we can look out for one another," he remarked. Yin Qing nodded curtly in acknowledgement. The corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly as he continued. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Li Hailong." Feigning nonchalance, he surveyed Yin Qing's room. "Miss Yin, it appears you haven't tidied up your space yet. Do you require assistance?" "No, thank you," she replied flatly. "Very well. If you ever need help, feel free to reach out to me. I reside in 4105, he offered, yet Yin Qing remained noncommittal and silent. Noticing her reluctance to engage further, the man decided not to press on. Then, "Miss Yin, until next time." Yin Qing nodded again, which he took as a response. He smiled politely, gave a slight nod, and turned to leave. Watching him disappear around the corner, she fell into deep thought. At that moment, a gaunt, slick-haired man emerged from the shadows. "Miss Yin, is it?" He leered, having evidently eavesdropped on the earlier conversation. His demeanor was frivolous as he scrutinized Yin Qing's room with his narrowed eyes. "It seemed your place could use some cleaning. Allow me to assist you," he said, attempting to squeeze into her room. Yin Qing swiftly raised her foot to block him, her gaze icy. "Leave?" The man's eyes widened as he feigned innocence. "Miss Yin, I merely wish to help. After all, a beauty like you shouldn't be burdened with such menial tasks." His gaze lingered on her with a hint of lewdness. Yin Qing's expression remained unchanged, but her tone grew even colder. "I said leave." Seemingly losing patience, the gaunt man darkened his expression. "Miss Yin, do not be ungrateful." She furrowed her brow, casting a skeptical glance at him. "Are you unable to comprehend simple words? Leave. Understand?" At that moment, Someone nearby chuckled. A woman reclined on the office sofa, adorned in a striking crimson silk dress with a plunging neckline that revealed an alluring décolletage. Her visage resembled a lotus flower, her brows akin to willow leaves, and her raven hair was elegantly styled into a lofty bun. Her scarlet lips curved slightly upwards, while her slender fingers delicately swayed the glass of red wine in her grasp. This woman exuded an extraordinary allure. Although her physique might not rival that of the lady who had, just the previous day, boldly engaged in conversation with a man in uniform. Her beauty and grace eclipsed that woman by several streets. As Yin Qing observed the woman, the latter silently appraised her in return. Indeed, a breathtaking beauty, with a flawless face and exquisite features that evoked the image of a snowbound sprite. Beneath her finely arched brows lay a pair of indifferent, pale gray eyes, which, in their depths, faintly hinted at a chilling ruthlessness. The woman couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "What a treasure I've found. 500 a month, meals included. With the guest tips yours to keep," the woman declared. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "I am not here to apply for the position of a hostess." "Oh," the woman regarded Yin Qing with keen interest. "My bar is seeking candidates for only 2 positions. If you're not applying to be a hostess, could it be that you are here for the security role?" Yin Qing nodded affirmatively. The woman chuckled softly. "You? Such a delicate figure. Do you truly believe you can handle it?" "Only a trial will reveal the truth," Yin Qing replied calmly. Noticing Yin Qing's seriousness, the woman's demeanor shifted, her smile fading. "Very well, if that is the case." Yet before she could finish her thought, a sudden alarm blared. The woman clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Enough. We shall continue this later. For now, we must gather at the square." Yin Qing stood still, her brow slightly furrowed. "Why are you still standing there? When the alarm sounds, everyone must head to the square. It's likely yet another fool has attempted to escape," the woman remarked, striding confidently ahead in her high heels. Yin Qing pondered for a moment before following suit. Chapter 29, City of Sin, Part 3. By the time Yin Qing and her companion arrived, a considerable number of people had already gathered in the square. Some exhibited impatience. Others appeared bewildered, while a few were simply bored. The woman beside Yin Qing belonged to the latter category. Throughout this time, she had unconsciously stifled numerous yawns, her gaze hazy and her expression decidedly uninterested. The square was vast, capable of accommodating nearly 100,000 individuals. At its center stood 4 large display screens, ensuring visibility from every angle. After waiting for nearly 30 more minutes, the square became densely populated. Suddenly, a shrill siren pierced the air, seemingly announcing the conclusion of the gathering. With such a multitude present, how could one discern who was absent? Yin Qing observed the crowd below with a detached demeanor. The 2 were seated in a CAF near the square, affording them an unobstructed view of the entire area. The woman languidly stirred her coffee with a small spoon, her disinterest palpable. "Look over there," she remarked, gesturing absent-mindedly with her spoon. Yin Qing followed the direction of her finger. A minor altercation seemed to be unfolding. A uniformed officer was questioning a frail, ragged woman. The officer then produced a notebook to record something before handing the woman $500, which she accepted with an expression of overwhelming gratitude. Yin Qing's thoughts crystallized. What would be the fate of the individual reported? A cold, succinct word lingered in the air. What if the person the woman reported was not in her vicinity, but on the opposite side of the square? A false accusation, the woman coldly uttered. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing refrained from further inquiries. The frail woman appeared certain that the reported individual was not present in the square, and the reasons for her conviction were known only to her. It seemed that in this city, no one could be underestimated. "All right, everyone, silence." At this moment, a middle-aged officer clad in dark police attire stood upon the central platform, appearing to be in his 40s, slightly overweight, with a receding hairline, a protruding belly, and an unfortunate mustache. "Good morning, everyone. Your presence here today is due to yet another instance of defection in our city. I trust each of you remembers why you gathered here." A hush fell over the square. The officer paused before continuing. "Every individual present has transgressed the law and is recognized as a criminal. Yet, the state has shown mercy sparing you the punishments you rightfully deserve, and has constructed this city to allow you to live here as regular citizens. Furthermore, it has promised that anyone who saves $100,000 may return to the normal city. However, as the officer's words echoed, two young officers escorted a ragged, elderly man to the center of the platform. The officer pointed at the old man, declaring, "Yet, there are those who fail to appreciate the government's intentions and attempt to secretly escape by hiding beneath trains." The elderly man, silent, bowed his head in submission. The officer continued, "Since you insist on testing the limits of the law, we shall proceed according to legal protocol without leniency." With that, he drew a handgun from his waist and aimed it at the man's forehead. Let this serve as a warning to everyone. A gunshot rang out, and a gaping wound appeared on Chapter 30, City of Sin, Part 4. The man was about to leave when he suddenly recalled something. "Wu Chang, when Lin Jie arrives, ask him to come to my office." Understood. After the man departed, Wu Chang pointed to the 4 monitors on the left and said, "You will oversee these 4, while I will manage the 8 on the other side. Inform me of any anomalies." Yin Qing silently nodded and took a seat on the left. Shortly thereafter, a man rushed in, panting. "Oh my, the captain hasn't arrived yet, has he? Goodness, I overslept again." Wu Chang glanced at the man, who was leaning against the door, catching his breath. "The captain has already been here and is aware of your habitual tardiness." The man looked up in disbelief. "What? The captain came to the monitoring room this early? How does he know I'm late every day? It's not like I'm late every single day." His voice trailed off as he spoke the last words. Sighing at his own luck, he ambled back to his position, only to notice, "Oh, Wu Chang, you brought your wife to work." Wu Chang's lips twitched in response. "No, she is here to fill in for you." The man's eyes widened in shock. "Filling in for me? Wu Chang, are you joking?" Wu Chang turned and gave him a firm nod. "You heard correctly. This is the reality. It was arranged by the captain." The man blinked in disbelief. "Such a delicate beauty is here for security? Did the boss approve? The captain really let her take my place?" Wu Chang remained silent, solemnly nodding his head. "Oh no, I refuse to believe it. Wu Chang, she must be your wife." Wu Chang, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "Believe what you wish." The man continued to doubt, glancing back and forth between the silent Yin Qing and the exasperated Wu Chang. "Is it because I'm occasionally late?" Wu Chang couldn't help but smirk. "You mean occasionally?" The man lowered his head in defeat. "All right, I admit it. I'm often late." Wu Chang bluntly corrected him. "No, it's every day. You've never arrived on time." Upon hearing this, the man raised his head with tears in his eyes. "Wu Chang, how could you be so ruthless? Have you forgotten your old love now that you have a new one?" Wu Chang, unable to meet his gaze, covered his eyes with his hand. "Lin Jie, stop being ridiculous. The captain wants you in his office." Lin Jie, who was in the midst of a dramatic lament, quickly wiped his tears. "Fine, let me go sacrifice myself." With that, he left with an expression that screamed, "If I don't enter hell, who will?" Wu Chang rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I apologize. Lin Jie is just a joker. Please don't take it to heart." Yin Qing shook her head. "Not at all. You two seem to get along well." "Yes, we've been working together for a few years, so we naturally became familiar." Yin Qing nodded, and they both turned their focus back to their responsibilities. As the clock approached 6 p.m., the bar began to fill with patrons. Observing the bustling crowd on the monitor, Yin Qing furrowed her brow. "Changge, do you know that man?" Wu Chang looked at the monitor in the direction she was pointing, where a scarred man loomed. "Wang Zhonghai. He is one of the notorious figures in our city of sin." "And the girl next to him, do you know her?" Wu Chang scoffed. "Most likely just another fling. Wang Zhonghai has a penchant for young girls. His women change daily, and he particularly enjoys tormenting them. Countless girls have fallen victim to him." Yin Qing nodded, choosing not to probe further. Instead, she gazed again at the girl on the screen. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19, with bright, clear eyes, delicate brows, and long lashes that fluttered gently. Her fair skin bore a faint blush, and her thin lips resembled tender rose petals. She was like an angel descended from the heavens. Yet, Yin Qing frowned slightly. She felt an unsettling sense of familiarity with the girl. "Hello, Captain, can you hear me? There's a minor dispute with 2 customers in Zone 3 that needs addressing. Wu Chong spoke in the radio. Copy that. As night fell, the bar continued to swell with patrons, inevitably leading to disputes. Within just 2 hours, incidents had already occurred. Hello, Captain. Wang Zhonghai is in a quarrel with a customer in Zone 1 and requires immediate assistance. Damn, why are so many people causing trouble today? Came a disgruntled voice over the radio. I need to personally check on the situation with Wang Zhonghai. Wu Chong, if anything else arises, call Lin Jie to handle it. Understood. Upon hearing Wang Zhonghai's name, Yin Qing couldn't help but steal a glance. On the screen, Wang Zhonghai, with his scarred face, glared menacingly at a battered, plump man on the ground, while the girl in his arms trembled with fear, her innocent eyes shimmering as Wang Zhonghai attempted to console her. Next, the footage displayed several security personnel attempting to mediate. Soon, the injured man was escorted away, and the head of security whispered something to Wang Zhonghai, causing his expression to soften just a tad. The latter half of the night was somewhat quieter. Under the dim lights of the bar, the bartender gracefully mixed a vibrant cocktail, the rapid flicker of neon lights drawing in countless souls seeking solace. The pulsating beat of the drums filled the air. As the crowd swayed, men and women twisting their hips and waists on the dance floor. Elegantly adorned women mingled among the men, playfully teasing those who couldn't control themselves. One by one, the men succumbed to temptation, retreating into the dim corners of the bar with their chosen beauties. Around 4 a.m., the bar's operating hours came to an end. Let's go. The captain has called for us to assemble, Wu Chong said, rubbing his weary eyes. Yin Qing nodded silently and followed him. All right, everyone is here, the head of security announced, pressing around his tired eyes. Today, I'd like to introduce a new member, Yin Qing, who will be working with Wu Chong in the monitoring room. Upon hearing her name, Yin Qing stepped forward and nodded to the other security personnel in greeting. She then returned to her position without caring that the others were still in a daze. Enough with those foolish expressions. Gentlemen, the head of security chided. Let us introduce ourselves. I'll go first. We've worked together for a day now, and I haven't formally introduced myself, Wu Chong stated. I'm Wu Chong, with Wu as in mouth, and Chong meaning strong. Next is me. I didn't get to introduce myself this morning, said Lin Jie, the one filling in for Yin Qing. My name is Lin Jie, Lin as in forest, and Jie meaning outstanding. Yin Qing nodded lightly. Hello, I'm Yin Qing. Yin from Yin Tang and Qing meaning clear water. I'm Li Bo, Li as in wood, and Bo meaning knowledgeable, said a bespectacled shy man. I'm Zhao Ji, Zhao from the royal family of Sun Chu, and Ji meaning ambition, said a neatly dressed, capable-looking man. My name is Qian Sun, with Qian signifying wealth and Sun representing forest. Currently, I serve as the captain of the security department. As the captain, I announced tomorrow there will be a few others from the security department. If we happen to meet, I shall introduce you to one another. The security department operates on a schedule of 1 day on, 1 day off. Therefore, you can simply come to the bar cafeteria for your meal. It seems the boss may not have informed the new employees about their work conditions, so I decided to remind Yin Qing. All right, Yin Qing replied. Well then, everyone disperse and be cautious on your way home. Those who can, please return together, the captain instructed. Several individuals nodded in agreement. As Yin Qing was packing her belongings, she noticed Qian Sun waiting for her at the door. Upon seeing her emerge, he took a few deep puffs of his cigarette before extinguishing it and tossing it into the nearby trash bin. Let's go. I heard you're taking a different route. Allow me to accompany you. Yin Qing looked at Qian Sun in surprise. It's not necessary. However, taking advantage of his height, Qian Sun glanced down at her, stating, it is dangerous for a woman to return home alone at night, especially in this city. With that, he began walking ahead. Reluctantly, Yin Qing had no choice but to follow. Chapter 31, The City of Sin, Part 5. Upon returning to her residence, Yin Qing was greeted by the sight of discarded takeout boxes at her doorstep, prompting her to raise an eyebrow slightly as she squinted at several nearby rooms, startling the onlookers who had been peering at her. However, after a brief scan of her surroundings, Yin Qing made no further movements and simply entered her abode. The curious observers exhaled a sigh of relief. Xiaofun, please check the current number of players, Yin Qing requested as she dried her damp hair with a towel, leisurely emerging from the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Xiaofun replied, 110124. Understood, please hold on. A display screen appeared before Yin Qing, adjusting its position as she moved for her convenience. Official player, Yin Qing player code, 140318 game title, City of Sin game background. This is a city of crime where, if you possess wealth, you can kill anyone at will and acquire whatever you desire. Victory conditions. Accumulate $100,000, no time limit. Successfully eliminate 3 players' current funds. 0 remaining players. 11 players. Yin Qing furrowed her brow, pondering whether the deceased had fallen victim to the native inhabitants or were slain by other players. Regardless, her immediate task was to conceal her identity as a player. Yin Qing summoned a coffin, propping it against the door before lying down inside, leaving the lid ajar. Beside her lay the dagger gifted by Qian Sun during her journey home. In the City of Sin, apart from the guards, no one else wielded firearms. Even the guards might not be armed. The city maintained stringent control over weapons, requiring registration for each gun and bullet, with inspections conducted daily. Thus, the populace primarily resorted to cold weapons, typically daggers or machetes. The dagger Qian Sun had given her was crafted entirely from pure secret silver, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, yet remarkably sharp, perfectly sized for Yin Qing. It was a fitting weapon for her, though regrettably, it could not be taken outside upon completion of the game. The following day, Yin Qing awoke around 11 a.m., having gone to bed far too late. She had returned to her dormitory close to 4:40 a.m., finally falling asleep around 5:30 a.m. Notably, she had never felt such exhaustion during her previous missions. Truly, the D rank, with its multiple plus signs, was formidable, with the sun at its zenith. Yin Qing donned a black and white prison uniform and made her way to the bar. She had been wearing this outfit for 2 or 3 days now, and she couldn't help but frown, feeling somewhat disdainful of her appearance. "Hey, beautiful Yin Qing, over here, at this hour." Lin Jie and Wu Chong were also at the bar for a meal. Having just received their food, Lin Jie enthusiastically beckoned her to join them. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Qing approached. "You just woke up, huh? Let me tell you, the braised lion's head at the bar cafeteria is absolutely delicious, though each person is only allowed one." Lin Jie said, gleefully lifting a lion's head with his chopsticks. Yin Qing nodded, conceding that the cafeteria's fare was far superior to the takeout she had previously received. "By the way, do you know if the boss is coming in today?" she inquired. Wu Chong, pushing carrots around in his bowl, replied, "She should be here. The boss usually arrives quite early." "Why does our beautiful boss wake up so early every day? Doesn't she realize she could just lounge at home and wait for money to roll in?" Lin Jie questioned, perplexed as he chewed his meat. "Finish your food before you talk." Wu Chong shot Lin Jie a disapproving glance. "And do you think everyone is like you? Just wanted to lie around all day?" "Hey, Lin Jie began, but he was silenced by Wu Chong's disdainful gaze, begrudgingly finishing his meal. Once they had finished eating, the trio parted ways, with Wu Chong and Lin Jie planning to return to their residence for some rest. Meanwhile, Yin Qing headed towards the main hall of the bar to seek out the owner. "Hello, is the boss in?" she asked, noticing that the bartender named Ando was absent, likely on a break. The bartender, busy cleaning glasses, looked up at her. "Who are you? What do you need the boss for?" "I'm from the security department." "I need to speak with the boss," Yin Qing replied. "Security department? Oh right, you're the new female security officer," he exclaimed, his tone filled with surprise as he curiously eyed her up and down. Yin Qing's mouth twitched in slight annoyance, but she nodded in acknowledgement. Realizing his gaze had been too direct, the bartender quickly changed his demeanor. "The boss is in the back room. You can go find her. She should still be awake." "Thank you very much." Chapter 32. The City of Sin, Part 6. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." The enchanting bar owner was currently smoking a cigarette labeled Loneliness. Upon seeing Yin Qing, she could not help but express her surprise. "Oh, what brings you here?" Yin Qing paused for a moment and then asked earnestly, "Boss, could I possibly receive an advance on my salary?" The beautiful bar owner chuckled softly at Yin Qing's serious demeanor. "I presume it's for purchasing daily necessities? You may go to the finance office and request an advance of $100, but no more than that. All right? Very well. I shan't disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave. Yes, and please inform Along that I'm taking a nap." I shall not be available for anyone afterwards. With that, the bar owner extinguished her cigarette, her eyes half closed, appearing as if she were on the verge of drifting off to sleep. Yin Qing nodded and quietly exited. After completing the tasks assigned by the boss at the bar, Yin Qing proceeded to the finance office to collect her advance, and then sauntered leisurely to the shopping plaza. Though this city was not large, it was well equipped with all the essentials. Lacking bargaining skills, Yin Qing opted to buy toothpaste, a toothbrush, bath towels, and the like directly from the supermarket, which cost her $60. Holding the remaining $40, she furrowed her brow, still intent on seeking out a set of undergarments. "Hello, welcome." Upon entering the store, a staff member warmly greeted Yin Qing. "Hello, how much for the cheapest set of lingerie?" Yin Qing inquired. The staff member replied, "The least expensive set is $35. Yin Qing let out a subtle sigh of relief. "All right, please bring me a set." "Certainly. Is there anything else you need?" "Nothing else," Yin Qing replied. "All right, please provide your size so I can prepare it for you." Yin Qing took a pen and quickly filled out the information. "Thank you for your patience. Please hold on for a moment." Yin Qing nodded and quietly sat down on a nearby chair to wait. "Brother, hi. I can choose for myself. Please don't look," a soft and bashful girl's voice chimed in. "Ha ha, dear, you're simply adorable," a deep, rugged male voice responded, filled with affection as he gazed at the girl. After all, she was the most exquisite beauty among his many companions, making him reluctant to let her out of his sight. Yin Qing recognized the girl's voice as somewhat familiar and glanced over at the two nearby. Wang Zhonghai. Indeed, there he was, the troublemaker from the bar, alongside the angelic girl. Where had she seen that girl before? Yin Qing pondered, frowning. The girl seemed to sense Yin Qing's scrutiny and flashed her a sweet smile. Realizing she had been noticed, Yin Qing maintained a neutral expression and nodded in response before turning her attention away from the pair. At that moment, the staff member approached with Yin Qing's items. "Hello. Your order is ready. You may proceed to payment." Yin Qing nodded and followed the staff member to the checkout, then left without looking back. Upon returning to her residence, Yin Qing organized her purchases. However, when she pulled out the bright red lingerie, bright red? Yin Qing pressed her forehead in exasperation, realizing she had forgotten to inquire about available colors. Now, she had no choice but to accept it. The thought of wearing such an item made her lips quiver slightly. Well, it is fate. I must accept it. Having spent the afternoon shopping, Yin Qing felt a bit famished and arrived early at the bar's dining area. This time, she did not encounter Lin Jie and Wu Chong. Dinner consisted of sweet and sour ribs, 3 pieces per person, alongside the customary tomato scrambled eggs and stir-fried greens. Yin Qing leisurely swallowed her food and looked up to see the newcomer. Captain, Qiansun usually dine around this time. Having just collected his meal, he noticed a familiar figure. Wasn't she the new girl from the security department? "You're eating quite early," Qiansun remarked. "Yes, I bought some daily necessities this afternoon," Yin Qing replied nonchalantly. Qiansun nodded and recalled Yin Qing's security uniform. "By the way, your security uniform is ready. After you finish eating, I'll take you to collect it." "All right." The two then returned to their meal in earnest silence. As security work typically lacked female uniforms, the store owner had simply made the smallest male size available. After explaining, Qiansun handed Yin Qing the dark-colored outfit. There was only one set. As the weather here was consistently warm, washing it would suffice as it would dry within a day. "You can wash it during your days off," Qiansun noted. "Thank you, Captain," Yin Qing replied. "No problem. It's nearly 7 o'clock, and the sky is starting to darken. You should head back soon," Qiansun advised, glancing at his watch with a frown. "Yes, I was just planning to return to my residence," Yin Qing acknowledged. "Take care on your way back. I have some matters to attend to," Qiansun said, waving goodbye as he departed. After returning home, Yin Qing took a shower, changed into her security uniform, and washed her former outfit. Once organized, she reclined in her coffin-like bed, propping her head up with her hand. Xiao Fun, check the remaining number of players. 110124. All right. Please wait. Official player. Yin Qing player code. 140318 game name. City of Sin game background. This is a city of crime where, as long as you possess wealth, you can kill anyone at will and acquire anything you desire. Completion conditions. Obtain $100,000 no time limit. Successfully eliminate 3 players' current amount of money. 5 current number of remaining players. 10. 10 players? Another one has perished. It seemed that a player had opted for the path of eliminating 3 others. Otherwise, why would there be consecutive fatalities over the past 2 days? If the first instance was an accident, the second could not possibly be as well. Moreover, the likelihood of players being killed by local residents was minimal. They were all newcomers who had just arrived 2 days prior, lacking any savings. Killing a player would yield no benefits for them. Thus, it was highly probable that other players were responsible for the deaths. Furthermore, as Yin Qing walked back, she recalled where she had encountered that girl before. She remembered passing by several greasy old men drooling over the display screen in Central Square, calling out names like 1-1 the Angel or Princess 1-1. At the time, she merely glanced past, which is why she could only vaguely recognize the girl after seeing her twice. That girl must be a popular idol from Blue Star, a player within the game. Chapter 33, City of Sin, Part 7. The bar opened at 10 o'clock. When Yin Qing arrived at the monitoring room, Wu Chang was already there. Hearing the noise, Wu Chang turned his head slightly to glance at Yin Qing, who was pulling out a chair to sit down. "You're here? Have you had breakfast?" "Yes, I've already eaten in the cafeteria," Yin Qing replied. "Well, generally, there are hardly any customers in the morning, so it should be a bit more relaxed," Wu Chang said. Indeed, Yin Qing nodded, noting that there were only a handful of customers in the morning, which usually posed no problems. After a while, Lin Jie rushed in, exclaiming, "Oh no, the captain hasn't arrived yet, has he? Overslept again." Wu Chang. Yin Qing. Wu Chang couldn't help but rub his forehead. "Lin Jie, you're in the wrong place." "Huh?" Lin Jie was momentarily confused, about to say something when his eyes inadvertently caught sight of Yin Qing. He suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I forgot." With that, Lin Jie hurriedly prepared to dash out. Just as he was about to step out of the monitoring room, he turned back with a sly expression. "I almost forgot to mention, do you know who I saw yesterday? Could it be your distant cousin from the young master at the Xingyue Club?" Wu Chang teased. Yin Qing's lips twitched slightly, but she maintained her silence. Lin Jie rolled his eyes. "No, it's not him. He is not worth gossiping about." Then a mischievous smile spread across his face. "It's the captain." "The captain? What is there to gossip about him?" Wu Chang looked at Lin Jie skeptically. "The captain, a rather dull and introverted person. Couldn't he possibly have any juicy stories?" Lin Jie chuckled. "You and T know, would you? The captain is, well, in a relationship." Wu Chang's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. The captain was hugging a woman." Lin Jie gestured dramatically to emphasize his point. "Given the captain's attributes, finding a partner should be easy," Yin Qing remarked. "Qian's son, tall and handsome. While the ratio of women to men in the City of Sin is low, it's not entirely scarce. With Qian's son's qualities, he should easily find a match." No, Lin Jie shook his finger. "Qing, you just arrived, so you're unaware." Lin Jie's expression suddenly turned meaningful. "I always thought the captain preferred men. For a while, I even avoided meeting him alone, fearing he might take a liking to me." Wu Chang and Yin Qing. "I had no idea I was misunderstanding the captain. Qing, you don't know this, but since I met the captain, he has shown various disdain for women. Of course, I'm not talking about you, Qing, since you're already one of us. The captain is quite protective of his own." With that, Lin Jie winked at Yin Qing. Yin Qing. Now she understood why Qian's son had escorted her home and even gifted her a dagger. After all, the captain perceives women as particularly weak, which is why he hasn't pursued a partner here, viewing it as a hassle. Who would have thought even an iron tree would blossom? When faced with true love, even tempered steel can turn soft. Lin Jie became more animated, even hugging himself in a dramatic fashion. However, Wu Chang and Yin Qing, who were watching the spectacle, stiffened, their expressions returning to a serious demeanor as they resumed their work, as if they had never engaged in idle chatter with Lin Jie. "Hey, don't you two believe me? I tell you, if there were phones here, I would have taken pictures as evidence." Lin Jie, seeing that they were ignoring him, assumed they doubted him. "Honestly, I can't believe that a man as reserved as the captain could actually be in a relationship, but it's true." Lin Jie nodded earnestly. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either." Really? What exactly, Lin Jie? Are you bored? Qian Sun stood expressionless behind Lin Jie. Lin Jie's voice faltered as he stiffened, glaring at the two who seemed to be diligently working. Wow, the captain is here. No warning whatsoever. Friendship over. Ha ha ha. Captain, wait, when did you arrive? Why so quiet? Lin Jie awkwardly turned to face him. It's just that you said you were afraid I'd take a liking to you. I didn't want to interrupt your enthusiastic gossip. Qian Sun replied with a smirk. Hiv. Lin Jie scratched his head sheepishly, casting a pleading glance at Yin Qing and Wu Chang. Yet, both appeared engrossed in their tasks, not even glancing his way. Qian Sun let out a light snort, glancing at his watch. And what time is it? Lin Jie. When will you ever be on time? All right at this hour. Lin Jie seemed to finally realize. I need to get to work. Goodbye, Captain. With that, he quickly sidestepped and fled. Qian Sun glanced at Lin Jie as hasty retreat, and then turned to the two who seemed deeply focused on their work. All right, you two focus on your duties. I'm leaving. Understood, Captain. Safe travels, Wu Chang replied. Yin Qing nodded in agreement. Once Qian Sun had walked away, Wu Chang sighed in relief. The captain really startled me just now. Yin Qing nodded. Qian Sun had been standing at the door for quite some time. Yet she hadn't heard a single sound or footstep. If it had been a player ambushing her, she would have been at a disadvantage. However, the captain didn't even refute the fact that he had a partner. Wu Chang narrowed his eyes, pondering deeply. Indeed, Yin Qing replied somewhat absent-mindedly, more concerned that she hadn't noticed someone at the door. Clearly, her guard had lowered significantly here, which was unacceptable. The enemies in this world were not as transparent as those in the previous game world. The enemy lurked in the shadows, and she shouldn't let her guard down. Wu Chang stretched leisurely. It seems the captain really does have a partner. I'm quite curious about who she is. A crackling sound indicated the connection of the intercom, followed by Qian Sun's stern voice. Wu Chang, focus on your work. You'll be informed when the time is right. Wu Chang's stretching abruptly halted. Ahem, Captain. However, the intercom had already cut off. Well, that was awkward. Getting caught talking about the boss. Wu Chang couldn't help but sigh, feeling just as foolish as Lin Jie. The intercom on Qian Sun's side was a direct line. Even if Wu Chang hadn't consented, Qian Sun could hear him and initiate a conversation without permission. This was to ensure that security personnel were diligently performing their duties and to prevent idle chatter from causing issues. Thus, the two continued to immerse themselves in their work. Although there were few customers in the morning, casual conversations could easily lead to mistakes. As night fell, the bar was once again enveloped in a lively atmosphere. At this hour, Yin Qing and Wu Chang had to be vigilant, monitoring every display screen. Fortunately, the current disturbances were minor disputes. Brother Chang, I need to use the restroom. Keep an eye on things for me, Yin Qing said. Sure, go quickly, Wu Chang replied. Yin Qing hurried toward the restroom. Hey, do you have eyes? A man with a protruding belly, clearly intoxicated, squinted as he spoke. Apologies, Yin Qing replied. Upon hearing a woman's voice, the man struggled to open his tiny, bleary eyes. Upon seeing Yin Qing's cold, stunning face, a foolish grin spread across his features. Beauty. Yin Qing frowned and ignored the man, walking to the sink to wash her hands. Hey, beautiful, don't go, the man, somewhat unsteady on his feet, attempted to seize Yin Qing, only to be deftly evaded by her. Consequently, he tumbled heavily to the ground. Yin Qing furrowed her brow slightly, casting a glance at the man with a hint of disdain before turning on her heel and departing. Chapter 34, City of Sin, Part 8, at 4 o'clock in the morning after the security work concluded. All right, everyone has worked hard today. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., at the Central Square, leave Dazue Hot Pot. I will treat you all to dinner, Qian Sun announced. Hey, are we going to meet the sister-in-law? Lin Jie exclaimed, his fatigue instantly dissipating. What sister-in-law? No way, the captain is dating? The remaining security personnel were equally excited. Quiet down. Qian Sun struggled to maintain a serious demeanor, but his slightly flushed ears betrayed him. Anyway, tomorrow at 6 p.m., Li Dazue Hot Pot in Central Square. Anyone who arrives late will have to pay for themselves. The group chuckled, affirming their punctuality. All right, enough chatter. It's late. Go home and rest, Qian Sun said with a serious expression, his ears still pink. Okay, let's go. We can finally see the sister-in-law tomorrow. The few members of the security team laughed and departed, leaving only Yin Qing and Qian Senator. Wait for me a moment. I need to grab something, Qian Sun said, turning to head into the office. Hold on, Captain, Yin Qing called out. Puzzled, Qian Sun turned to look at her. Captain, I am not a fragile woman. I possess self-defense capabilities, so there is no need for you to escort me, Yin Qing stated earnestly. Qian Sun nodded, I understand. But women inherently possess less physical strength than men, and most people in this city are not of good character. Then allow me to demonstrate my skills to you, Captain, Yin Qing replied. Verbal assurances could never be as convincing as practical demonstration. Qian Sun frowned slightly as he regarded Yin Qing. I am not weak. I know, Yin Qing affirmed. All right, wait for me a moment, Qian Sun consented, intrigued to discover the reason behind her recruitment into the security department. The two made their way to the vacant area behind the bar. Ready? Qian Sun asked as he extended his left fist toward Yin Qing's face. Yin Qing quickly reacted, deftly stepping back to the right and delivering a powerful kick to Qian Sun's right knee. Qian Sun evaded her strike by swiftly moving to the left. Not bad again, he encouraged. He then raised his left leg to kick Yin Qing in the abdomen, but she swiftly crouched to avoid it, countering with a sweeping motion of her right leg. Although she momentarily tripped him, Qian Sun quickly regained his footing. The two engaged in several exchanges, neither willing to concede, though Qian Sun ultimately maintained a slight advantage. All right, that's enough, Qian Sun said, rubbing his sore left cheek. I apologize, I didn't control my strength earlier, Yin Qing said with a hint of regret. No worries, I underestimated you, Qian Sun replied earnestly. When facing an opponent, one must go all out. Indeed, Yin Qing agreed. It's quite late now. You should head back. I won't see you off, Qian Sun gestured dismissively. Yin Qing nodded, picking up a hair tie that had fallen during their sparring, and after bidding farewell, she left the bar. Damn, that woman won't be angry for my invitation, will she? In a dark, narrow alley, a man leaned against a slightly shabby wall, wearing an expression of displeasure. The cold moonlight illuminated the scene, and Yin Qing gradually emerged from the shadows. The man's scowl vanished, replaced by an infatuated expression, as he appeared to be swallowing his saliva. Beauty, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Yin Qing replied coldly, scanning the man with a dispassionate gaze. The man gazed at her with greedy eyes, his pudgy hand reaching out toward her, but as it neared her arm, she effortlessly sidestepped him. Is your status here high? Yin Qing asked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor shifted, his initial wariness dissipating. You must be the new girl who just arrived, right? Yin Qing responded coolly. The man was unfazed by her indifference, his eyes greedily fixed on her as if she were already his possession. No wonder you don't recognize me. I'm with the Tiger Head Gang, often hanging around this area. Stick with me, and you'll never have to worry about food and shelter for the rest of your life. Are you wealthy? Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. The man felt his legs weaken under her light gaze. Beneath the moonlight, Yin Qing's frosty demeanor made her seem like an otherworldly fairy, the effect undeniable. Of course I have money. As long as you follow me, I'll give you whatever you desire, he said, swallowing hard. Did you bring money with you? Of course. As long as you stick with me, at dawn, I'll take you shopping, he said eagerly, extending his hand. Yin Qing dodged his advances once again. Her repeated rejections began to irritate him. So, beauty, will you allow me to touch you or not? He asked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. But upon receiving another of her indifferent glances, he softened his voice. Really? I have power and wealth. I can ensure your future is worry-free. And what about the women you've had before? Yin Qing inquired, recalling having seen him bring women to the bar before. Those women? They're probably all dead by now, he replied nonchalantly. Dead? Yeah, I've grown bored of them. Why keep them around? He stated matter-of-factly, then quickly added, of course, beauty, you're different. I'll cherish you. I understand. Now, take off your clothes, Yin Qing said, lowering her head slightly, her gaze inscrutable. Okay, I'll take them off, he replied eagerly, quickly stripping down to just a snug red pair of shorts clinging to his rotund figure. With a lewd grin, he moved closer to Yin Qing. She showed no signs of retreat, which excited him. Just as he prepared to pounce, Yin Qing suddenly turned, her eyes icy and piercing, a sharp dagger gleaming in her slender hand. The man attempted to dodge, but it was too late. The dagger plunged into his left chest with precision. Yin Qing silently observed the terror etched on his pudgy face as she mercilessly withdrew the dagger, blood spraying forth. Despite her precautions, she was splattered with some of it. The man's bulk collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with fear, blood staining the earth beneath him. Yin Qing grimaced as she wiped the blood splatter from her face, rummaging through the man's discarded clothing until she found his card. Chapter 35. The City of Sin. Part 9. The following noon, the sun had risen to its zenith, casting its warm glow upon the balcony where damp black security uniforms swayed gently in the breeze. Yin Qing, with a furrowed brow and a sense of malaise, rose to freshen up. The nocturnal activities had indeed taken a toll, leaving her severely sleep-deprived. At the card service center in the central plaza, each counter was ensconced in its own small room, ensuring the conversations between the attendant and the applicant remained private. "Hello, do you require a storage card?" inquired the attendant with a gentle tone. "Yes," replied Yin Qing. "Kindly provide your name and identification number." Yin Qing, identification number 400-782-8888, she stated. The identification number serves as a unique identifier for each resident in the City of Sin, akin to an ID card, which was previously issued on a keychain during the accommodation assignment. "Please hold for a moment," said the attendant, proceeding to click away at her computer. "Please enter the password you wish to set for your storage card on the display." Yin Qing casually input 123456. "Done. Your card is being processed. Kindly wait for 5 minutes. Additionally, could you assist me in unlocking this card?" Yin Qing requested. The attendant glanced at her with surprise, but continued her duties without hesitation. "This card indicates that the owner has been registered as deceased this morning. To unlock it, a fee of 1,000 ocean dollars will be deducted." The implication was clear. Acknowledging the fee meant Yin Qing would have to admit to having taken the life of the deceased to inherit their possessions. Such were the rules of the City of Sin, where only the slayer was entitled to inherit the belongings of the slain. In cases like Yin Qing's assassination, if it went unreported by the authorities or others, and if the deceased possessed only cash, there would be no need to unlock a card at the service center, thus avoiding the 1,000 ocean dollar fee. However, if the deceased owned a storage card, one would need to visit the service center for unlocking, incurring the penalty. Rest assured, the service center maintained strict confidentiality regarding who unlocked the deceased card. As long as they received payment, they would never disclose such information. "Very well," Yin Qing replied nonchalantly. "Huh." The attendant was momentarily taken aback by Yin Qing's admission. "Oh, my apologies. I will unlock it for you right away. Please wait a moment. This card has a balance of 6,760 ocean dollars. After deducting 1,000 ocean dollars, you will have 5,760 ocean dollars remaining. The password has been reset to 000000. Please transfer the balance to my new card," Yin Qing instructed. "Certainly, there is a 5 transfer fee," the attendant reminded her. "Understood." After a few more clicks on the computer, the attendant handed Yin Qing her new card. The total transferred amount is 5,472 ocean dollars. "You may check your card balance at the machine on the left in the lobby." "Thank you." Yin Qing nodded and then departed. As she exited, the clock in the lobby indicated it was 3:15, leaving her ample time before 6 o'clock to procure some items. Thus, she returned to the lingerie shop she had visited previously. Upon entering, she directly communicated her needs to the staff. Deep black, mid-range quality, with a simple design. "Please hold for a moment," the attendant replied. In Chapter 36, The City of Sin, Part 10, Sister-in-Law, is this new arrival just as annoying as the mud? Lin Jie mumbled through his food. Wu Chang could not help but cast a few disdainful glances at Lin Jie, who pouted and made a face in return. "Yes, I just arrived," Jianyu replied. "Are there any other newcomers among you?" "Qing is also new," Lin Jie said with a cheerful grin. At this moment, the group had grown somewhat familiar with one another. Initially, Jianyu's appearance may have differed from their preconceived notions of sister-in-law, creating a slight shock. However, they soon discovered her warm and straightforward personality, which made conversations quite pleasant. "Huh, Yin Qing is also new? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Yes, just arrived, Yin Qing replied. By the way, I am quite curious about how you and the beautiful Yin Qing made it here, Lin Jie said after swallowing his food under Wu Chang's watchful gaze. Me? Jiang Yu hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Don't mind him, sister-in-law. Lin Jie is just asking casually. If it's inconvenient, you needn't share. Wu Chang compassionately suggested as he noticed Jiang Yu's awkward expression. Right, I was merely being casual, Lin Jie quickly added. Actually, it's not that it's inconvenient. I came here not for any wrongdoing, Jiang Yu said after a moment's hesitation. The main issue is how to explain it to you. So you were wrongfully accused. Which led you to the city of sin. Lin Jie exclaimed, wide-eyed with surprise. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, that's about the gist of it. Then, sister-in-law, you've suffered a great injustice. But luckily, you encountered our captain, Lin Jie remarked, with the others nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Yin Qing lowered her gaze, her bangs concealing her complex emotions. Jiang Yu stole a shy glance at Qian's son and softly acknowledged with an M. Qian's son looked at her with a hint of affection in his eyes. Lin Jie couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The sweetness of romance, he teased, prompting the others to nod in agreement, as they too sensed it. All right, beautiful Yin Qing, what brought you here? Lin Jie turned his attention to Yin Qing. Yin Qing gathered herself, lifting her head to respond coolly, fighting. Fighting? Lin Jie nearly spat out his drink. Yin Qing said, shifting slightly away, wary. Coughing. Lin Jie wiped his mouth. I'm curious. Yin Qing, can you actually fight? Wu Chang asked, intrigued. Yin Qing blew on her hot tea, responding languidly, yes. I fought back when I was harassed. Well, okay, with your looks, it's indeed easy to be harassed, Wu Chang commented. Once Lin Jie cleaned up the water on his face, he skeptically remarked, but, beautiful Yin Qing, can you really win with that petite frame? Yin Qing shot Lin Jie a fleeting glance, but remained silent. What is wrong? Lin Jie asked, perplexed. Qian's son, observing Lin Jie's foolish expression, remarked, You win T last 5 moves against Yin Qing. Lin Jie pouted in dissatisfaction. Captain, even if I lack exercise from sitting in the monitoring room, I'm still a man. Qian's son took a sip of his tea, nonchalantly stating, I'm evenly matched with Yin Qing. So you can gauge your difference in skill based on mine. Seriously? Yin Qing is that formidable? Lin Jie exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. No, she is still slightly lacking compared to the captain, Yin Qing interjected. During their previous spar, Qian's son managed his strength well. His strikes caused pain without leaving injury, achieving his desired outcomes. In contrast, Yin Qing often either held back too much or struck too hard, indicating the disparity in their abilities. Lin Jie swallowed hard, clearly shocked. Wow, that is still quite impressive. All right. Wu Chang and the others shared his astonishment, having believed Yin Qing was merely favored for connections to enter the security division, only to find she had skill. Time passed swiftly in their jovial gathering. Qian's son glanced at his watch, noting it was already 10:35 p.m. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should head back, Qian's son suggested. Okay, thank you, Captain, for treating us. I'm stuffed, they all exclaimed, patting their bellies contentedly. As long as you're full, let us head back, Qian's son said with a wry smile. Goodbye, Captain and sister-in-law. We're off. Goodbye. Let us hang out again soon. Yes, goodbye. They waved farewell, each returning to their respective homes. Upon returning to her residence, Yin Qing had tidied up by nearly midnight. Regardless of how late it was, she practiced basic combat for half an hour every day. After her workout, she took another shower. By the time she laid down in her coffin-like bed, it was almost 1 a.m. Xiaofan, check the latest updates, she commanded. Xiaofan replied, Okay, please hold on. Data is updating. The wait time is approximately 5 seconds. Updating? Yin Qing frowned slightly. Xiaofan continued, Data has been updated. Please check. Then, a display appeared before her, adorned with familiar pink text. Official player, Yin Qing player code, 140318 game name, City of Sin game background. This is a city of crime. Here, if you have money, you can kill anyone you wish and acquire whatever you desire. Victory conditions, accumulate 100,000 ocean dollars, no time limit. Successfully kill 3 players' current money. For 780 remaining players. 82 players have dropped out? Just last night, there were 10 players. And today, only 8 remain. Has someone completed their exit? If 3 players were killed by the same individual, that person would indeed be able to leave. Therefore, the recent update must have resulted from a player's death or departure. Yin Qing gently closed her eyes. The only players she could confirm were Wang Zhonghai's new lover, Wenwan, and Jiang Yu, whom she met today. Jiang Yu's straightforward nature likely made her noticeable to the other players. However, Jiang Yu should possess decent combat skills. Otherwise, with her lack of stealth, she might have been eliminated on the first night. Well then, time to sleep. The night was unusually quiet. Suddenly, Yin Qing opened her eyes. Footsteps. They had stopped right outside her door. Who could it be? Were it not for the proximity of her coffin to the door, she might not have heard those faint steps. The person outside seemed to be observing something lingering at her door. If Yin Qing guessed correctly, that person was likely peering through the peephole to observe the interior. However, her position was just outside their line of sight. After a while, the person outside had yet to leave. Yin Qing gripped her dagger tightly, preparing to summon her coffin back into the system. Just then, the person outside stealthily departed. Yet their departure did not ease her anxiety. Had someone detected her identity? Or was it due to the fat man she had killed? In any case, she was being targeted. Chapter 37, City of Sin, Part 11, just past noon. The 2 individuals in the monitoring room had just finished their lunch when they received a message from Qiansen's communicator. Wu Chang, Yin Qing, please proceed to the boss's office. Lin Jie will be coming over shortly to keep an eye on you. You may go ahead. The door to the alluring boss's office stood wide open, flanked by 2 young men with dangling earrings. Their gazes lewd and their attire consisting of tight pants and flamboyant shirts. Upon spotting Yin Qing, they regarded her with a mix of interest and scrutiny. Wu Chang frowned, subtly positioning Yin Qing behind him, and gently knocked on the door. Boss, you called for us? Inside the office, the enchanting boss was clad in her signature crimson cheongsam, slender fingers holding a cigarette, her scarlet lips occasionally exhaling wisps of smoke. While her beauty was undeniable, she was accompanied by a short, pallid man with a prominent mustache, whose unattractive visage was further marred by his beady, gluttonous eyes that occasionally roved hungrily toward the boss. The alluring boss flicked her cigarette ash lazily and spoke in a languid tone. This individual is from the Tiger Head Gang, and he has some questions for the 2 of you. The Tiger Head Gang? Yin Qing's eyes lowered, her long lashes obscuring her contemplative gaze. Wu Chang, however, cast a puzzled look at the diminutive man seated on the opposite sofa. The short man cleared his throat twice, adjusting his previously casual posture to a more upright position. You're the ones in charge of the monitoring room, correct? Are you familiar with Li Dalong? We oversee the monitoring room and are aware of Li Dalong, though we have never interacted with him, Wu Chang replied succinctly. I don't know him, Yin Qing added nonchalantly. Oh, never interacted? Not acquainted? The short man's eyes narrowed with scrutiny as he scrutinized the pair. Indeed, I have been here for quite some time, so I know of him, but I have never engaged with him. Yin Qing is new, naturally unfamiliar with him, Wu Chang clarified. The short man raised an eyebrow, casting a cryptic glance at Yin Qing before turning to Wu Chang with a cold smirk. Last night, Li Dalong was playing around in your bar and was subsequently murdered in a nearby alley. Wu Chang frowned, stating, once he exited the bar, our monitoring room ceased to observe. Ceased to observe? The short man replied with a mocking inflection. Fine. Did you see any woman handing Li Dalong a note that day? With that, he produced a bloodstained note. This is a woman's handwriting. She lured Li Dalong to that alley. It is highly likely that she conspired with others to kill him. Wu Chang took a glance at the note. The bar was crowded that night. Such minute details are difficult to notice. Yin Qing cast a fleeting glance at the note. Realizing it was her oversight, she had forgotten to dispose of it. However, she had deliberately slipped it into Li Dalong's bag while avoiding the cameras during their encounter. Thus, Wu Chang could not possibly have seen it. The short man's expression darkened. While Li Dalong was not a significant figure in my Tiger Head Gang, he was a small squad leader. His death near your bar, shrouded in mystery, and the absence of recorded footage from your surveillance, while you claim not to have seen a woman giving him a note. This is quite troubling. Wu Chang and Yin Qing remained silent, refraining from comment. It was the alluring boss who casually interjected, "You are aware of the rules of my bar. The surveillance is solely for maintaining security at the venue and does not serve as a recorded archive. After all, in this city, everyone harbors a few secrets, don't they?" Moreover, she leisurely extinguished her nearly consumed cigarette. Furthermore, this incident did not occur within the bar. "I have cooperated by summoning my employees for your inquiries, so surely we all understand the protocols at play, correct?" The short man's face grew increasingly grim. "What if I suspect that someone from your bar was involved?" The alluring boss chuckled softly, covering her mouth with a delicate hand, her eyes glinting with derision. "And what do you propose?" The short man replied darkly, "I want all the women from your bar to come and replicate the handwriting on this note." The alluring boss laughed lightly again, swiftly retracting her smile, her gaze turning frosty. "Do you think this is a selection of concubines? On my turf, you have no authority." The short man shot a piercing glance at the smirking beauty, as though he wished to voice further objections, but hesitated, wary of her demeanor. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, forcing a smile as he said, "Just a jest. I trust the boss will manage her staff appropriately." Naturally, the alluring boss smiled in return. The short man, seemingly realizing the futility of the conversation, begrudgingly excused himself. "I apologize for the disturbance today. We shall take our leave." The alluring boss regarded him with evident disinterest. "Very well, take care, and good day." Once the members of the Tiger Head gang had departed, Wu Chang spoke up, "So, boss, may we return now?" "Yes," the alluring boss replied languidly, reclining against the sofa. "Yin Qing, please stay a moment." Wu Chang paused, glancing between the alluring boss and Yin Qing, then conveyed a silentile, return first message to Yin Qing before turning to leave. Yin Qing stood silently beside her, not uttering a word. She understood that the alluring boss was astute. Without her intellect, a mere woman could never ascend to such a position in this city. Indeed, the alluring boss slightly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp. Though her tone remained languid, she exuded a seriousness that belied her demeanor. "Next time, ensure you handle matters thoroughly." Yin Qing hesitated before responding, "Understood." Upon returning to the monitoring room, Wu Chang inquired with concern, "Are you all right? What did the boss want with you?" "Nothing much. Just asking if I have adapted to work these past few days," Yin Qing replied. Wu Chang exhaled in relief. "That's good. The boss has always been quite fair with us. Whenever we face issues with larger factions, she personally intervenes to resolve them, as long as we don't leave any incriminating evidence." "Indeed," Yin Qing responded softly. That night, Wang Zhonghai returned to the bar with his angelic companion, the player Wenwen. However, unlike previous visits, he was accompanied by two charming sisters. He held Wenwen with one hand, while the other arm was entwined with both sisters, and the three young women appeared to share an amiable rapport, exchanging playful banter. "What the heck? Here I am, working my fingers to the bone, and this old lecher is managing to woo three women at once." That evening brought about several minor issues, prompting Lin Jie to dart back and forth multiple times. He was now secretly resting in the monitoring room. Wu Chang cast a glance at him, coolly remarking, "Why not join in the fun?" Lin Jie shook his head despondently. "Forget it. I have no money or power. Aside from my good looks, I possess nothing. Life is truly lonely." Wu Chang chuckled softly, preparing to retort, when the communicator lit up and Qiansen's voice came through. "Wu Chang, is Lin Jie in the monitoring room?" "Yes, he is," Wu Chang replied, disregarding Lin Jie's frantic head shaking. "Tell him to return promptly," Qiansen instructed. Wu Chang said nothing further, instead turning the communicator towards Lin Jie. Lin Jie shot a glare of annoyance at the smirking Wu Chang, sighing heavily as he complied. "Understood, Captain. I'll return immediately." Having said that, Lin Jie reluctantly rose to his feet, and before departing, he feigned ferocity by gesturing an obscene gesture at Wu Chang. Wu Chang. Chapter 38, The Sin City, Part 12. Upon returning to her residence after work that evening, Yin Qing was particularly vigilant due to the events of the previous night. She carefully examined her surroundings and ensured that the door lock had not been tampered with. After conducting a thorough inspection of her home and finding no anomalies, she finally relaxed her guard slightly and proceeded to wash up and rest. Wu Chang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, yawned as he entered the inspection room. Qing, good morning. Good morning, Yin Qing replied. Did you not sleep well last night? Indeed, Wu Chang said. Lin Jie dragged me into a marathon gaming session, and I nearly fell asleep at the keyboard. He yawned again, unable to suppress it. Why not take a quick nap? I suggested, looking at Yin Qing. Wu Chang waved his hand dismissively. No need, I'll just brew some tea. Yin Qing nodded in agreement and refrained from further persuasion. Wang Zhonghai is at the bar this morning? Wu Chang remarked, surprised as he observed the display screen. Wang Zhonghai was dressed rather formally today in a suit, his scar running from above his nose to the left side of his upper lip, conveniently avoiding his eyes. He wore a fine watch on his wrist. If it weren't for the scar and a slightly harsher gaze, he could easily pass as an ordinary office worker. He must be meeting someone of significance. He didn't bring any of his women, Yin Qing commented. The display screen was silent, showing only the front desk personnel escorting Wang Zhonghai into a private room, beyond which Yin Qing and Wu Chang could see nothing, as there were no cameras inside. Brother Chang, do you know why Wang Zhonghai has come to Sin City? Yin Qing asked, glancing indifferently at the closed door of the private room displayed on the screen. It is said that he was once a notorious drug lord in the southwestern region, with a considerable number of subordinates. The police have been unable to apprehend him for years, Wu Chang replied, taking a sip of his hot tea. As for how he fell, I've heard it from others. Apparently, he had an infatuation with a college girl. When she adamantly refused him and tried to escape, he went to great lengths to locate her parents and murdered them all. Upon returning home to find her parents brutally slaughtered, the girl completely broke down. Yet, Wang Zhonghai did not relent. He violated her amidst that gruesome scene. Yin Qing Fro, Chapter 39, City of Sin, 13. The night descended upon the city of Sin once more, its illusory and extravagant lights offering a fleeting sense of hope that surpassed the city's daytime bleakness. Chief, there's a minor dispute in Sector 4 that requires attention, Wu Chang announced, observing the monitor and addressing the walkie-talkie. Understood. However, the response was not Qian Sen's usual voice, but a slightly familiar and reserved one. Wu Chang paused, recognizing the altered voice. Zhao Ji? Yes, it's Zhao Ji speaking. Where's the chief? Wu Chang inquired, puzzled. The chief didn't come in today. The front desk said they were unaware of his whereabouts. Zhao Ji replied hastily. I need to resolve this issue first. We'll talk later. The connection was abruptly terminated. Wu Chang furrowed his brow. The chief has never been absent before. Something important must have occurred, Yin Qing mused. Indeed, Wu Chang acknowledged, refraining from further speculation due to the pressing workload. Another minor incident in Sector 4 requires our attention, Wu Chang announced into the walkie-talkie. Almost immediately, Lin Jie's anguished cry echoed through the device. Oh no, my legs are about to give out tonight. You should be grateful these are just minor disputes, Wu Chang retorted, his voice hoarse. Tonight, we've been swamped with trivial altercations, but we can't ignore them lest they escalate. These imps have nothing better to do, Lin Jie exclaimed vehemently through the walkie-talkie. Enough complaining. Get going, Wu Chang urged. Alas, such is the life of a drudge. 4 a.m. The bar closed. Wu Chang stretched his weary limbs. Finally finished. Tonight was truly exhausting. Indeed, Yin Qing concurred, acknowledging the demanding workload. The walkie-talkie flickered to life, and Zhao Ji's voice resonated. Hello, Wu Chang, can you hear me? Wu Chang picked up the device. Loud and clear. What's the matter? Let's gather and discuss today's operations and how to address the chief's absence, Zhao Ji suggested. All right, Yin Qing and I will be there shortly. In the security department's break room, the group gathered around the table, their expressions grave. The chief has never been absent before, Wu Chang reiterated. Zhao Ji nodded, his brow furrowed. Even if he couldn't make it, he would have informed Li Bo, who lives closest to him. Silence descended upon the room. After a moment, Wu Chang inquired, what were you doing during the day? Why didn't you inform us sooner? Well, Zhao Ji stammered. Li Bo spoke softly. Actually, we were puzzled during the day and considered checking on the chief at his residence, but Li Bo hesitated, glancing at Lin Jie with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Jie suggested that the chief and his wife might have had a passionate night, leading to a late start, and advised us not to disturb their private lives. Lin Jie scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't anticipate the chief's continued absence. I assumed that a couple in the throes of passion might be preoccupied, and the chief might be held captive by his amorous partner. Little did I know. Wu Chang, Yin Qing. Zhao Ji also appeared contrite. So, we waited until tonight. This was my oversight. It's the first time I've known the chief to have a partner. I've never encountered this situation before, so Zhao Ji slapped his forehead in frustration. I should have known better. The chief has always been disciplined. He would never neglect his duties for romantic pursuits. And even if that were the case, he wouldn't be absent at night. The bar is at its busiest then, and Qian Sun would never inexplicably miss work. Wu Chang gently patted Zhao Ji's shoulder in reassurance. Don't be so disheartened. The chief is merely absent from work. It doesn't necessarily mean something has happened to him. With his skills, he should be fine. Zhao Ji nodded silently, and another moment of silence enveloped the break room. In the city of sin, countless individuals vanish without a trace daily. This is no ordinary metropolis. Death is commonplace here. A friend who shared laughter and camaraderie yesterday might be found lifeless the next, or reduced to a mere entry on a death registry. So what do we do now? Li Bo inquired softly. Zhao Ji paused before responding. I still want to check on the chief at his home. I'll go too. Lin Jie eagerly chimed in. The others nodded in agreement. Yin Qing, perhaps you should. Lin Jie glanced at Yin Qing, about to suggest that she, as a woman, should return home to rest, but Yin Qing interrupted him. I'll accompany you, Yin Qing declared. Zhao Ji nodded appreciatively. Very well, let's gather our belongings and head to the chief's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Looks like no one's home. Lin Jie whispered, gesturing to the others in the distance. The others gestured back, whispering, knock a few more times. Lin Jie increased the force of his knocks. Instead of Qian Sin's door opening, the door next door swung open, and a burly figure emerged, his face contorted in anger. What's all the racket at this hour? Can a man get some sleep? Lin Jie's ears rang from the outburst. Standing before the nearly 2-meter giant, Lin Jie felt like a child. Lin Jie swallowed hard. Sorry. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? The giant sneered, his anger palpable. Looking for someone in the middle of the night? Do you have no sense of time? Besides, that person left yesterday afternoon and hasn't returned. Look elsewhere. Don't bother me again. Lin Jie bowed repeatedly. Okay, sorry. Oomph. The giant snorted and slammed the door shut. Lin Jie sighed in relief, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at the others in the distance. The others avoided his gaze, some talking, some staring at the ceiling, and others counting ants. The chief isn't home. Could he be with Jiangyu? Wu Chang suggested. But we don't know where Jiangyu lives, Zhao Ji countered. So what's our next step? Lin Jie asked softly. Zhao Ji pondered for a moment before replying. Let's go home and rest. The registration hall isn't open at night anyway. We'll meet at the bar at 10 a.m. tomorrow and reassess the situation. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was the only course of action for now. Chapter 40, City of Sin, Part 14. The following morning, Yin Qing, sporting dark circles under her eyes, began her morning routine in a half-dazed state. She realized that since her arrival in this game world, restful sleep had become a rare luxury. Last night, she hadn't returned until nearly 5:30, and by the time she settled down, it was almost 6. To make matters worse, the commotion from a man and a woman upstairs interrupted her already scant hours of sleep, reducing them to a mere half-hour. The memory of their raucous shouting from the previous night made her frown in irritation. She silently hoped they were financially struggling. Ah, the lovely beauty! Lin Jie exclaimed as he spotted Yin Qing, clad in a black security uniform. As she approached, the group paused momentarily. Yin Qing, perhaps we should head back for a bit more rest? We're fine, Wu Chang said with a hint of concern. No need, Yin Qing replied. All right, if you're too fatigued, you might as well catch a quick nap, Wu Chang suggested. Zhao Ji had gone to the registration hall, so they would be delayed. Yin Qing nodded and leaned against the sofa, her eyes half closed. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhao Ji returned, and the group regarded him with anxious anticipation. What's the news? They asked. Panting slightly, Zhao Ji replied. The death list at the registration hall does not contain the captain's name. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. However, Zhao Ji hesitated, his expression darkening. But what? Wu Chang pressed. The death list does include Jiang Yu's name, Zhao Ji stated. A heavy silence fell over the group, their faces betraying surprise, sympathy, and sorrow. Yin Qing's eyes, which had been half closed, widened slightly, revealing a flicker of complex emotions. Perhaps it's just a coincidence of names? Lin Jie attempted to smile, reassuringly. Zhao Ji remained silent for a moment before adding, "The photo of Jiang Yu on the death list is indeed that of the captain's girlfriend." Lin Jie fell silent, and the group lapsed into a contemplative quiet. Wu Chang lowered his head, his eyes shut. "Is there no record of who killed her?" "No. She was murdered at night, the same day they had hot pot. And the death occurred in the stairwell of Building 13, Zhao Ji explained. After a brief silence, Yin Qing spoke first. "Let us go check out Building 13. Nods of agreement confirmed that they were all on the same page. If Jiang Yu had been key chapter 41, the City of Sin, 15, Qian Sun remained silent for a moment before speaking in a hoarse voice. "I heard from the people in this building that when they found Ayu's body, her head and body were severed, and the wound was very clean. Was it done with a knife? How strong must that person have been to behead her in one stroke?" Lin Jie remarked, surprised. Wu Chang added, "Sister-in-law must be quite skilled in a fight, and she was murdered while going upstairs. The captain shouldn't have been far away at that time. Why didn't she cry for help?" Qian Sun lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment before saying, "This indicates that the assailant struck before Ayu had a chance to react. It could have been someone she knew. Then let's investigate who sister-in-law was acquainted with," Lin Jie suggested. Qian Sun nodded slowly. "For now, we can only proceed in this direction." With that, he attempted to rise from his seat. "All right, thank you for your help today. I appreciate your coming." However, having not eaten all day, he felt faint and nearly collapsed. Lin Jie hurriedly supported him. "Captain, let me assist you." "Thank you," Qian Sun replied. "Huh, Captain, why are you being so polite with me?" Lin Jie said with a silly grin, scratching his head with his free hand. "Let's go. It's time to head back," Qian Sun declared. Realizing he had wasted quite enough time here and needed to regain his focus to find Ayu's killer. "I'm fine now. You all may leave," Qian Sun said, somewhat helplessly, as he looked at the few who lingered in his home. "Captain, we just want to watch some television at your place." Yes. It's been ages since we've seen a TV. Let us enjoy it. This TV was just bought by the captain a few days ago. The captain is quite wealthy. Look at the clarity of the picture. Just admire these mountains and rivers." Qian Sun sighed, "But if you stay here, how can I rest?" The group, previously engaged in playful banter, suddenly froze, realizing that their presence indeed hindered the captain's ability to relax. Yin Qing glanced at the frozen group and spoke first. "Captain, I will take my leave now, so as not to disturb your rest." "Thank you for your help today." Qian Sun nodded in acknowledgement. The others hurried to gather their belongings, saying, "Haha, then we will also take our leave." "Captain, remember to come to work tomorrow." "Thank you for today," Qian Sun replied. "It's no trouble at all. Indeed, it's not troublesome. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Upon returning to her residence, Yin Qing promptly washed up and went to bed, disregarding the fact that it was still daytime outside. She felt utterly exhausted. Had the couple upstairs continued their ruckus, she would have gone up with a knife. "Good morning. Good morning. Is the captain here today?" Yin Qing inquired. He just visited the inspection room," Wu Chang replied. Yin Qing nodded. At noon, after lunch, the receptionist, looking somewhat displeased, delivered 2 flyers to Yin Qing and her companion before leaving. The Bloody Sports Festival. Indeed, they had been discussing this on that day, Wu Chang remarked, his expression darkening. The flyer bore vivid red droplets and prominently featured the text, "The Bloody Sports Festival will be held in 1 month. The list of participants will be announced in 10 days. This event consists of 3 categories, 3,000-meter race, archery, and swimming. Survivors will each receive $50,000. Participation is voluntary." "Voluntary participation?" Wu Chang scoffed. Yin Qing glanced at the words $50,000 on the flyer without speaking. "However, you need not worry, due to the boss's influence. Our bar staff are exempt from this election. We merely need to review the flyers each time," Wu Chang noted, observing Yin Qing's silence after she picked up the flyer, mistakenly thinking she was anxious about being chosen. Yin Qing nodded, not arguing, and calmly folded the flyer, tucking it into her bag. "Hello, I would like to register." Yin Qing said, knocking on the table to rouse the nearly dozing individual. Huh? Register? The person looked at her in confusion, still seemingly lost in slumber. The Bloody Sports Festival. I wish to register, Yin Qing stated. Huh? Oh, registration, right? The individual finally responded, hurriedly retrieving a registration book to hand to Yin Qing. Just fill in your address, house number, and name. Yin Qing swiftly completed the form, noticing that others had already signed up. She casually scanned the names of 7 individuals and memorized a few. All right, you're registered. You can leave now and just participate when the time comes, the person said. Yin Qing nodded and turned to leave. What? Qing, why are you signing up for that? Lin Jie exclaimed, agitated. The Bloody Sports Festival. Bloody? Do you understand? People are going to die. Yes, I know, Yin Qing replied. If you know that, why do you still want to register? Lin Jie glared at her. I will be one of the survivors, Yin Qing stated confidently. Lin Jie was momentarily speechless at her audacity. Fine, even if you're strong, but... Wu Chang tugged at Lin Jie, signaling him to calm down. Qing, why don't you share your reasons for wanting to register? He asked. Because they're $50,000, Yin Qing answered. Wu Chang and Lin Jie exchanged glances, momentarily dumbfounded. Wu Chang sighed. All right, even if this $50,000 is indeed tempting, you must have your life to enjoy it. So, I will be one of the survivors, Yin Qing reiterated. Okay, Wu Chang admitted, a bit taken aback by her confidence. Qing, if you need money, you can always tell us, Wu Chang said with a hint of helplessness. Do you have $100,000? Yin Qing inquired. Wu Chang and Lin Jie fell silent. Clearly, they did not. Are you trying to save money to leave this place? Wu Chang asked. Yes, Yin Qing nodded in affirmation. Lin Jie scratched his head in confusion. Why do you want to leave? Isn't it nice here? Yin Qing looked up, regarding Lin Jie earnestly. This is not my home. Huh? But... Lin Jie attempted to articulate his thoughts, only to be interrupted by Wu Chang. Since Qing has made her decision, we shouldn't persuade her otherwise. If you need assistance, just let us know, Wu Chang said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing couldn't help but smile softly. Her tone gentler than usual. All right, thank you. All right, everyone has worked hard today. Let us return and rest early, Qiansen announced. Yin Qing, please stay behind. Once the others had left, Qiansen regarded Yin Qing with a serious expression. I heard you registered for the Bloody Sports Festival? Yes, Yin Qing replied. Is it really necessary for you to participate? Qiansen asked. It is, Yin Qing responded. Qiansen fixed his gaze on her and finally sighed. All right, I understand. You may go back now. Goodbye. Chapter 42. The City of Sin 16. More than half a month has passed, with only 7 or 8 days remaining until the Bloody Sports meeting begins. Today was exhausting. Everyone should head home early, Qian's son remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Qing. His tone softening slightly. Yin Qing, wait a moment. The group exchanged curious whispers. Oh wow. Yin Qing merely glanced over them, her gaze drifting. Once the others departed, Yin Qing inquired indifferently. What is it? I heard the central building offers a splendid view of the sunrise. If we head there now, we won't have to wait long to see it. Would you like to join me? Qian's son suggested. Yin Qing furrowed her brow, her expression revealing a tangle of emotions as she regarded him. Without waiting for her response, Qian's son packed his belongings and stated, Let us go. Yin Qing shot him a glance before silently following. As they walked for a while, Yin Qing halted at a dark alleyway. This should be it. There might be someone ahead. Qiansen paused, then chuckled softly. Yin Qing, you truly are quite clever. Yin Qing remained silent, adopting a defensive posture as her hand stealthily grasped the dagger. With a faint smile, Qiansen turned to her. I am curious as to why you doubt me. Is it my recent attentiveness? He tilted his head, feigning confusion, before chuckling again. If that is the case, you must be a rather unromantic woman. Yin Qing, gripping her dagger, replied coolly, Jiang Yu's death. Oh, Qiansen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is it Jiang Yu's demise that has caused you to suspect me? He then appeared somewhat lost in thought. But I believe I executed my role rather well, even appearing haggard and distressed in that room for 2 days to make it seem believable, enduring hunger and sleeplessness. Jiang Yu was a player who had only recently arrived in this world. Her acquaintances were scarce, making her unguarded death seemingly impossible. Yin Qing paused, her expression souring as she regarded Qian's son with disdain. However, due to her looks and figure, Jianyu harbored insecurities. Thus, when she entered a relationship that others envied, she became disoriented. To avoid losing that affection, she likely devoted herself entirely to it, perhaps even abandoning her task to linger in this city with her partner. Qiansen nodded, a faint smile on his lips. Women are indeed like this. Once they fall in love, they trust wholeheartedly, oblivious to the fact that the other may merely wish to betray them. He then gazed at Yin Qing with a hint of regret. Why didn't you fall for me? I possess all the attributes you women desire. Looks, physique, capabilities. Or do you think I fall short in some regard? Yin Qing smirked derisively. You are ugly and troublesome. Qiansen's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of anger crossing his face. However, I am genuinely curious. Did you use a disguise? Yin Qing asked. Qiansen's gaze turned cold as he responded. I entered last time and have been here for 5 years. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Does the system's display of remaining players include those who entered the game but have not yet completed it? As Qian's son spoke, he stepped closer to Yin Qing. If you hadn't reported that sports event, perhaps you could have lingered a while longer. So, how many players have you killed? Yin Qing challenged. Just a third, Qian's son replied. Then, you have no items left? Otherwise, you wouldn't have kept me here for over half a month. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. Qian's son narrowed his eyes slightly. You may not have any items either. Every new player possesses items. Do you believe I lack them? Yin Qing shot a fleeting glance at the approaching Qian senator. He hesitated, staring intently at her, before suddenly launching an attack. Do you have any? You'll find out. Yin Qing swiftly dodged and drew her dagger, aiming for Qiansen's thigh. He reacted quickly, evading her strike but leaving a shallow scratch on his leg. Qiansen cast a cold glance at his torn pants. This dagger was indeed a miscalculation. He then unsheathed a hidden soft sword and, with a snort, lunged at Yin Qing. The battle recommenced, the darkness illuminated only by the glint of blades, accompanied by the spray of blood. With a thud, Yin Qing was forcefully kicked against the wall. Qiansen bore some injuries as well, though he fared better than Yin Qing, who was at a disadvantage with her short blade. Qiansen approached slowly, a mocking tone in his voice. Well then, farewell. He prepared to strike down with his sword. But Yin Qing swiftly kicked his knee and slashed towards his neck with her dagger. Yet, the anticipated spray of blood never came. Instead, a doll appeared in place of Qiansen, who stood 3 meters away. A decoy? Yin Qing gasped, clutching her wound and frowning. Qiansen's expression darkened. I underestimated you. Fortunately, I drew this last time. Otherwise, I might have truly fallen today. He then lunged fiercely towards Yin Qing's left chest, blood gushing forth. A smirk crept onto Qiansen's lips as he stood still, waiting for the system announcement. However, after a prolonged silence, nothing happened. Peering down, he noticed Yin Qing lying motionless and cautiously crouched beside her, checking for a pulse, finally exhaling in relief. There's no heartbeat? Why hasn't the system announced it? His face grew grim as H. Chapter 43, the City of Sin, 17. By the time Yin Qing returned to her residence, it was nearly 7 p.m. She rummaged through her supplies for some disinfectant and gauze, having prepared them in advance for emergencies. As the alcohol made contact with her wound, she couldn't help but grimace. Her lips pressed tightly together. After attending to her injuries and completing the bandaging, she found herself drenched in cold sweat. Xiaofun, check the remaining number of players. She requested. Xiaofun 110124. All right, please hold on. Official player. Yin Qing player code. 140318 game title. City of Sin game background. This is a city of crime where, with sufficient wealth, one can kill anyone at will and obtain anything desired. Victory conditions. Acquire $100,000. No time limit. Successfully eliminate 3 players' current monetary amount. For 1,780 number of players eliminated. 1 remaining players. 7 Xiaofun. Does the count of 7 players refer to the new participants in this session, or all players still present here? Xiaofun 110124. Hello. It refers to the total number of players currently in the City of Sin. That's reassuring, Yin Qing murmured. With that, she summoned her coffin and lay down, her mental state utterly exhausted. When Yin Qing awoke from the coffin, it was nearly 3 p.m. Did my body feel less painful? She wondered, slightly furrowing her brow. She peeled back the gauze and noticed that the wound had ceased bleeding and was beginning to scab. She glanced at the coffin and then at her injury. It seemed she had discovered a new functionality of the coffin. After applying a bit more alcohol to her wound, Yin Qing headed to the bar. Knock, knock, knock. Upon entering, the beautiful owner, adorned with glasses, was seated at her desk, perusing documents. Yin Qing gently pushed the door open and approached the desk, saying, "Boss, I need to take a leave of absence." The beautiful owner lifted her head, recognizing the familiar voice. "Ah, it's you?" she replied, her brow furrowing slightly as she noticed. "You're injured?" "Yes," Yin Qing replied coolly. The owner, sensing Yin Qing's reluctance to elaborate, chose not to press further. "For your leave, just inform your team leader." Yin Qing hesitated, remaining silent as she fixed her gaze on the beautiful owner. The owner seemed to understand something, her expression darkening. "Yin Qing, you must realize that while I'm indifferent to your conflicts with others, my bar's people are off-limits to you." "I'm merely acting in self-defense," Yin Qing replied, her tone unyielding. The beautiful owner continued to scrutinize her, contemplating the credibility of her words. After a long pause, she appeared to relent. "How long do you need?" "Until the conclusion of the sports meet," Yin Qing stated. "That's over a month away," the owner said, narrowing her eyes at Yin Qing. "What makes you think I would agree to such a long leave? I could easily dismiss you." "Ultimately, it's at your discretion," Yin Qing replied. The owner sighed, exasperated. "You remain as unamusing as ever." She twirled a strand of hair around her finger. "Fine, I agree. You may leave." "Thank you." After exiting the owner's office, Yin Qing made her way to the staff cafeteria at the bar. After her meal, she coincidentally encountered Wu Chang and Lin Jie, who were there to eat. "Qing Qing, beautiful," Lin Jie enthusiastically called out. "Qing Qing, you don't look well," he added with concern. "Yes, it's that time of the month," Yin Qing replied. "Isn't it common for women to feel unwell during this time?" Lin Jie inquired, curious. "Presumably," Yin Qing said lightly. Having not experienced this sensation in centuries, she realized that this body seemed to be unaffected by such matters. "By the way, I'd like to ask for your assistance," Yin Qing said. "What do you need?" "Will certainly help," Lin Jie replied eagerly. Wu Chang nodded in agreement. "I need your help to find someone among those participating in the bloody sports meet, someone who runs fast and possesses exceptional stamina, capable of carrying another person while running swiftly," Yin Qing explained. Wu Chang and Lin Jie exchanged glances, speechless. "Qing Qing, why are you looking for such a person?" Lin Jie asked. "Because it's that time of the month, and running isn't advisable," Yin Qing replied. Wu Chang and Lin Jie stared, astounded. "The sports meet is in 7 days, right?" Wu Chang reminded her. "My cycle typically lasts about half a month," Yin Qing stated expressionlessly. Wu Chang and Lin Jie were taken aback. "Women are truly formidable." "Well, we'll see what we can find," Wu Chang offered. "Yes, I can offer a reward. $3,000, Yin Qing said. "Wow, Qing Qing, you're quite wealthy," Lin Jie exclaimed, surprised. Wu Chang regarded Yin Qing with a complex expression. "Having money makes things easier. We'll help you look." "Thank you if you find someone. Please come to Building 7, Room 3102 to inform me," Yin Qing instructed. "All right," Wu Chang responded. "Thank you. I'll head back now," Yin Qing said. "Goodbye, Qing Qing." Lin Jie waved as she departed. Before returning home, Yin Qing made a stop at the supermarket to purchase some quick meals, then returned to her residence to rest. 2 days later, around 2 p.m., a knock echoed on Yin Qing's door. "Knock, knock, knock." She stowed away the coffin and opened the door to find Wu Chang standing there alone. "Brother Chang?" Yin Qing asked. "Is it convenient for me to come in?" Wu Chang inquired. "Of course," she replied, stepping aside to allow him entry. "Qing Qing, I've found the person you wanted, but before that, I'd like to ask you some questions," Wu Chang said, his expression serious. Yin Qing understood and sat on the sofa, appearing attentive and open to dialogue. "You're not really asking us to find someone just because of your monthly cycle, are you?" Wu Chang questioned. Yin Qing paused before nodding. Indeed. You were injured, correct? Wu Chang continued. Yin Qing nodded. Yes. Was on the night when the team leader kept you back alone? Wu Chang pressed. Yes, Yin Qing confirmed. You were injured and took leave, while the team leader went missing. What transpired? Wu Chang asked, urgency evident in his tone. Yin Qing lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. I don't know. That night, we were ambushed. I was gravely injured and lost consciousness. When Yin Qing pondered for a moment before saying, all right, but I must make the payment 1 hour prior to the commencement of the sports meet. Wu Chang nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall inform him. By the way, is your injury truly not a concern? The subsequent 2 events will be impossible to manage without assistance, he remarked with genuine concern. Yin Qing shook his head. It's nothing serious. I should be fine by then. Wu Chang glanced at Yin Qing's pale complexion, feeling somewhat helpless. All right then, I shall take my leave. Please make sure to rest well. Thank you for your trouble, Yin Qing responded. Not at all. Farewell, Wu Chang replied. Goodbye. Chapter 44. City of Sin, 18, 7 days later, Central Square. Yin Qing arrived at the square and waited for a while, until Wu Chang and Lin Jie approached, followed by a burly man. Quite an impressive number you have there. Qing, Lin Jie remarked. The competitors were dressed in uniforms of distinct colors representing their respective zones. Red for Zone A, yellow for Zone B, green for Zone C, and blue for Zone D. Each outfit bore a number, with all participants' scores recorded beneath the numbers, without the need for names. Yin Qing's number was 888. Wu Chang nodded, acknowledging the significance of the number. By the way, Qing, this is Lu Wei, he said, stepping aside to reveal the hulking figure behind him. Hello. You must be the one I'm supposed to carry, right? Lu Wei scrutinized Yin Qing from head to toe. Yes, Yin Qing replied succinctly. Which of the 8 rounds do you wish to register for? Lu Wei inquired. The second round, Yin Qing stated calmly. Lu Wei nodded. He too preferred to register for an earlier round to allow ample preparation time for the subsequent events. All right, I'll sign up for the second round as well. Remember to pay the deposit 1 hour prior to the competition, he instructed. Once registered, I will hand it over to you, Yin Qing confirmed. The two reached a formal agreement. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed man ascended the podium in the central square. Dear audience and participants, I sincerely appreciate your presence amidst your busy schedules for our Bloody Sports Meet. I am your host and commentator, Xiao Pitten. The Bloody Sports Meet comprises 3 events, a 3,000-meter long run, an archery competition, and a swimming contest. After each event, there will be a 10-day intermission before the next begins. The host paused dramatically before continuing. Those who survive, regardless of their condition, be it disability or madness, will each receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. So participants, make sure to give it your all. Of course, our esteemed audience can also profit from this event. A temporary betting station will be set up for wagering on the outcomes, so feel free to place your bets. With that, Pitten wasted no more time. Now, for our first event, the 3,000-meter long run with 4,000 participants divided into sessions of 500. There will be 4 sessions a day, concluding in 2 days. The rules are simple. No weapons allowed, and you must cross the finish line alive. Participants may now register for their desired sessions, limited to 500 per round. First come, first served. The first session will commence in 1 hour. Yin Qing and her companions made their way to the registration area. The second day's sessions, particularly the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, attracted the most registrants. While the first 4 sessions were relatively sparse, only a handful were queued for the first session, and the second session had merely a dozen people. After completing her registration, Yin Qing borrowed a machine from a nearby vendor to transfer the 1,000 yuan deposit to Lu Wei. An hour later, the flamboyant host, Xiao Pitten, reappeared at the podium. Dear audience, the first session is about to begin. Let us eagerly anticipate the remarkable performances of our contestants. The inner circle of the square measured precisely 3,000 meters, with spectators positioned at the outer edge. The participants for the first session were prepared, many wearing expressions of near despair, and several women were quietly sobbing. 20 meters behind the 500 participants stood a menacing group of muscular thugs wielding machetes, numbering nearly 200. Wow, this is even more brutal than last time. Lin Jie couldn't help but exclaim. Wu Chong frowned. Yes, last time there were 4,000 participants divided into 2 sessions, with 2,000 racing together and 500 pursued from behind. This time, they may have considered the previous crowding, thus limiting each session to 500 participants, reducing the total number by 3/4, while the number of thugs is only halved. Lu Wei shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Meanwhile, Yin Qing had found a small chair from somewhere and was casually reclining, showing no interest in the unfolding competition. Wu Chong and Lin Jie exchanged glances, pondering. So is this what they mean by the emperor is unhurried, but the eunuchs are anxious? As the countdown reached 3 seconds, the announcer urged everyone to prepare. 3, 2, 1, go. At the sound of the whistle, the crowd surged forward, while the thugs just 20 meters away sprinted after them with frightening speed. Soon, the first victim fell, a scream piercing through the square. Oh no, the first casualty has appeared. Contestants, run faster. If you're slow, you'll be caught, the host shouted. The front runners shuddered and pushed themselves to run even faster, while some collapsed in fear, only to be swiftly slaughtered by the thugs. Those who lagged were relentlessly pursued, becoming part of the gruesome carnage. The square echoed with screams, predominantly from women, the elderly, and some weaker men. In a desperate bid for survival, some participants tripped their neighbors, only to watch as the thugs caught up and mercilessly ended the lives of those who fell. Currently, the red team dominated, with green trailing behind, while the yellow and blue teams were nearly equal in number. If all went as expected, this round would end in victory for the red team. Dear audience, after completing the final hamstring stretch, Lu Wei stood up with agility. All right, let's head out. Yin Qing languidly opened her eyes halfway, nodded, and then picked up the ropes on either side of the chair, securing them. Lu Wei. Yin Qing waited for a moment, and upon seeing Lu Wei's lack of response, she furrowed her brow slightly. Why aren't you moving? Lu Wei said with some disbelief. You don't expect me to carry this chair, do you? Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. What else? Then she added considerately. This chair is made of lightweight materials. It only weighs a little. Just consider me 2 pounds heavier. Lu Wei's lips twitched slightly, and then resigned. He hoisted it onto his back. The song and dance performance on the round stage was coming to an end, and the MC, Little Eggshell, once again ascended the stage. Dear viewers, the second round is about to begin. Quickly place your bets. Contestants, prepare yourselves. The MC, about to start the countdown, glanced at the contestants and exclaimed in confusion. Do we have a contestant carrying his disabled wife in a race? Lu Wei, Yin Qing. Seriously? The surrounding crowd was already large, but now they directly turned their attention to Lu Wei and Yin Qing. The MC, Little Eggshell, couldn't help but be moved, wiping away non-existent tears. So touching, it reminds me of a saying, if you never abandon, I will depend on you for life and death. Such a moving love story. Lu Wei, Yin Qing. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on them, and even Yin Qing, with her composure, couldn't help but frown slightly. Fortunately, time was tight, and the MC quickly ended the topic and announced the start of the race. With the referee's whistle, the contestants began running forward rapidly. Because Lu Wei was carrying Yin Qing, his speed was only considered average to above average among the crowd. Some people in the back had already been caught up by the thugs wielding machetes. Yin Qing watched expressionlessly as those unarmed people were caught up one by the black-clad thugs, and then slashed to the ground. Some thugs even slit open the contestants' stomachs, flinging out their intestines and internal organs. The scene was chaotic and extremely bloody. The people behind them dwindled, and gradually, some thugs began to target Yin Qing and Lu Wei. Yin Qing frowned slightly. We need to pick up the pace. Lu Wei said, panting slightly, don't think you're light. Despite saying that, he still quickened his pace. There were about 1,200 meters left to the finish line. Yin Qing calmly watched the approaching black-clad thug. And just as the thug grinned and swung his knife, Yin Qing unhesitatingly extended her right foot, kicking the thug in the face, sending him flying. The MC on the round stage couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Could this be husband and wife unite? Their strength can break metal? One carries while running. The other kicks from behind? What the hell is that? Lu Wei said, panting. Yin Qing frowned with some dissatisfaction. Focus, talk less. Lu Wei. All right, The one paying is the boss. There were very few contestants left behind Yin Qing. Almost all of them were black-clad thugs. Soon, another thug rushed over. Yin Qing directly kicked him away again. As a result, this kick was a bit too forceful, and Lu Wei almost stumbled. But, fortunately, he managed to steady himself. "What's happening behind us?" Lu Wei asked, panting. "Thugs caught up. Kick them away," Yin Qing said calmly. Lu Wei suddenly felt like he was carrying a weapon. What should he do? Would it be considered a violation? "Faster," Yin Qing said. There were almost only 20 to 30 contestants left, and several thugs were chasing Yin Qing and Lu Wei. Lu Wei seemed to realize that the situation behind them was not optimistic. So he gritted his teeth and ran forward desperately. It must be said, Lu Wei's stamina was indeed very good, and his explosiveness was also strong. This sprint directly put him in the front position of the entire group. Soon, the two finally managed to sprint to the finish line. After reaching the finish line, Lu Wei quickly put down the chair and lay on the ground panting. Making money is really hard these days. Yin Qing leisurely stood up and stretched her body, which had been sitting stiffly for half a day. Lin Jie and Wu Chong also ran over. "Yin Qing, I was really scared earlier, but those kicks of yours were really cool," Lin Jie said, giving Yin Qing a thumbs up. "Yes, we were really scared just now. Luckily you reacted quickly and were strong," Wu Chong said with some lingering fear. Yin Qing's expression softened slightly. "Thank you." "Huh? What are you thanking us for?" "We didn't help at all." Lin Jie scratched his head shyly. Yin Qing smiled faintly, without saying anything more. "Let's go. There's still $2,000. "I'll transfer it to you," Yin Qing said. Lu Wei paused and said, "Just give me $1,000. No need for $2,000. Yin Qing looked at Lu Wei with some confusion. Lu Wei said somewhat embarrassedly, "If it weren't for you, we might not have made it through. And I thought about it on the way. If we were really caught up, I would have dropped you." "What the hell, you big guy are not being fair." Lin Jie's eyes widened upon hearing this. Wu Chong quickly tugged at him. Lu Wei coughed awkwardly twice. "Well, I can't risk my life for money, right?" Yin Qing was silent for a moment, then said, "Whatever we agreed upon is what we agreed upon. What you thought in the middle is your business. As long as the final result doesn't change, the amount should remain the same." Lu Wei was stunned and finally nodded in silence. After transferring the remaining $2,000 to Lu Wei, Yin Qing went to the bar with Lin Jie and Wu Chong for lunch and then returned to her residence. Those two kicks from earlier had slightly strained her wound, but fortunately, the wound had already scabbed over, and it seemed that after resting for another 10 days, it might be almost healed. During these 10 days, Lin Jie and Wu Chong came to visit Yin Qing. "Sigh, Yin Qing is also on leave. The captain is also on leave. I'm really bored," Lin Jie sighed to the heavens. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing frowned slightly. "The captain too?" "Yes, Yin Qing. Didn't you know? Ever since you started your leave, the captain has also been on leave." Wu Chong said that it seems that he found out that his sister-in-law was killed by a big shot. The captain can't do anything to him. "He's sad and needs some time to be alone," Lin Jie sighed and said slowly. Yin Qing couldn't help but glance at Wu Chong. Wu Chong gave her a helpless and sad expression. The group was silent for a moment, seeing that the atmosphere seemed a bit somber. Lin Jie immediately changed the topic and began complaining about the troublesome customers he had encountered recently at night. Yin Qing listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with a few words. Afterward, the group went to the bar for dinner. Thus, time flew by, and soon 10 days had passed. Yin Qing's injury had almost healed, with only a red scar line remaining at the wound site. Next, as long as she didn't exert herself too much, there shouldn't be any problems. In the following days, Yin Qing had also specifically bought a bow and arrow and practiced in the bar's small garden. She especially liked archery in her previous life and had specifically studied under a master, but it had been several centuries since she had used one, and she felt a bit unfamiliar when she first picked it up, but after touching it a few times, the familiarity returned. Several practices went well, with the worst being innate. As the day draws to a close, it is wise to take a good rest, for the archery competition shall commence tomorrow. Chapter 46, The City of Sin. 20 Greetings, dear audience and competitors. A pleasant morning to you all. After a 10-day hiatus, Pai Dan once again stands before you. Today, the host is adorned in a dazzling array of colors, embodying all 7 hues of the rainbow. Lin Jie couldn't help but comment on the host's peculiar fashion sense. Wu Chang also found it somewhat jarring, as the vibrant attire dominated the four large screens in the central square, causing a slight headache. Unbeknownst to the exuberant host, the audience below was already critiquing his flamboyant outfit. He continued with unbridled enthusiasm. Today, we are here to commence the second event of the Bloody Sports Festival, the archery competition. He then feigned sorrow as he announced, "Sadly, we only have 684 participants this time." Pai Dan is disheartened. Following the previous long-distance running event, over half of the competitors have withdrawn. I hope this time, those who remain will achieve commendable results. In this archery competition, participants will be selected randomly and cannot sign up at their discretion. The central square is prepared with 100 bows and arrows. Each competitor will receive 5 arrows. And as long as they hit their target with any of the 5, they will be deemed successful. If not, the host paused momentarily, his voice taking on a somber tone. Then, it would be rather unfortunate. He then shifted the conversation. Let us now draw the first batch of 100 competitors. Please pay attention to the big screen. Selected participants, make your way to the center of the square and take your positions. The 4 large screens in the central square began to refresh the numbers incessantly. Number 1, red 513. Number 2, blue 147. Number 3. The first round did not include Yin Qing. Lin Jie anxiously fixated on the display. When the 100th number appeared late and still no sign of Yin Qing's number, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, Qing is not in the first round. Wu Chang nodded in agreement, noting that starting without preparation would be quite challenging. The host scanned the central square and noticed an empty position, calling out, it seems we're missing a competitor. Please, contestant, take your position promptly. However, after a considerable pause, no one approached. The host furrowed his brow slightly and leaned towards a nearby assistant, exchanging a few words. Soon, the assistant handed him a piece of paper. The host glanced at it and announced, "Shooter number 74, yellow 358, please take your position swiftly." Yet, after a moment passed, there was still no response. Last call for yellow 358. Please take your position. Subsequently, black-clad enforcers began searching among the yellow-clad individuals. They soon dragged out a man whose corpulent form trembled as he was pulled forward, repeatedly protesting, "I am not 358. I am not." His gaze, filled with rage, pointed toward another nearby individual. He stole my clothes. He is 358. Without a flicker of expression, the enforcer drew a knife and swiftly severed the man's hand. The man screamed in agony before losing consciousness. The enforcer then dragged the now unconscious individual to the shooter position 74. The host sighed in relief. Well then, the archery competition is about to commence. For those audience members who have yet to place their bets, now is the time, as once the competition begins, betting will cease. Now, let us bring forth the Ta Chapter 47, the City of Sin, Part 21. Half an hour later, the first round of the archery competition concluded. Only 17 participants successfully completed the event. Subsequently, black-clad enforcers entered the arena to inspect the prey that had been struck. Those still alive would receive a final blow to extinguish their lingering breaths. It soon became evident to all that the price of failure was steep. Unsuccessful contestants would be subjected to a lottery, and those chosen would become the next prey. Should one draw the Grim Reaper? A massive, temporary, transparent glass box erected at the eastern edge of the square awaited them. Inside the box lay approximately half a meter of seawater, teeming with bone-eating worms, creatures that thrived on flesh and bone. These vile worms would burrow into human skin, gradually devouring flesh and fat, ultimately reducing a person to nothing but bones. Their reproductive capabilities were alarmingly swift, given their lack of a stomach, which allowed them to proliferate endlessly as they consumed. Within that glass enclosure resided at least 100 million of these grotesque creatures. Oh my heavens, that writhing mass of red worms resembles something out of a nightmare. Lin Jie grimaced, feeling a wave of nausea. Wu Chang, his expression equally grim, added, "Those are bone-eating worms, a prize collection of Elder Ge. I shudder to think how many lives have been sacrificed to sustain such a vast number. This is terrifying." Lin Jie shuddered, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself. The lottery concluded swiftly. Aside from the 17 who had been designated as prey, the remaining 66 participants turned ashen, with some even fleeing in terror. Yet, they were swiftly apprehended by the enforcers, who broke their legs and unceremoniously tossed them into the glass box. The worms seemed to sense the arrival of food. Swimming with a grotesque enthusiasm, their red forms undulating eagerly. A piercing scream echoed as the seawater became instantly stained crimson. Countless bone-eating worms adhered to the victim's skin, eagerly burrowing in. In mere moments, all that remained was a hollow skeleton, besieged by red worms, which gradually diminished until nothing but an empty shell remained. The entire process transpired in a matter of minutes, leaving only the blood-tinged water and a tattered yellow garment as evidence of the person's existence. No, I refuse to go. Please, let me be wow. A direct hit. It is our contestant number 79, the blue 475, and she is indeed a female competitor, proving that women are just as formidable as men. The host, holding the microphone, excitedly explained this on the circular stage. The woman raised her chin with a hint of pride, casually discarding her bow and arrow, exuding an air of effortless grace. She then departed, basking in the admiring gazes of her fellow competitors, and as she passed by Yin Qing, she let out a disdainful scoff. However, throughout the entire event, Yin Qing never cast a glance her way, not even acknowledging the woman's swift and precise shot at her prey. Woman. Author's note. Thank you, Lu, RM, M, Yin Yin, for the delightful gifts. I am both happy and touched. Chapter 48. The City of Sin, Part 22. 20 minutes have elapsed, and there remain 19-foot prey on the field. Contestants must seize the remaining opportunities. The contestants still present feel a tightening in their hearts. Their hands clutching arrows tremble slightly, yet they hesitate to release them. After 20 minutes, aside from Yin Qing, the remaining participants have at most 2 to 3 arrows left. Yin Qing's half-closed eyes slowly open, revealing a hint of weariness as she rises languidly. The surrounding contestants cast anxious glances at her. Could she be a formidable player? However, no one notices that at the moment Yin Qing picks up her bow, her fingers tremble slightly, though imperceptibly. She purses her lips, her gaze indifferent as she surveys the dwindling prey. With a subtle pull on the bowstring, just as she is about to release her arrow, she appears to notice something, causing her aim to veer and the arrow to fly past a nearby prey. TCH, such a beautiful shot wasted. The onlookers can't help but scoff. They had expected a fearless expert, yet she turns out to be merely pretentious. However, in the blink of an eye, Yin Qing swiftly releases another arrow, hitting her target squarely. The target is a gaunt man with a fierce gaze, a former contestant who was chosen as prey after failing in the competition. In the realm of contestants, competition exists just as among the prey. The man appears to hatch a desperate plan, dragging a frail female prey in front of him as a shield. This unfortunate girl happens to be the last remaining member of the sister duo. Yin Qing had only just noticed this maneuver, which is why her first arrow went astray. The man cries out in anguish, clutching his wound, his face a mask of despair and resentment directed at Yin Qing. The surviving sister casts a complex look at Yin Qing before fleeing as swiftly as she can from the man. However, in her haste, she is struck by an arrow that appears out of nowhere, sending her crashing to the ground. I hit someone too. A contestant exclaims with delight. Yin Qing silently glances at the fallen girl before turning to leave. Such is the nature of the world. One may be saved once, but one cannot rely on salvation repeatedly. To survive, one must depend on oneself. In truth, the girl should have realized this when Wang Zhonghai cast her aside, but alas, it was too late. When she sought to rely on her beauty to attach herself to a man, her fate had already been sealed. Qing, you startled me earlier. I thought you had softened and given up, Lin Jie said, patting his chest in relief. Yin Qing shook her head lightly. I won't soften. Indeed, Lin Jie nodded, then paused before continuing. In this world, some men relish bullying women. It's a pity for those sisters. They're in their prime, so lovely. He shook his head in utter regret. You only appreciate their beauty, don't you? Wu Chang interjected sarcastically. Of course they're beautiful. What man doesn't love a pretty face? Lin Jie replied with a look of sheer conviction. Wu Chang's expression darkened instantly, casting a complicated glance at Lin Jie before turning away. Lin Jie stood there, bewildered. What did I say wrong? Yin Qing, with a hint of contemplation, quirked her lips. Perhaps it was from the second sentence onward. Huh? Lin Jie remained confused, like a monk unable to grasp the situation. Yin Qing cast a light glance at him before leisurely walking away, leaving Lin Jie standing there in a daze for quite some time. Xiaofun, check the number of remaining players. Xiaofun, okay, please hold on. Soon, a pink display appeared before Yin Qing. Official player. Yin Qing player code. 140318 game name. The city of Sin game background. This is a city of crime. Here, if you have money, you may kill anyone at will and possess anything you desire. Completion conditions. Acquire $100,000. No time limit. Successfully kill 3 players' current money. 1. 780 players killed. 1 remaining players, 5. Indeed, 2 more players have perished during this time. Some must have participated in the bloody sports meet like Yin Qing. It remains uncertain whether these 2 who suddenly vanished were unsuccessful contestants or victims of others. The day after the archery competition concluded, a specialist arrived to measure Yin Qing for a swimming suit for the upcoming swimming competition. A few days later, she received a full green one-piece swimsuit. Yin Qing couldn't help but frown. Will wearing this make her look like a frog? During the 10 days of rest following the archery competition, Yin Qing returned to work for 2 or 3 days. By now, the wounds on her body had mostly faded to a small scar, gradually diminishing as she slept in her coffin each night. Around 10 at night, for those who revel in nightlife, this hour marks the beginning of their vibrant lives. Thus, the bars are always bustling and the security personnel are kept busy. At this moment, they finally have a brief respite. I'm heading to the restroom, Yin Qing announced. All right, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things, Wu Chang replied. Yin Qing, while washing her hands, she instinctively turned to the voice calling her name. It was that girl. Yin Qing couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows. Huh? You might not know my name. I'm Chun Wen, the girl said with a smile. Yin Qing nodded non-committally. Hello. The girl seemed unfazed by Yin Qing's cool demeanor. Continuing, oh, so you work at this bar? Yin Qing nodded, adopting a disinterested posture, intending to leave. Yin sister, you must be a player too, right? Her response was curt. With an innocent tone, the girl tilted her head adorably as she looked at Yin Qing. Yin Qing's feet halted, her brows knitting together as she said, please speak normally. Chun Wen's smile faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, ignoring Yin Qing's request. Yin sister, you're quite impressive, unlike me. As she spoke, her tone darkened considerably. Unlike me, I have to accompany an elderly man with no resources. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. So, you approached me to see if I would have a sympathetic outburst and help you deal with your old man? The girl chuckled. How could that be? Brother Hai is quite capable. It's not that simple. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing's lips curled slightly with a hint of sarcasm. So, you're here to test whether I'm easier to deal with than your brother Hai? The girl dropped her false smile. Yin sister, I'm not easy to deal with either. Yin Qing chose not to respond further. After using the restroom, she left without looking back, leaving the girl standing there in contemplation. After a long while, she finally switched back to her innocent facade and departed. Chapter 49, City of Sin, 23, Greetings, esteemed audience and participants. Good morning to you all. After a 10-day hiatus, Paidan once again graces you with his presence. This time, our host is clad entirely in green, from hat to shoes, including socks. Yin Qing. I genuinely wish I could change into a swimsuit. Today marks the final event of our bloody sports meet, the swimming competition. After a deliberate pause, the host lowered his voice slightly and announced, each participant will be equipped with a dagger for this swimming contest. What? Does that mean we are to engage in mutual slaughter? Lin Jie couldn't help but exclaim. Wu Chang's expression grew grave. The allocation of weapons implies inevitable conflict among the contestants. Damn it, we can't withdraw from this competition. It would be an injustice for the beautiful Yin Qing to face off against a bunch of burly men, Lin Jie lamented. However, Yin Qing does possess an advantage. Most men tend to underestimate women. Initially, they will likely prioritize eliminating the most dangerous male contenders. So Qing should be relatively safe in the early stages, Wu Chang contemplated. Lin Jian nodded in agreement. Indeed, once they exhaust themselves, our beauty Qing can strike like a mantis stalking its prey. Yin Qing. There are 312 participants for this event, and we ask all contestants to proceed to Qingyu Lake for preparation. Qingyu Lake, the very site where Yin Qing discarded Qian Sen's corpse, is now to be the arena for this competition. The lake is a natural body of water, with depths exceeding 20 meters. The willows along the shore have just begun to sprout tender green buds, their branches swaying in the breeze like graceful maidens dancing. The calm, clear water reflects the azure sky and fluffy clouds, creating a mirror-like surface. A gentle wind stirs the lake, producing ripples that spread outward. It must be said, Qingyu Lake is perhaps the most beautiful location in the entire city of Sin. Alas, this beauty is soon to be marred. As Yin Qing and her companions arrived, they spotted the familiar glass enclosure, within which the crimson, worm-like creatures known as the bone-eating worms swam joyfully. No one could possibly regard their presence as merely ornamental. On either side of the lake, 2 large tents had been hastily erected for the participants to change into their swimsuits. When Yin Qing emerged after changing, Lin Jie and Wu Chang were left speechless. The 2 men then noticed a cluster of red, yellow, and blue one-piece swimsuits. After glancing at Yin Qing's green swimsuit, Lin Jie couldn't help but comment, "My goodness, isn't that swimsuit rather ugly? It resembles a frog." Yin Qing. Realizing his words might have been too blunt, Lin Jie added, "However, with such a well-proportioned figure, even if she resembles a frog, she would still be a lovely one." Yin Qing remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Jie, who continued to gawk at her swimsuit. "Lin Jie, please secure your chair and zip up your mouth. It appears our contestants have donned their swimsuits. Now, Pai Dan will elucidate the rules of this competition. There will be a single round, with all participants competing simultaneously. Each will be assigned a dagger, and during the contest, they are permitted to attack other contestants. The lake will contain 100 treasure bags, which have already been released and are now visible floating on the surface." The host paused, adopting a more serious tone. "These treasure bags are of utmost importance, as they contain a pill that can prevent you from being devoured by the bone-eating worms. Indeed, I trust you have all noticed the familiar glass enclosure not far from here. The contestants will have half an hour to vie for the treasure bags, after which the entire glass enclosure of bone-eating worms will be released into the lake." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the participants. While seeing was one thing, the reality of the situation was difficult to accept. Sensing the despondency among the contestants, the host feigned mystery and declared, "I have good news. The prize for this competition has been increased to 100,000 coins." 100,000? The participants gazed uncertainly at the host. "Indeed, 100,000. With this sum, you can escape the city of Sin." The host affirmed once more, "No way. I'm all in. I can finally see my wife and children." The crowd of contestants erupted with renewed fervor. In the city of Sin, most individuals yearn for an escape, yet meager wages barely cover basic sustenance, leaving them hesitant to dream of freedom. Now, with a tangible opportunity before them, how could they not feel exhilarated? Even among the audience, many lamented their failure to register for participation, missing such a golden opportunity. With the desired outcome achieved, the host, brimming with enthusiasm, urged, "So, for those wishing to leave the city of Sin, or for those who do not want to be consumed by the bone-eating worms, strive to seize the treasure bags. You have 15 minutes to prepare. The competition will commence in 15 minutes. I can't believe it's risen to 100,000. I should have signed up too." Lin Jie exclaimed. "Hi, you would have become mere bait for those worms." Wu Chang retorted without hesitation. "I have a decent physique, thank you very much." Lin Jie shot back, disgruntled. "Do you excel in archery? Or can you swim?" Wu Chang countered. "I." Lin Jie fell silent, and then dejectedly lowered his head. "Fine. I can't do either." Seeing Lin Jie genuinely downcast, Wu Chang softened. "At least you're good-looking, better than me. I'm practically a half-wreck." "Not at all." Lin Jie immediately refuted. "You can't tell at all when you walk, and your pace is just like everyone else's." How can you claim to be a wreck? Wu Chang chuckled wryly, shaking his head. The same pace? That was merely everyone accommodating him by slowing down. Lin Jie appeared anxious, wanting to say something, but at a loss for words as he glanced at Wu Chang. However, they soon ceased discussing that topic as the competition was about to begin. Qing, please be cautious. Grab a treasure bag and retreat. Do not confront those burly men directly. Lin Ye urged anjosli. Wu Chang, more confident in Yin Qing's judgment, simply advised, Qing, take care. Yin Qing nodded lightly. All right, I'll be back. With that, she secured the dagger in her belt at her side and proceeded toward the lake's edge to prepare. The author wishes to express gratitude. Thank you to the friends who have sent gifts. And thanks to those who have urged for updates and commented each time I see these. I am filled with motivation. Chapter 50, The City of Sin, Part 24. It's you again, the disabled wife? The speaker was the woman who had stood beside Yin Qing during the archery competition. Among the more than 300 contestants, there were only about 30 women, all gathered together on one side. Upon hearing the remark, Yin Qing remained silent, her gaze drifting lazily toward the woman. The woman, feeling the weight of Yin Qing's scrutiny, could not help but straighten her back, attempting to present herself in the most appealing manner for Yin Qing's appraisal. A faint smile played at the corners of Yin Qing's lips as her enigmatic gaze lingered momentarily on the woman's chest. The woman, acutely aware of Yin Qing's stare, crossed her arms defensively and retorted, "What are you looking at?" Yin Qing, however, did not respond, merely withdrawing her gaze with an air of indifference. The woman, perplexed, muttered to herself, "What the hell?" She instinctively checked her own chest, fearing there might be something unsightly. Finding nothing amiss, her irritation flared, and she shot a glare back at Yin Qing. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she glanced back and forth between her own chest and Yin Qing's, her face flushing with indignation. You're just a big-breasted bimbo." Yin Qing merely raised an eyebrow, choosing to maintain her silence. "Ugh," the woman exclaimed in frustration, flipping over in a dramatic display. "Contestants, please prepare. Countdown 3, 2, 1. At the sound of the referee's whistle, a cacophony of splashes erupted as countless contestants leaped into the lake, swimming swiftly towards the nearest treasure bags. Yin Qing also submerged herself, heading towards a bag that was slightly farther away. The area in the lake with the most treasure bags had already descended into chaos, with competitors scrambling and fighting for the prizes. When one contestant gleefully seized a bag, they were promptly stabbed in the stomach by another competitor, and thus the cycle continued. Blood began to stain the waters, accompanied by the sounds of struggle and cries of despair. Yin Qing observed this scene with a slight furrow in her brow, her gaze drifting towards the woman who was desperately paddling through the water beside her. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen someone swim?" The woman snapped, her annoyance evident as she shot another resentful glance at Yin Qing's face and chest. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. Bu, Chapter 51, City of Sin, Part 25. Yin Qing seized her languid demeanor and, with a serious tone, addressed the woman. "You take the pill and leave." The woman exclaimed, "What the hell? Not again." Upon noticing the man's gaze directed towards her, she hastily added, "She has one too. It's not just me. I will deal with you first, and then I shall seek her out," the man replied ominously. Time was slipping away, and with the clock ticking down, it was evident to even the most naive whom to choose between a battered warrior and a composed woman who seemed unfazed by danger. The woman felt a surge of frustration. Having already endured a chaotic battle, her strength was waning. Although the man bore numerous cuts and bruises, it was clear that his condition was far superior to hers. Furthermore, men naturally possessed greater physical stamina and strength, making her defeat in this confrontation inevitable. Unable to suppress her gaze, the woman looked towards Yin Qing. However, the moment she did so, her frustration intensified. Yin Qing appeared utterly engrossed in playing with the droplets on the lotus leaves, showing no interest in the duel unfolding before her, as if she were merely a bystander. The man noticed Yin Qing's indifference, and with time running short, he decided not to provoke her unless necessary. One pill was sufficient. "Hey, beauty, what are you staring at?" he taunted, brandishing a dagger as he lunged at the woman. She swiftly evaded, but her dwindling stamina limited her ability to escape for long. Otherwise, she would not have sought refuge among the lotus flowers. With a failed strike, the man immediately pursued her again. They danced among the lotus leaves, playing a game of chase. Meanwhile, Yin Qing remained detached, her fingers idly toying with the water droplets, seemingly uninterested in their frantic pursuit. Eventually, the woman, exhausted, made a critical mistake and was caught by her hair. The man yanked her towards him, mockingly saying, "Oh, still running?" The woman struggled to break free, but the disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile. He began to wrest the pouch from her grasp, which she clung to desperately. In the water, his attempts proved challenging, and after several fruitless moments, he seethed, "You filthy whore, seeking death." With that, he raised the dagger, preparing to plunge it into her. However, unbeknownst to both, Yin Qing, who had been idly playing with the droplets, had vanished. Chapter 52, The City of Sin, 26. Soon, anguish screams echoed across the lake. Why? I clearly had the pouch. The man questioned in terror, only to be swiftly encircled by the bone-biting crimson worms, gradually sinking to the lake's depths. What is happening? The pill is dissolving. Hurry, catch the duck. The remaining contestants began to panic, as no one wished to meet their demise. I caught it. However, before the man could finish his sentence, a fellow contestant slit his throat from behind, causing the duck he had secured to flee. Thus ensued another fierce melee. At this moment, one contestant cautiously approached the shore. While several robust men were preoccupied with the struggle in the lake, he swiftly swam to the bank. Yet, just as he was about to step onto the shore, one of the sturdy men caught sight of him. "Hey, brother, why are you swimming so fast?" The others quickly gathered around. The first man to notice frowned in displeasure. "Hey, you guys, I saw him first." The others chuckled. "What does it matter who saw him first? It's survival of the fittest." As they spoke, they gradually tightened their encirclement. As the men drew closer, the one clutching the duck glared with reddened eyes and growled in desperation. "So be it. Let us all perish." With that, he hurled the duck away, granting it a momentary freedom as it flapped in the air. Then, Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, observing the duck in her hands, momentarily speechless. "Little beauty, don't move, hand over the duck." The group quickly approached Yin Qing, but hesitated to come too close, fearing that a sudden fright might send them crashing into the water. Yin Qing cast a calm glance at the few who had stealthily crept closer during the exchange. Then, with a swift push of her right hand, she leaped from the water, landing gracefully on the shore. The remaining men glared fiercely at Yin Qing, but found themselves powerless and redirected their focus to the next target. "Congratulations to our first successful contestant," the host exclaimed enthusiastically, then turned to Yin Qing, surprised. "Oh, it's our handicapped wife?" Yin Qing remained silent, taken aback. Who would have thought our handicapped wife not only possesses great skill, but also remarkable luck? The host continued with a cheerful grin. Yin Qing cast a fleeting glance at the brightly clad host, quickening her pace towards the tent. She wished to discard this garish green attire as soon as possible. Upon emerging from the changing area, Lin Jie and Wu Chang were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yin Qing, Lin Jie beamed. "Qing, that's wonderful. You succeeded." Yin Qing smiled subtly, surprised at how effortlessly she had passed the final challenge. "Qing, congratulations." Wu Chang added with a smile. "Thank you." As they conversed, several men in black approached. "Green 888, here is your clearance reward, $100,000, one of them said, handing a card to Yin Qing. "The password is 000000." With that, he turned and departed nonchalantly. Yin Qing's eyes grew slightly cold as she sensed numerous greedy gazes around her. Lin Jie and Wu Chang noticed it too. Qing, let us head back to the bar," Wu Chang suggested solemnly. They promptly left the crowd at a hurried pace, though some followed in pursuit. "Wow, we have a tail," Lin Jie said, glancing back. "Ignore them. Let's get to the bar," Wu Chang whispered. They quickened their steps. Back at the bar, Lin Jie leaned over the table, panting slightly. "I'm exhausted." "Do you think those people will be lurking outside the bar?" Wu Chang's expression turned grave. "There is a high likelihood they will be waiting outside. However, as long as Qing stays in the bar, she will be safe. Those people wouldn't dare act inside. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. The bar owner isn't as simple as he seems. Sensing her confusion, Wu Chang explained, the owner's husband is a powerful military officer in this city. Lin Jian nodded in agreement. We discovered this while reviewing the surveillance footage in the monitoring room. Then why would they come here? Yin Qing inquired. There must be some conflict between them. The last time we saw them, they parted on unpleasant terms. Despite their issues, the owner's husband has always been extremely protective of her. For years, no one has dared to act recklessly in front of her, and those who did, well, let us just say the grass on their graves has grown quite long, Wu Chang replied. Yin Qing's gaze lowered slightly, pondering the fate of such a strong and wise woman ensnared in love. Let us go eat. I'm starving. I haven't had breakfast yet, Lin Jie said, clutching his stomach. All right, it's about time anyway, Wu Chang agreed. Hey, Wu Chang, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were switching shifts? A security officer at the monitoring room asked, surprised to see them. We just came to check in. Sorry, brother. Thanks for your hard work, Wu Chang apologized. Haha. Why say that? You're too polite. The officer patted Wu Chang on the shoulder, clearly thinking he was being overly formal. On a screen in the monitoring room, the area around the bar entrance was visible, revealing a glimpse of clothing peeking around the corner. Yin Qing's eyes narrowed as a smirk of recognition crossed her face. After exiting the monitoring room, Wu Chang's expression turned serious. Someone is lurking at the entrance. What should we do? Lin Jie asked anxiously. There's still half a month until the next train arrives. Qing needs to avoid them for that long, Wu Chang stated. Yin Qing's gaze fell contemplatively. Earlier, during her restroom visit, she had inquired with Xiao Fun. Indeed, she needed to board that train to leave, and the $100,000 was merely the ticket home. The next step was to ensure her safe boarding of the train. Yin Qing declined Wu Chang and Lin Jie's offer of assistance, returning to her residence at a leisurely pace. Just as she was about to unlock the door, she paused momentarily, a sly smile appearing on her lips. There's always someone so impatient. She opened the door nonchalantly and stepped inside, closing it behind her. Inside, everything appeared unchanged, just as it had been before she left. However, a smirk crept onto Yin Qing's lips. If only the person lurking in the shadows would refrain from staring so intently at her, it might be more pleasant. Upon returning home, Yin Qing did not bother to freshen up, but instead languidly seated herself in a chair, feigning exhaustion, her eyes half closed in a slumberous state. Suddenly, as if a gust of wind had blown through, her eyes snapped open, and she swiftly dodged to the side. The sound of a blade striking the chair resonated, yet the assailant remained unseen. An invisibility prop? Yin Qing furrowed her brow slightly, then sprang to her feet, grasping a dagger and warily scanning her surroundings. However, while the prop was indeed impressive, its combat efficacy was lacking. Before the opponent could strike again, Yin Qing had already deduced their position. Thus, in a series of exchanges, she deftly evaded each attack. As the opponent lunged once more, Yin Qing crouched slightly and swept her right foot. A heavy object thudded violently against the floor. Yin Qing narrowed her eyes and delivered a powerful kick in the direction of the sound, and upon striking, she followed up with several more kicks. Amidst her relentless assault, a muffled groan of pain escaped the man's lips. Familiar, perhaps? Yin Qing squinted, gazing at a seemingly empty corner of the floor, as if she could envision her opponent's current posture. Then, she deftly reached down and grasped a handful of his hair. Somewhat sparse. Fortunately, it did not hinder her control. With an icy glare directed at the floor, she swiftly drew a dagger and made a cut before her adversary could utter a sound of alarm. Blood sprayed across Yin Qing's face, causing her to wrinkle her nose in mild distaste, yet she refrained from wiping it away. The figure on the ground gradually revealed itself as the signs of life dwindled. It was the very man who had approached her on the first day in this city of sin, the same one who had come to her doorstep in the dead of night. Without hesitation, Yin Qing opened her door, causing several onlookers to avert their gazes instantly. Unfazed, she dragged the lifeless body, stained in crimson, before the eyes of those onlookers, calmly hauling it step by step to the refuse bin, and with a forceful toss, discarded it as one would refuse. Having completed this grim task, Yin Qing cast a languid glance at the voyeuristic spectators lingering at her threshold, then disdainfully flicked her right hand before returning to her abode with an air of composure. She hoped that the intimidation she had just enacted would prove effective, granting her a peaceful night's rest. Chapter 53. The City of Sin, Finale. In the early morning, as the sun rose, the sky appeared as if it had been washed. A brilliant blue. Yin Qing walked calmly down the street, burdened by numerous bags behind her. To ensure a good night's rest in the days to come, she ultimately decided to heed Wu Chang's advice, to spend the remaining 2 weeks at the bar. Last night, she had hoped for a peaceful slumber, but she had underestimated the allure of $100,000. By dawn, her door had been completely destroyed, and she had hardly slept a wink, sitting in a chair throughout the night, waiting for one reckless individual after another. Fortunately, it was night. Had it been daytime, the city's officers would have seen her, and she would have suffered significant losses. During the day, these individuals dared not approach her, for overcoming Yin Qing would make them the next targets of a beating. Wow. Qing, those dark circles under your eyes. Lin Jie looked at Yin Qing's face in disbelief, noticing the heavy shadows. Wu Chang, displaying a hint of concern, remarked, Qing, you should rest a bit. I can keep watch. Yin Qing nodded slightly, realizing she was indeed struggling to keep her eyes open. Tomorrow, Qing will be leaving. Since there are still many lurking outside the bar, let us gather for one last meal in the bar's cafeteria today, Zhao Ji suggested. Oh, Qing, the beauty is leaving. I'll miss you so much, Lin Jie said, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Qing's departure is a good thing. Why are you sulking? Wu Chang shot Lin Jie a disapproving glance. In truth, after working together for so long, they all felt a pang of reluctance. However, how could they hinder their friend's brighter future? Yin Qing's expression softened slightly. I will not forget you all. Yes, we certainly cannot forget, Lin Jie said, tears welling in his eyes. We won't forget you either, Zhao Ji added, and the others nodded in agreement. All right, let's not be so glum over good news. Let's eat. Today's braised pork is truly delightful. Wu Chang smiled, though his eyes betrayed his reluctance. From that point on, they refrained from mentioning Yin Qing's imminent departure. They laughed and chatted, leaving behind a vibrant memory in that quiet corner. The next day, in order to prevent any potential trouble on her last day, several members of the security department accompanied Yin Qing to the train station. Before she left, Yin Qing called out to Wu Chang. Wu Chang. It was I who killed Qian. Senator Wu Chang was taken aback, staring at her with incredulity. Yin Qing looked at him calmly. I was in a competitive position with him. The outcome could only be one of us surviving. Wu Chang slowly lowered his head, and, after a long silence, he hoarsely replied, Was it the captain who acted first? That day, it had been the captain who insisted Yin Qing remain. Yes, I understand. Qing, farewell. Goodbye. The train will depart in 5 minutes. Please board promptly. I made it just in time. A soft, adorable voice chimed. If one were to overlook the blood on the girl, they might mistake her for an innocent, kind-hearted young lady. Hey, Sister Yin, the girl was Chun-Won, despite the bloodstains on her face, looked innocently charming. This was perhaps her most terrifying quality. The girl plopped down next to Yin Qing, her eyes squinting with joy. Sister Yin, you're truly impressive. Thankfully, my final choice was not in vain. Outside the train, several black-clad henchmen pointed at the girl, attempting to approach, only to be halted by an officer. You killed Wang Zhonghai. Though phrased as a question, Yin Qing spoke with certainty. The girl shook her feet, which were not touching the ground, and cheerfully replied, Yes, I exerted considerable effort to find out where his little treasure was hidden. The two fell silent thereafter. As the train set off, the long-forgotten mechanical sounds emerged. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing the game World City of Sin. The transfer will commence in 3 seconds. Please maintain your position and do not move. 3, 2, 1. At the moment her vision began to blur, Yin Qing took one last look at the city, receding into the distance. In the Star Realm, Little Pink, game settlement. However, after a considerable time had passed, the familiar mechanical voice did not sound. Yin Qing furrowed her brow slightly, and just then, a familiar pink display appeared before her. Hello, Your artificial intelligence is currently upgrading. The countdown for the upgrade is 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 18 seconds. You may manually process the settlement in the meantime. Upgrade? Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, a thought crossing her mind, her lips curving into a slight smile. She then tapped the display. Official player. Yin Qing player code. 140318 player level. Level 2 Game City of Sin rating. 9, 0 coin count. 1500 experience increased by 11 points. Congratulations. Player Yin Qing, on successfully leveling up to level 3, with 6 experience points remaining. Yin Qing allocated her newly acquired points to strength. Official player. Yin Qing player code. 140318 player level. Level 3 intelligence. 8, 818, stamina. 7, 623, strength. 6, 522, luck. 7 points. 0 abilities. None subsequently. Yin Qing did not rush to draw items. She was tired and decided to rest first. Yin Qing frowned at the 10 pink cards displayed on the screen, ultimately choosing to close it. The items she had previously drawn were of little practical use. Perhaps it was due to her clash with the color pink? She resolved to wait for the artificial intelligence to finish upgrading. With that thought, Yin Qing headed to the marketplace and purchased an upgraded combat manual, beginning her practice. Regardless of the world, formidable combat skills were always advantageous. Ding! Your artificial intelligence has successfully completed its upgrade. Please name your artificial intelligence. Yin Qing pondered for a moment before saying 007. Ding! Your artificial intelligence does not like this name. Please rename it. Yin Qing replied. 001. Ding! Your artificial intelligence also dislikes this name. Please rename it. Yin Qing frowned slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure. Ding! Your artificial intelligence wishes to be named Little Pink Pig. Yin Qing exclaimed. Little Pink Pig? At that moment, she felt a nagging sense of discomfort. Yin Qing narrowed her eyes and declared, name it 002. Ding! Your artificial intelligence also dislikes this name. Please rename it. Yin Qing tightly closed her eyes in frustration and resignedly said, name it. Little Pink Pig. Ding! Congratulations on successfully acquiring the A-level artificial intelligence Little Pink Pig. As the mechanical voice concluded, a pink little pig appeared in the pink space. Yin Qing lightly touched it. Its texture was somewhat like jelly. Then, she couldn't help but tug at it. It had excellent elasticity. No matter how much she pulled, it wouldn't break. Hey, let go of me, came a soft, adorable voice from the little boy. Yin Qing calmly released her hands. The pink little pig rubbed the area that had been tugged with its hooves. You brutish woman, how could you treat my adorable artificial intelligence so harshly? Ignoring the little pink pig's complaints, Yin Qing inquired, can you change colors? The little pink pig looked at Yin Qing haughtily and replied, no. I am of the pink color scheme, and pink is simply delightful. Why the change? Then, Yu Guang inadvertently glanced at the furnishings within the room. Who on earth had the poor taste to select such furniture, all either black or gray, utterly unappealing? Yin Qing cast a fleeting glance at the small pink pig suspended in midair, remaining silent before turning back to hone her combat skills, leaving the pig to incessantly voice its complaints. Chapter 54, Midnight Inn, Part 1. Little Pink, draw from the game. Little Pink Pig expressed some dissatisfaction. Please call me Little Pink Pig. Reluctantly, it extended its tiny hoof and began to fumble in the air. Before long, it retrieved a small pink ball. Official player, Yin Qing player code, 140318 game title, Midnight in game background. This is an inn that truly opens its doors only at midnight. Objective, survive for 10 days. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Yin Qing. When she regained her sight, she found herself standing before a small building. Rubbing her slightly dizzy head, she pondered, has the artificial intelligence truly been upgraded? The inn appeared somewhat antiquated, a 3-story structure nestled in a secluded area. In her immediate vicinity, no other buildings could be seen. The exterior walls were covered in climbing vines, and the once white walls had turned yellow and black with age. In the courtyard stood a well, now dry and lifeless. Yin Qing approached the entrance, where a suitcase lay beside her. Upon entering this game world, she had received a character card. Currently, Yin Qing's identity was that of a painter, drawn to this quaint town by the beauty of its sunsets, and she intended to reside in the Midnight Inn for 10 days. After a moment of contemplation, she dragged her luggage inside. The inn's proprietors were a couple. The man appeared simple and honest, while the woman exuded a fierce demeanor. Yin Qing knocked on the blood-red wooden door, interrupting their argument. The female owner shot a fierce glare at her husband before approaching Yin Qing. "Looking for lodging?" she inquired. "Yes, for 10 days, Yin Qing replied. "The room rate is 1,000 yuan, meals included, and it must be paid in advance," the woman stated. Yin Qing handed over the cash and, feigning casualness, brushed against the woman's fingers. The moment she touched the owner's hand, she couldn't help but frown. The hand felt icy, not at all like a normal person's. "Here is your room key. It's on the 2nd floor. Please do not damage anything in the room," the woman said, handing the key to Yin Qing. "Thank you." Yin Qing responded, accepting the key. "DeLong, hurry and help this young lady with her suitcase," the woman admonished the man who had been sweeping. He quickly approached and lifted Yin Qing's suitcase. "This way, miss," he said. Yin Qing expressed her gratitude and followed him. The 2nd floor housed 8 rooms, all with identical blood-red wooden doors. Yin Qing's room was situated in a relatively central position. "Miss, here is your room," he announced, placing her suitcase on the floor. Before departing, he added, "Please be careful not to break anything in the room. My wife will be very angry." Yin Qing nodded lightly, and the man left with an amiable smile. Inside the room, there was a dressing table, a wardrobe, and a rather old-fashioned pink bed. "What a shabby room. This bed is barely acceptable," a disgruntled voice echoed in the air. Yin Qing furrowed her brow and glanced at the floating pink pig. "Can you come out?" she asked. Little pink pig proudly lifted its head. "Of course, I am an A-grade artificial intelligence." Yin Qing pursed her lips, choosing silence. She turned to her suitcase and took out her easel. Since she was embodying the role of a painter, she ought to play it well. By the time Yin Qing finished organizing her things, the male owner knocked on her door, inviting her to lunch. When she arrived at the dining area downstairs, 3 men and 2 women were already seated at the table. One of the younger girls introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. I am Du Jia, a university student. This is my boyfriend, Li Cheng. We are here for vacation." She glanced shyly at the somewhat handsome Li Cheng, who remained expressionless. Yin Qing introduced herself as a painter visiting to capture the town's beauty. "I am Cheng Ying, a lawyer, here to relax," stated a composed and efficient woman. "I am Lin Mo, a junior student," said a boy who was chewing gum, speaking slowly. He paused deliberately and lowered his voice. "I heard this place is haunted. I came for an adventure." "Haunted?" Du Jia exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "What's so strange about ghosts?" Another young man interjected teasingly. "I am Xiang Wei, a doctor, also here for leisure." After everyone had introduced themselves, a newlywed couple arrived. The man named Zhang Hao and the woman Sun Xuan. It seemed these 8 individuals were the players in this game. After lunch, the couple set out to explore the town, while the newlyweds wandered around the inn before also heading out. This left only the 4 single players in the inn. Dr. Xiang Wei engaged in conversation with the male owner, while lawyer Cheng Ying exchanged a few words with the female owner. The junior student wandered about, chewing gum. Yin Qing silently observed the bustling individuals before returning to her room. She moved her easel outside to the small garden and began to paint. The others remarked, "We are here to gather information. What are you doing?" The female owner, who had been chatting with Cheng Ying, appeared behind Lin Mo and said coldly, "The 3rd floor is my husband and my room. Please do not go up." Cheng Ying looked equally alarmed. Lin Mo hesitated, shrugged in resignation, and withdrew his foot that was about to ascend the stairs. As the afternoon waned and the sun began to set, the couple returned first. Du Jia sported a flower crown, bouncing with joy, while Li Cheng followed leisurely behind. They did indeed resemble a couple in love. "Hey, Qing Qing, are you painting?" Du Jia exclaimed, bouncing over to Yin Qing's easel. After a moment, her smile faltered slightly as she added, "It's quite nice." Yin Qing nodded yes. "Your flower crown is lovely too." Du Jia blushed slightly as she glanced at Li Cheng and whispered, "It was a gift from Li Cheng." "Oh, you all are back," Yin Qing remarked, spotting the newlyweds. Zhang Hao wore a broad smile, while Sun Shuang appeared somewhat distressed. "Yes, how good. You are back too," Du Jia said. "Yes. We returned after exploring for a while. Zhang Hao replied cheerfully. Did you enjoy yourselves? He inquired. Quite well, except it is so far from the town. We walked for ages, Du Jia lamented, lightly knocking her sore legs. Ha ha! Zhang Hao laughed, but before he could say more, the male owner called everyone for dinner. Thus, they had to pause their conversation and head to the dining table. Yin Qing slowly gathered her masterpiece and followed suit. Author's note. Thank you to the lovely gifts from the readers. Today's update is a bit late, mainly because I wrote an extra chapter. Wow, I feel quite accomplished. Chapter 55, Midnight Hotel, Part 2. After dinner, several players dispersed, some returning to their rooms, others wandering aimlessly, and a few seeking information. Yin Qing resumed her position before the easel, beginning to capture the lingering hues of the sunset. However, she found it somewhat monotonous. Shout Fun, come out for a moment, she called. A reluctant pink pig appeared in midair, grumbling. What is it? And call me little pink pig. Move a little closer, Yin Qing instructed, and the pig, albeit grudgingly, complied. Satisfied, she adjusted her brush and began to sketch. Aha, so she wishes to paint a little pig. Very well, I shall oblige, the pig thought, lifting its chin in a proud manner, though its little tail waggled with excessive cheer. Hey, Qing Qing, are you painting again? Du Jia, playing the role of the girlfriend, approached. Is this the sunset? And what's this below, a dog? The little pink pig, posing as a model, exclaimed, Who are you calling a dog? Its tiny eyes glared at Du Jia, yet it dared not move, fearing it might ruin its striking pose. Yin Qing furrowed her brow, casting a dubious glance at Du Jia, then stated with utmost seriousness, This is a pig. What? Du Jia scrutinized the peculiar creature in the painting, a sheepish smile creeping on her face. Ha, I must have been seeing things. Now that you mention it, it does resemble a pig. Yin Qing nodded. Indeed, it is a pig. By the way, Qing Qing, what are you doing in the hotel during the day? Aren't you going out to explore? Painting, Yin Qing replied succinctly. Du Jia's lips twitched slightly. You've been painting all afternoon? Yes, good art takes time, Yin Qing asserted. All right then. Following this, Du Jia refrained from disturbing her further and engaged with other players instead. Yin Qing gradually added the final touches to her piece. Are you finished? The little pink pig inquired eagerly. Yin Qing nodded faintly. Let me see. The pink creature floated closer to inspect the artwork. However, Yin Qing grimaced slightly, discomforting her ears as she did so. Meanwhile, the pink pig's eyes blazed with indignation as it shouted, This is not me. I'm not like this. My eyes are not that small. You only gave me a dot for an eye. Yin Qing merely glanced at the pink pig's eyes, nodding lightly. No, it is accurate. Ah, you third-rate artist. How can you depict my super adorable self like this? How will I ever face anyone again? Yin Qing ignored the pig's antics, gathering her belongings and sauntering into the hotel building. After midnight, the host requested all guests to remain in their rooms, cautioning that noise in the corridors could disturb others' rest. The players nodded in agreement, promising to stay inside. The host chuckled as he ascended to the third floor with a lantern, leaving a few players at the second-floor staircase. In the dimly lit corridor, flickering light bulbs struggled to maintain their glow, while the night wind howled ominously. The windows at the corridor's end creaked in response to the gusts. Except for Yin Qing, the remaining players could not suppress their nervous gulps. Upon viewing the game's basic information, they had surmised that this adventure would involve some form of supernatural entity. However, as night fell, their apprehension grew palpable. Yin Qing was the first to retreat to her room. Exhausted, she decided it was time to rest. The others bid each other farewell before returning to their respective quarters. Once inside her room, Yin Qing completed her evening routine and summoned her coffin, lying down within. Of course, she was met with another round of ridicule from the pink pig. What a dreadful coffin, so dark and dreary. It can't possibly compare to this pink bed. Yin Qing habitually ignored the incessant chatter, having grown accustomed to sleeping through such tirades. The pig's incessant prattling was simply too much if she could not adapt. Sleep would remain elusive. In the stillness of the night, a jarring creak shattered the silence. Instantly, Yin Qing's eyes flew open. The sound emanated from the right side room. Du Jia's chamber. Her room was situated to the left of Du Jia, with her boyfriend's room across the hall. The earlier creak had been the sound of a door opening. Following that, the click of high heels echoed across the stillness. Then, it ceased at Yin Qing's door. "Qing Qing, are you asleep?" Du Jia's gentle voice called from outside. Yin Qing frowned slightly, but remained silent. After a moment, sensing her lack of response, Du Jia called again. "Qing Qing, are you there? I'm a bit scared. Can I sleep with you?" Yin Qing, half closing her eyes, maintained her silence, her fingers absently tracing the talisman she held. In the previous game, she had drawn an attack talisman, specifically effective against spirits. To her surprise, this game was proving quite relevant. After approximately 10 minutes, Du Jia seemed to concede, her footsteps retreating, though not towards her own room, but rather toward the staircase. Was she ascending or descending? Yin Qing refrained from rising. In a survival game involving spirits, one must observe more and act less. The following day, a warm ray of sunlight seeped into the hotel, dispelling the lingering darkness and chill of the night. When Yin Qing arrived at the dining area, the other players, including Du Jia, were already partaking in breakfast. Yin Qing cast a slight frown at Du Jia before quickly averting her gaze and settling into an empty seat to begin her meal. On the first night, aside from Yin Qing and Du Jia, the other players bore faintly discernible dark circles beneath their eyes, appearing rather unwell. It seemed that last night, even if they had not heard the door creak, they must have certainly caught the sound of high heels echoing through the hall. Du Jia appeared markedly different today. Having donned a vibrant red dress with a daring slit and heavy makeup, she exuded a rather provocative air, a stark contrast to her previous youthful attire. The other players noticed this dramatic transformation in Du Jia, but dared not speak a word. Chapter 55, Midnight Hotel, Part 3. After finishing the breakfast, the newlywed couple retreated to their room for some much-needed rest, while the three single players planned to explore the nearby town. In the hotel lobby remained only Du Jia and Li Cheng, in their roles as a couple, along with the single character, Yin Qing. "Cheng, are you feeling tired? Shall I accompany you upstairs to rest?" Du Jia gently leaned against Li Cheng, her crimson lips brushing against his ear as she spoke softly. A small pink pig, resembling a baby, materialized in midair just in time to overhear her words and immediately felt a bit bashful, covering its eyes with its little hooves. "The baby seems a bit precocious," Yin Qing mused silently to herself. "Oh, don't say that. It's just a few months old artificial intelligence." The pig, feeling shy, turned its back to Yin Qing, shaking its little behind playfully. Yin Qing could only respond with a silent stare. Meanwhile, Li Cheng stiffened slightly as Du Jia leaned closer. Taking a moment before he finally spoke, "I'm not particularly tired, but I am a bit weary. Would you mind accompanying me upstairs for a brief respite?" As she spoke, she took hold of Li Cheng's hand, playfully swaying it while her slender legs, clad in black stockings, brushed against his. "Wow, can this guy really maintain his composure?" The small pink pig remarked, floating curiously around the pair. "Little Pink, you're still a baby." Yin Qing sipped her soy milk, quietly reflecting in her mind. The gossiping pig paused, then floated away a bit, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what are these older siblings up to? The baby doesn't he understand?" It even blinked its innocent little eyes, radiating an aura of purity. Yin Qing felt a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth. Li Cheng, frowning with a hint of discomfort, finally said, "Du Jia, we have just begun our journey together. I hope to offer you the very best." Such sweet words often work wonders on most women. Du Jia paused, her face turning slightly crimson at Li Cheng's declaration. "Stop it. What are you thinking?" she retorted, playfully punching Li Cheng's chest in a mock display of annoyance. Li Cheng's lips trembled slightly, but upon noticing that Du Jia seemed to abandon her invitation for him to rest with her, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of hesitation, Du Jia slowly stood, preparing to ascend the stairs. "All right, if you want to accompany me, I shall go rest by myself." Just as she reached the staircase, she asked one last time, Cheng, are you truly not coming with me?" Li Cheng adjusted his expression and slowly lifted his head, his tone softening slightly as he replied, Jia, be good and go rest." "Fine," she said, swaying her hips reluctantly as she made her way upstairs. Once her figure vanished from sight, Li Cheng finally shed his gentle facade, reverting to his aloof, cool demeanor typical of a campus heartthrob. Yet, Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. sensing that even the aloof heartthrob had moments of vulnerability, as evidenced by the slight tremor in his fingers holding the teacup. After resting for a while, Yin Qing decided to explore the nearby town. The town was approximately a 40-minute walk from the hotel, located on the opposite side of a small hill that needed to be traversed to reach it, surrounded by lush green crops and vegetables. The town showcased a brilliant blue sky, tranquil rivers, pale yellow earthen walls, white porcelain tiles, and dark alleyways. Small stalls lined the streets, offering local specialties. This town was neither excessively large nor tiny, yet it buzzed with liveliness. Yin Qing settled at a roadside stall, leisurely enjoying a variety of dishes. Shouldn't you be searching for clues? Why are you just sitting here eating? The small pink pig observed with jealousy. While the pig could indulge in the food prepared by Yin Qing in the astral realm, it was unable to taste the delights of the game world or Blue Star. Yin Qing cast a brief glance at it, remaining silent as she basked in the sun and savored her meal. The pink pig, unable to resist, leaned closer to sniff the food in her hands. Can you make this for me when you return? Yin Qing didn't reply, but merely shot at a look that clearly said, do you think that is possible? I don't care. I want to eat it. Make it for me. The pig began rolling and throwing a tantrum in midair. In response, Yin Qing simply closed her eyes, seeing that tantrums were ineffective. The pink pig quickly perched itself on Yin Qing's lap. Dear Qing Qing, given how adorable I am, will you please make it for me? Yin Qing slowly opened her eyes, glancing down at the pig that was adorably begging. Be quiet, I might consider it. Upon hearing this, the little pig quickly covered its mouth with its hooves and nodded vigorously. Are you here traveling? The stall owner, noticing a lull in business, asked kindly. Yes, I'm here for some sketching, Yin Qing replied. Sketching? Are you an artist? The owner inquired. Indeed, I am a painter, Yin Qing responded nonchalantly. The pink pig, wishing to interject, remembered that Yin Qing still needed to prepare delicious food for it, so it held its tongue. You're truly talented, with your beauty and skill. I'm sure many are pursuing you, the owner remarked. Yin Qing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The pink pig, unable to contain itself, chimed in. Your profile states 0 romantic experiences, though. Yin Qing was taken aback, looking up at the floating pink pig. You know this information? The pig froze, hastily covering its mouth with its hooves before distorting space and making its escape. Yin Qing furrowed her brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, the stall owner wistfully reminisced about her own youthful days as a beauty in the town. After a moment, she seemed to recall something. By the way, have you found a hotel? I have a friend who owns one and can recommend you for a discount. I already have a place to stay, Yin Qing replied. Which one? Midnight Hotel, she answered. Upon hearing this, the stall owner looked knowingly at Yin Qing. It seems you young people are drawn to that hotel because of the ghost story surrounding it. You all seek out such thrills. Ghosts? Yin Qing inquired. All nonsense. There are no ghosts in this world. It's merely a trick to frighten you youngsters. However, it's true that many have met their demise at that hotel. The owner divulged. Oh, Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the stall owner. The owner, now animated, began recounting various tales she had heard about the hotel. The author has a message. Thank you to Shu Ying, Lu Lu, Xiao Nu, Qing Shi Lu, Xiao Yi, Fong Cheng Wu Jia, Triest, Paper Kite, and Li Guai Guai Long Di Dong, Yi Yu Yu, and the small gifts from Destiny. I wasn't feeling well today, a bit under the weather, and it took a long while to write this, so please forgive me for posting so late again. Chapter 57, Midnight Hotel, Part 4. After listening to the proprietress for an entire afternoon, by the time Yin Qing returned to the hotel, the sun was nearly setting. You're back. Dinner is almost ready, remarked Cheng Ying, the lawyer character who is currently adorned with an apron and holding a bowl of freshly stir-fried vegetables. Yin Qing slightly raised an eyebrow. It seemed Cheng Ying had noticed Yin Qing's gaze and explained, the kitchen was a bit busy, so I lent a hand. Do you still need assistance? Yin Qing inquired. No, it'll be ready shortly, Cheng Ying replied. Nodding, Yin Qing found an empty seat at the dining table. Miss Yin, you were out quite late exploring the town. Did you discover anything? Asked Zhang Hao, the male character of the newlywed couple. Yes, Yin Qing responded. Oh, would Miss Yin care to share? Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yin Qing took a delicate sip of tea and replied, "All right," then fell silent, waiting for Zhang Hao to speak first. Zhang Hao, sensing Yin Qing's intent, smiled and said, "I know quite a bit, but I'm not sure what you are aware of. Why don't you start? I can add my insights." Before Yin Qing could respond, Sun Shuang, playing the wife character, scoffed derisively. "Huh, do you think she is a fool?" Zhang Hao's smile instantly froze, his squinted eyes widening slightly as he cast a dark glance at Sun Shuang. Startled by his gaze, Sun Shuang mumbled a few words under her breath and fell silent. As more guests arrived, their conversation came to a natural halt. After dinner, Cheng hesitantly spoke up. "Dujia hasn't tea come down for dinner. Should we go check on her?" The group fell silent, directing their gazes towards Li Cheng, the boyfriend character. After a moment of contemplation, Li Cheng nodded. "I'll go call her," he said. "I'll accompany you," offered Xiang Wei, the doctor character. Li Cheng expressed his gratitude, and the two ascended to the second floor to Du Jia's room. Shortly after, a voice echoed from Xiang Wei, "Hurry, something has happened." The remaining guests rushed towards the second floor. Before they reached the room, they were met with a strong metallic scent of blood. Li Cheng leaned against the wall, his complexion pale, while Xiang Wei stood outside with an equally grim expression. "What is happening?" Cheng Ying's unfinished query was cut short by the horrific scene inside the room. Sun Shuang could not suppress a scream. In Chapter 58, Midnight Hotel, Part 5. The following morning, Yin Qing appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, while the other players displayed varying degrees of fatigue. Yin Qing leisurely savored a fried dough stick, dipping it in soy milk. Zhang Hao let out a derisive chuckle and remarked, "Miss Yin had quite a restful night." "It seems." "Well, it was decent," Yin Qing replied with a nod. Zhang Hao's expression darkened slightly. It appears that Miss Yin has grasped some pertinent information, which emboldens her so. Yin Qing remained silent, calmly gazing at Zhang Hao. "Miss Yin, if you possess any critical information, would you not share it with us? Do you truly wish to see us perish?" Zhang Hao continued. The others present were equally attentive. "Indeed, Miss Yin, do enlighten us. Please do not be so selfish." Xiang Wei chimed in, nodding earnestly. Yes, Miss Yin, I implore you, share something with us, as I truly do not wish to meet my end," Sun Shuang added, gazing at Yin Qing with desperate eyes. The remaining players remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed a similar plea. Yin Qing smiled gently and replied, "If you wish to acquire information, it is quite simple. Just inquire with the landlady." At this, Zhang Hao could not suppress another scoff. "Miss Yin, if you do not wish to inform us, there is no need to toy with us. It is evident that the landlady is not quite right. Why would you suggest we question her?" "Yes, Miss Yin, I beg you, do share with us. We have no intention of competing with you for the MVP," Sun Shuang implored. Yin Qing disregarded their banter and turned directly to the hotel as proprietress, who was busy calculating accounts, and asked, "Landlady, do you have a moment?" The landlady regarded Yin Qing with an inscrutable expression and responded, "What is the matter, dear guest? I have heard that this hotel has seen its share of fatalities." Yin Qing inquired nonchalantly. The other players exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions pleading her not to drag them into her inquiries. The landlady set down her ledger, her demeanor darkening as she scrutinized Yin Qing. "There have indeed been a few, not to mention the many individuals who have gone missing," Yin Qing remarked. The landlady offered a chilling smile. "There are no missing persons. Guests simply do not stay for long and leave early." Furthermore, Yin Qing continued, "It is said that those who reside here, when they finally gaze out, their demeanor has changed entirely, and, within 3 months, they are destined to meet an untimely demise." At this, the landlady's countenance darkened entirely, her eyes narrowing with cold intensity as she stared at Yin Qing. "It seems our guest is quite well informed. However, if these are mere accidents, how could they possibly be linked to my humble establishment? As for changes in temperament, perhaps that individual was simply of such disposition to begin with." After a brief pause, she added, "Are there any further inquiries? I must return to my duties." "None at all, thank you, landlady," Yin Qing replied after delicately sipping her tea. After a moment, she resumed her thoughts. "The townsfolk are aware of 3 deaths. One was Miss and Appos, who was brutally beaten to death by a client with sadistic tendencies. The other 2 were a mother and son, slain by an intoxicated husband in a fit of rage. Those who had visited the town would likely know of these three tragedies, Yin Qing noted. Is that all Miss Yin knows? Zhang Hao questioned skeptically. What do you believe I should know? Yin Qing countered coolly. How could I possibly know? Zhang Hao retorted. Then how can you presume to know what I know? Yin Qing responded. Zhang Hao fell silent, his expression darkening as he shot a wary glance at Yin Qing. I am aware of the three deceased, and I have heard whispers of others going missing, but as for the final one, we shall see, Cheng Ying interjected. A change in temperament. Could it be akin to Du Jia's situation? Sun Shuang asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Could it be possession by a spirit? Xiang Wei whispered, glancing around cautiously. But why would it target Du Jia? Li Cheng pondered, frowning. And why did she ultimately? Silence enveloped the group. Why had Du Jia been possessed? And why had she met her end? Yin Qing cast a light glance at the others and remarked, because the guests this establishment receives have never been us. What do you mean? Sun Shuang queried, perplexed. The others regarded Yin Qing with similar confusion. The Midnight Hotel is a venue that truly operates only at the stroke of midnight, Yin Qing elucidated. That sounds like the background description of the game world. Cheng Ying noted. Li Cheng pondered for a moment before stating, a hotel that operates only at midnight cannot possibly cater to guests like us. Hence, we are not the patrons of this establishment. Rather, those entities are. What then are we? Xiang Wei asked. Products chosen by them for possession. Lin Mo replied indifferently. You cannot be serious. Spirits are products? I am a human being. I am not something for them to select. I want to leave. I refuse to remain in this hotel. Sun Shuang exclaimed, her composure unraveling as she prepared to ascend the stairs to pack her belongings. Just as she was about to step onto the staircase, a kitchen knife inexplicably flew through the air, landing directly before her feet. Had she taken another step, the blade would have struck her down. Sun Shuang was paralyzed with fear, and Cheng Ying quickly rushed to support her. Do you truly believe you can leave it? The astral realm would obliterate you. Zhang Hao mocked without restraint. Overwhelmed by dread, Sun Shuang began to weep, and Cheng Ying gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Let us take a moment to rest. I suspect none of us had a particularly restful night. Since the hotel only operates at midnight, it stands to reason that daytime should be relatively safe, Cheng Ying stated. But Du Jia met her end during the day. Xiang Wei pointed out. She was no longer herself at that point. As long as we remain ourselves, there should be no cause for concern. Cheng Ying reassured them. Very well. I find it exhausting to dwell on this. Regardless, I'm going to sleep. I did not rest at all yesterday, Xiang Wei declared, being the first to retreat to his room. The remaining players gradually followed suit, returning to their quarters. Only Lin Mo and Yin Qing remained, perhaps sensing the stillness. Lin Mo offered, would you like some gum? No, thank you, Yin Qing replied. All right then, Lin Mo shrugged, unconcerned, before unwrapping a piece for himself. You seem to maintain a rather good disposition, Lin Mo observed. And you are not lacking in that regard, Yin Qing responded. However, have you deduced anything further? Shall we discuss it? Lin Mo asked. Yin Qing regarded Lin Mo with a fleeting glance, but remained silent. Very well, I shall begin, Lin Mo said, pouting slightly. He then leaned in closer to Yin Qing and said, I believe I have a grasp of why Du Jia met her demise. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing gently set down her teacup and focused her attention on Lin Mo. This was a point about which Yin Qing was indeed unaware. Yesterday, Du Jia attempted to seduce the hotel's male proprietor, DeLong, and was subsequently seen by the female landlady on the third floor. Lin Mo whispered. Ah, so she was caught in the act? A pink pig materialized in midair, its form slightly warping the surrounding space. Yin Qing cast a disinterested glance at the pig. The pig, after fleeing the previous day, it had only now mustered the courage to emerge. Author's note. Thank you to Lu, Yi Yo Yu, Tao Tao Shui, Wu Yuan, and Kong Zhu for the lovely gifts. I also extend my gratitude to all you lovely readers for your continuous support, encouragement, and comments. Chapter 59, Midnight Hotel, Part 6. Thus, Lin Mo posited that it was highly likely that Du Jia was killed by the female proprietor. Yin Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the substantial possibility of this theory. And what about you? What else do you know? Lin Mo inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qing replied, regarding the reasons behind Du Jia's possession, I have two hypotheses. Firstly, on the day her body was discovered, there was a shattered teacup in her room's trash bin, suggesting she may have violated the rule set by the female proprietor to not damage the room's belongings, which could have resulted in her being possessed by the spirit residing within the room. Secondly, the red dress she wore that morning, based on her initial appearance, was likely not hers. It is possible she touched it out of curiosity, and, coincidentally, it served as a medium for the spirit to possess her. Therefore, these two aspects must be avoided at all costs, Lin Mo concluded. Indeed, that would be best, Yin Qing affirmed. Very well, I shall take a stroll, Lin Mo said, lazily stretching and chewing gum as he made his exit. Yin Qing silently gazed at the pink pig floating in midair. Have you finally mustered the courage to appear? The pig responded with a bashful expression. Yin Qing thought to herself, it seems I am unable to extract any useful information. She dismissed her concerns regarding the pig's earlier retreat and resumed her role as a diligent artist. Is the guest a painter? At some point, the hotel proprietress appeared behind Yin Qing. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, but did not turn around, replying in a nonchalant tone, yes. However, this painting hardly resembles the work of a true artist, the proprietress remarked, her skepticism blatant. Yin Qing paused momentarily, then turned to face the proprietress with some irritation. Can you paint, madam? The proprietress, taken aback by Yin Qing's sudden shift, quickly regained her composure and replied with a hint of mockery. I cannot, but your painting is likely incomprehensible to the average person. Yin Qing shook her head dismissively and stated earnestly, that is precisely the distinction between us. My paintings are works of art, which ordinary individuals naturally cannot fathom. The proprietress scoffed, perhaps you are right. With a cold sneer, she shot Yin Qing a frosty glance before departing. Please, have a seat. The dishes will be served shortly, Chung Ying said, tying her apron and bringing out the food. Are we indulging today? There's even braised pork, Xiang Wei commented. It seems the kitchen procured some meat today, so there will be more meat dishes at lunch. Chung Ying explained. Everyone, please enjoy your meal, Xiang Wei said while chewing the braised pork. The few players who arrived later also took their seats to partake in a meal. Missing, aren't you going to have some braised pork? Chung Ying asked. No, I prefer not to eat meat, Yin Qing replied. Lin Mo, why aren't you eating either? It's quite delicious, Xiang Wei said, his words muffled by the meat. I've been working out lately. I avoid greasy foods, Lin Mo responded. Chung Ying, did you make this braised pork? It tastes fantastic, Xiang Wei remarked. Yes. If it tastes good, please eat more. Everyone has been restless at night lately, Chung Ying replied, serving a piece to Sun Shuang. Shuang, make sure to eat plenty. Thank you, Sun Shuang said appreciatively. After the meal, Yin Qing returned to her easel to continue her afternoon painting. Miss Yin, your work is truly impressive, Chung Ying said, standing beside her and observing the paper intently. Yin Qing remained silent. Unlike me, I can only cook, Chung Ying added. Yin Qing gradually halted her painting and pointed to the ground. Look, there is an ant. Chung Ying, taken aback, followed Yin Qing's gesture. Yes, indeed there is an ant. But what does this signify? Fool, do you not see that you lack a shadow? You have already exposed yourself. The little pink pig interjected, unable to contain its disdain. If she were clever, she would not have met such a tragic fate, Yin Qing thought quietly to herself. The little pink pig nodded in agreement. Indeed, most people meet their demise due to their own foolishness. Your bravery during the day is commendable, Yin Qing mused internally. Upon hearing this, the disdainful pink pig froze momentarily, stammering, I'm not afraid at night either, but you need to rest? So I naturally would not disturb you. Yin Qing said nothing, merely raising an eyebrow at the pink pig. The pig turned away, feigning ignorance of Yin Qing's gaze. Meanwhile, Chung Ying had quietly departed without either of them noticing. Ah, you're still maintaining the persona of an artist, Lin Mo said lazily, chewing gum as he approached. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Lin Mo, undeterred, continued, Is there something off about Chung Ying? Indeed, Yin Qing replied. I thought it was merely my imagination. Lin Mo said. Then, as if recalling something, he lowered his voice. Was that meat at lunch? Human flesh? Yin Qing's hand holding the brush hesitated briefly before she responded, "You must inquire with Chenging about that. I am unaware." "So you didn't even touch at lunch?" Lin Mo asked, raising an eyebrow. "Braised pork is greasy. I'm cautious about gaining weight," Yin Qing replied. "Very well," Lin Mo conceded. "However, I did gather some intriguing information this afternoon while visiting the town." Yin Qing leisurely traced the final stroke of her painting and turned her attention to Lin Mo, eager to learn more. "I spoke with some older residents in the town, and they revealed that this hotel was built by a newlywed couple who had commissioned someone to construct it, intending to run a small hotel for leisure. However, just a few years after its completion, the bride mysteriously vanished. The husband searched extensively, but could not find her. According to those elders, it is believed the bride eloped, leading the husband to sell the hotel in his sorrow," Lin Mo recounted. "So, this couple must have taken over later?" Yin Qing asked. "Yes. They certainly are not the original owners of the hotel," Lin Mo confirmed. Yin Qing nodded thoughtfully. "In any case, I have shared this information with you. Do inform me of any new developments. I shall take a nap now. I'm utterly exhausted." With that, Lin Mo stretched and retreated to his room to rest. After contemplating for a moment, Yin Qing collected her easel and prepared to seek out the male proprietor of the hotel. At that moment, the male proprietor was tidying up the lobby. Yin Qing approached him leisurely. "Excuse me, is the proprietress not around?" "Ah, she's taking a nap. Is there something you need from her?" The proprietor replied. "Not particularly," Yin Qing said, pausing briefly before casually inquiring, "Did you and your wife build this hotel yourselves?" "It appears to have some age." "No, we purchased it from someone else. When we bought it, it was still relatively new. The previous owner was eager to sell it at a low price," the proprietor explained, scratching his head bashfully. "Otherwise, given our circumstances when we first started working, it would have been impossible for us to afford it." Reflecting on the past, he added, "Time has indeed flown by. It has been nearly 10 years. This hotel is quite nice. Why did the previous owners rush to sell it?" Yin Qing asked. The proprietor paused his sweeping, glanced around cautiously, and then whispered, "The previous owners were also a couple. It is said that the wife eloped with someone else and was never found." Yin Qing feigned surprise, her expression suitably astonished. "Please do not mention this to anyone. My wife forbids me from discussing this matter. Whenever I bring it up, she becomes upset for several days," the master whispered. Chapter 60, Midnight Hotel, Part 7. "It seems you truly love your wife," Yin Qing remarked. "Indeed," the man replied. "When I had nothing, my wife stood by me. Don't be fooled by her fierceness now. She was once very gentle. Even now, despite her stern demeanor, she treats me exceptionally well." Yin Qing nodded in understanding. "You two share a deep affection." The man chuckled. "Haha, I feel the same. We are quite happy now. I may not have much ambition, but I wish to spend my days here with my wife, collecting a bit of lodging fees, living leisurely and joyfully every day. Your child, with parents like you, must also be very fortunate," Yin Qing said. The man paused, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "We do not have children yet. My wife's health is not good, and we currently sleep in separate rooms." "Not well?" Yin Qing inquired. "After we bought this hotel, she fell ill not long after. Her temper worsened, and she occasionally sleepwalks at night," he said, concern evident in his tone. "Moreover, she refuses to see a doctor. I have urged her many times, but she pays no heed. Eventually, I noticed that aside from being a bit cold, she didn't seem to have any major issues, so I stopped pressing her." He paused, adding softly, "As for children, whether we have them or not matters little. Having her by my side is what truly counts. However, if she's unwell, it's advisable to have her checked. Some ailments worsen if left untreated," Yin Qing suggested ambiguously. Just as the man was about to respond, a woman's voice interrupted them. "DeLong, what are you discussing with the guest?" The hotel owner appeared at the top of the third-floor stairs, casting a glowering look at the two. "Huh, I wasn't discussing anything, just—" Before the man could finish, Yin Qing interjected. "I was thanking your establishment for treating us with such an abundance of meat today," she said, casting a calm glance at the woman above. "Huh, I didn't buy any meat today," the man replied, puzzled. Yin Qing smiled gently, remaining silent. The hotel owner glared fiercely at Yin Qing before saying, "I went to buy it this morning." "What? Wife, you went out today. Your health, the man said anxiously. Why didn't you take me with you? Upon looking at her husband, the owner's expression softened slightly. I intended to take a stroll this morning, but you were still asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you. But the man began, but the owner interrupted him. All right, I have nothing more to say. DeLong, if there is nothing else, come upstairs. I need to talk to you. With that, she turned and entered their room. Oh, then Miss Yin, I shall go find my wife, the man said. Yin Qing nodded lightly in response. Tonight, we have bone soup made from fresh bones. Make sure to drink plenty, Cheng-Ying announced. What's up today? Meat and bone soup. Previously, there wasn't much meat at all, Xiang Wei remarked. Lin and Mo scoffed lightly, saying nothing further. By the way, what kind of bone is this soup made from? Xiang Wei asked. From lamb shanks, Cheng-Ying replied. And it's quite flavorful, without any gamey taste. Cheng-Ying, your culinary skills are exceptional, Xiang Wei commented, sipping the soup. Oh, has it been you cooking lately? Where's the cook? Lin and Mo inquired, tilting her head with raised eyebrows. The cook went home for a few days, and since no one else was available, I thought I'd take on the cooking myself. It doesn't take long, Cheng-Ying explained. Lin and Mo made a sarcastic sound, but fell silent. During the meal, Sun Shuang suddenly screamed, her eyes wide with terror as she pointed at the ground. Why don't you have a shadow? You clearly referred to Cheng-Ying. Aside from Yin Qing and Lin and Mo, the others looked at the ground, their expressions pale. On the floor, everyone else had shadows, except for Cheng-Ying. Yet Cheng-Ying appeared completely unfazed, smiling as if she hadn't noticed the terrified glances from the others. Make sure to eat more meat and drink more soup. It's nourishing, she said warmly. Seeing the others hesitating to eat, Cheng-Ying looked puzzled. Is my cooking not to your liking? Or? Cheng-Ying paused before continuing. Could it be that the ingredients have gone bad? But they were just slaughtered yesterday. How could they spoil? With that, she got up and headed to the kitchen, seemingly to check the ingredients. The others in Chapter 61, Midnight Hotel, Part 8. This night heralded the first rainfall in several days. Outside, the tempest raged. Torrential rain poured down, accompanied by brilliant flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The raindrops pelted against the glass like peas. Yin Qing slowly opened her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed. She was not fond of rain at night. It was too noisy and disrupted her rest. The thunder seemed to taunt her, with several boomings echoing in succession. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream pierced through the cacophony of thunder. It was the voice of Xiang Wei, the man assuming the role of the doctor. Was it him tonight? After the scream, only the muffled sound of rain remained, interspersed with the occasional clap of thunder. The dimly lit building once again fell silent. Time passed, and the quiet corridor was suddenly filled with the sound of children's laughter and their off-key nursery rhymes. It emanated from Xiang Wei's room. The children seemed to be quite mischievous, bouncing back and forth in the hallway, occasionally knocking on one door and then another. It appeared that this night would be one of poor rest. The next day, several players awoke, their faces marked by dark circles under their eyes. Xiang Wei's room was the first on the right at the staircase, a room that everyone would pass through. As Yin Qing stepped out, she happened upon a few individuals standing at Xiang Wei's door, their faces stricken with terror. Sun Shuang was so frightened that she was crying silently in a corner. The door to Xiang Wei's room stood wide open, and he lay motionless on the bed, a gaping wound in his abdomen, his intestines strewn across the bed, while remnants of his innards resembled the remnants of a meal, leaving only bits scattered on the sheets. His face was contorted in an expression of utmost horror and agony. As the others stood petrified, unsure of how to react, Cheng-Ying called out cheerfully from downstairs, "What are you all looking at? Come down for breakfast." The group turned stiffly to face the smiling woman below. Who could fathom the demons concealed behind that smile? Yin Qing was the first to descend, her dark circles giving her an air of low pressure. The remaining players hesitated before following her to the dining table. "Why aren't you eating?" Cheng-Ying asked, observing the untouched dishes before them. The players exchanged glances, hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. Lin and Mo, casting a glance at the group, began eating without further ado. Seeing that Yin Qing and Lin and Mo were eating nonchalantly, the others finally gathered the courage to eat the same food. As breakfast drew to a close, Yin Qing turned to Cheng-Ying and asked, "Does Lawyer Cheng have children at home?" Cheng paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. Is there something on your mind, Missine? If so, please teach the children to be mindful of time and considerate of others' rest. Disrupting others is a sign of poor upbringing. I hope there are no such bothersome brats in your household. Lawyer Cheng. Yin Qing's expression remained impassive as she addressed Cheng Ying. Coughing slightly, Lin Mo, who had just taken a sip of water, found himself unable to suppress a laugh, inadvertently spraying it out. Notably, Cheng Ying sat right beside him. At that moment, her face darkened, her eyes glaring at Yin Qing, seemingly oblivious to the water splashed on her. Yet, Yin Qing appeared entirely unfazed, casually stirring her milk with a spoon. Then, as if recalling something, she leisurely remarked, "Moreover, today, Seo Qiao was a bit stale. I would appreciate it if Lawyer Cheng could pay attention to that tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but want to give Yin Qing a thumbs up, while the nearby players were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Cheng Ying's expression had soured to a degree that was nearly unbearable, her eyes bloodshot, as though she would pounce on Yin Qing if she uttered another word. But Yin Qing, undeterred, continued, "Lawyer Cheng, what do you think? After all, you've been responsible for cooking these past few days." The remaining players pondered where they might hide should a confrontation erupt. Yet, to their surprise, no such altercation ensued. Cheng Ying shot Yin Qing a sinister glance, and after a long pause, she rasped, "I will be more mindful tomorrow." Yin Qing nodded lightly, then nonchalantly placed a book over her face and reclined on the sofa for a nap. As the majority of the people in the hall gradually departed, Lin Mo sidled closer to Yin Qing and whispered, "Aren't you afraid she might turn on you?" Yin Qing smiled faintly, removing the book from her face to reply, "During the day, aside from that proprietress who poses some threat, the rest are mere trifles." During the day, are they heavily restricted? Lin Montauk in Kviot. Ghosts are ethereal beings, belonging to the realm of shadows. They should only be lurking in dark corners during daylight. The fact that she can roam freely in the light is solely due to her reliance on that frail body. A body so weak poses little threat. Furthermore, these ghosts possess only a few years of experience. Even possession requires certain conditions. They likely have no other abilities, Yin Qing explained. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Mo leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "What about the proprietress?" Yin Qing paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. "She is somewhat difficult to deal with. Logically, her experience shouldn't exceed that of these ghosts by much, yet it's evident that she occupies a different echelon." Lin Mo gazed at Yin Qing in surprise. "Do you know who she is?" After taking a sip of tea, Yin Qing replied slowly, "She is most likely the missing wife from the couple that established this hotel." Lin Mo nodded, having pondered the same. The missing wife may not have fled, but rather met with foul play. "Very well, I shall head back for a nap," he said, lazily rising to return to his room. Yin Qing then placed the book back over her face and reclined on the sofa for a brief respite. "Time for lunch, Missine. Come and try the stir-fry I made for you," Cheng Ying said with a slight smile. Yin Qing furrowed her brow, removing the book from her face to cast a disinterested glance at the dining table. "It looks unappetizing," she remarked. Cheng Ying's previously cheerful expression fell. "It seems I have not prepared any dishes to your liking. Shall I make something else?" Yin Qing stretched her stiff back and casually picked up an apple nearby, saying, "Never mind, I'll just have some fruit." The players who had been poised to start eating froze momentarily. Should they proceed? After a brief pause, Li Cheng was the first to set down his chopsticks. "I ate a bit too much this morning. I'm not very hungry. I'll also have some fruit." The remaining players followed suit, reaching for fruit instead. Thus, the dining table was left with only the sullen-faced Cheng Ying. She shot a dark glare at the group before focusing on her meal, her eyes viciously fixed on Yin Qing, as if she were chewing on Yin Qing's flesh. However, Yin Qing remained unfazed, calmly enjoying her fruit. Chapter 62. Midnight in 9. During the evening meal, Yin Qing intended to prepare a bowl of noodles for herself in the kitchen. However, upon entering, she was assailed by an intense odor of decay. Observing the contents of the refuse bin, Yin Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Within lay Du Jia's severed head, already exhibiting signs of putrefaction and discoloration, the petrified, vacant gaze fixed directly towards the kitchen's entrance. Flies swarmed around the cranium, and occasionally, a maggot would wriggle from the decaying eye sockets. The mutton head has gone bad. I forgot to dispose of it, Chung Ying remarked, appearing in the kitchen doorway. Her eyes crinkling in a smile as she observed Yin Qing. Perishable items should be discarded promptly. The kitchen reeks, Yin Qing commented laconically, before turning and exiting the kitchen. The implication being that any victuals prepared there would be unpalatable. Leaving the kitchen, Yin Qing casually plucked an orange from the table and consumed it while ensconced in a corner of the sofa, deep in contemplation. Henceforth, the matter of sustenance must be addressed. The following day, Yin Qing stretched languidly in high spirits. The preceding night had been tranquil, devoid of any nocturnal disturbances, resulting in a restful slumber. After tidying up, she procured an apple from the table and departed. "Well, lass, it's you again." "Partaking in some victuals today?" inquired the proprietress, the same effusive woman Yin Qing had previously encountered. "A bowl of gluttonous rice balls, please," Yin Qing replied, seating herself at a small table to await her order. Presently, the proprietress delivered a steaming bowl of gluttonous rice balls. "Out and about early today, are we?" "Venturing out before breakfast, it seems." "Indeed, I'm out to procure some items," Yin Qing confirmed. Yes, it being the weekend, the supermarket will likely have some promotions. "You might consider taking a look," the proprietress suggested. "Very well, thank you," Yin Qing responded. No need to be so polite. I must attend to my duties," the proprietress declared, hastening back to her snack stall to serve the next patron. After finishing her gluttonous rice balls, Yin Qing proceeded directly to the supermarket, embarking on a shopping spree. Ultimately, she enlisted a pedicab to transport her acquisitions back. Due to the narrow thoroughfares of the town, motor vehicles were absent. Residents traveling to other cities typically journeyed to the nearest bus station via pedicab. Upon Yin Qing's arrival at the inn, she encountered the male proprietor. "Oh, Missine, what have you purchased? Such a quantity," the proprietor exclaimed, taken aback by the numerous packages on the pedicab. "Pots and provisions," Yin Qing clarified. "We have cookware in the kitchen. You're welcome to utilize it," the proprietor stated, somewhat helplessly, as if deeming Yin Qing's actions extravagant. "It's of no consequence. I'm not lacking in funds," Yin Qing retorted. The proprietor was rendered speechless. "Very well. Affluence is indeed remarkable. Would you require assistance?" he inquired. Yin Qing cast a fleeting glance at the open window on the third floor before replying. "No assistance is necessary." "Very well. I shall attend to my duties," the proprietor concluded, departing. "Good heavens, what have you acquired?" Lin Mo inquired, chewing gum as he prepared to venture out, only to witness Yin Qing lugging a pile of items inside. "Provisions," Yin Qing stated. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. "I was contemplating purchasing some myself, but given the quantity you've acquired, which you couldn't possibly consume alone, perhaps you could share?" Yin Qing cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mo, then subtly gestured towards the exterior. Lin Montag swiftly comprehended. "Very well, I shall carry the remainder," he declared, diligently proceeding to transport the items. "Good heavens, you truly acquired a substantial amount," Lin Mo exclaimed, slightly out of breath. Yin Qing appraised him with a detached gaze before remarking, "Engage in more physical exercise." She then resumed her languid posture on the sofa, seemingly disinclined to exert herself further. Lin Mo was left without a retort. During the evening meal, Yin Qing reclined lazily on the sofa, observing Lin Mo as he stir-fried vegetables on an induction cooker. "I favor spicy fare. Add ample chili," she instructed. "Understood," Lin Mo affirmed, adding further chili peppers. The duo's natural demeanor astonished the other players. The sight of Lin Mo diligently preparing the meal and Yin Qing indolently awaiting its completion left the other players agape, while Chung Ying's countenance darkened ominously. However, she refrained from directing her ire towards Yin Qing and Lin Mo, instead snarling at the other players, who were still in a daze. "What are you gawking at? Eat." Her gaze was intense, as if conveying that failure to comply would result in dire consequences. The players swallowed nervously, commencing their meal hesitantly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo finally completed his task, presenting the dishes on a coffee table before the sofa, beads of perspiration dotting his brow. Yin Qing sampled the fare and nodded approvingly. The flavor is commendable. I had assumed you were incapable of culinary endeavors. I resided in rented accommodations during my university years, so I am proficient in basic cooking, Lin Mo explained, seating himself and commencing his meal. Following the meal, Yin Qing proposed, let us determine who shall wash the dishes via a game of rock, paper, scissors. Agreed. Lin Montauk replied. I shall select rock, Yin Qing declared. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. 3, 2, 1. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. You actually selected rock? He inquired, retracting his scissors. Yin Qing cast a fleeting glance at Lin Mo before stating matter-of-factly, I do not engage in deception. Lin Mo was left without a response. Shortly after the evening meal, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in the player's ears. Ding! The game's victory conditions have been updated. Players are encouraged to consult the astral realm promptly. The player's expressions shifted immediately as they accessed the astral realm. Yin Qing frowned slightly. Summoning Little Pink Pig to review the updated victory conditions. Official player. Yin Qing player code. 140318 game title. Midnight in game background. This is an inn that only truly operates at midnight. Victory condition. Successfully survive tomorrow night's hide-and-seek game. Just as the players finished reviewing the information, the inn's proprietress materialized at the foot of the staircase. A chilling smile playing on her lips as she approached them. Esteemed guests, our inn will be hosting a game of hide-and-seek tomorrow night at midnight. We hope you will all enthusiastically participate, she announced. Could we decline to participate? Sun Shuang stammered, raising his hand tremulously. The proprietress's smile deepened, but her words were even more chilling. Naturally not. All guests of the inn are required to participate. Without awaiting a response, she ascended the stairs, seemingly in high spirits, and returned to her room. What shall we do? Sun Shuang inquired, his face etched with trepidation. The other players' countenances mirrored his apprehension. It was evident that the forthcoming game would be fraught with peril. Yin Qing lowered her head in contemplation, her bangs concealing her eyes and her pensive expression. Chapter 63. Midnight Hotel, Part 10. Chuckle. I hear there's a game of hide-and-seek planned for tomorrow night. Cheng Ying emerged slowly from the kitchen, a peculiar smile gracing her face as she stood before Yin Qing. Her tone was ominous and venomous as she remarked, that should be quite entertaining, wouldn't you agree? Missing? Yin Qing raised her gaze with mild indifference, furrowing her brow slightly before turning her head aside. Lawyer Chung, your breath is rather unpleasant. Kindly maintain your distance. A stifled laugh escaped Lin Mo, who immediately pouted an apology upon noticing Cheng Ying's dark glare directed at him. My apologies, I couldn't help it. Cheng Ying's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on Yin Qing, and after a moment, she smirked coldly. I hope you can still find something to laugh about tomorrow night. With that, she cast a disdainful glance at the others and ascended the staircase. After a brief silence, Sun Shuang's voice trembled as she whispered, What should we do? Are we just going to wait until tomorrow? No one responded to her query. TSK. Such a delicate beauty reduced to this pitiable state, and yet these gentlemen fail to offer even a word of comfort. Is it any wonder they remain single? Suddenly, a pink little pig appeared in midair, its form barely visible, yet its sarcastic remarks emerged first. Yin Qing cast a light glance at the pink pig, which was looking disdainfully at the male players, choosing to remain silent. Missing, do you have any suggestions? Li Chung looked at Yin Qing, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. Yin Qing paused momentarily and gently shook her head. Disappointment flickered in Li Cheng's eyes as he averted his gaze. Huh, even if she had any, she wouldn't share them with you. Zhang Hao interjected mockingly from the side. Yin Qing's expression remained indifferent, as if she hadn't heard him. Lin Mo scoffed, his words dripping with sarcasm as he addressed Zhang Hao. TSK, if you're so skilled, why not figure out yourself? You. Zhang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, glaring at Lin Mo in frustration before turning away in silence. Wow, Qing, you have boys protecting you. What on earth happened while I was away? Did someone actually come to your rescue? The little pink pig exclaimed in surprise. Yin Qing cast an expressionless glance at the pig before responding nonchalantly. It's merely Char at work. The pig couldn't help but twitch its snout. Qing, Your emotionless demeanor and aloofness are bordering on excessive. Yin Qing replied with a simple, enough, I can't think of anything anyway. Might as well get some rest and enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. With that, Linimo stood up, stretching lazily, spitting out his gum, and sauntering back to his room. Yin Qing paid no mind to the remaining individuals and leisurely returned to her own room. The others exchanged glances, realizing there was nothing to be done, and decided to retire for the night. The following morning, a gentle breeze brushed past, leaving a refreshing coolness in its wake, while the sun shone warmly, casting a soft, inviting light through the window. Hey there, young lady. Why are you in town so early today? The owner of a small stall inquired curiously as she served Yin Qing a bowl of gluttonous rice balls. I still have a few items to purchase, Yin Qing replied. The stall owner nodded knowingly and returned to attending to the next customer. Yin Qing then embarked on yet another shopping spree in the quaint town. Fortunately, her character was quite prosperous, or else her spending would be unsustainable. This time, she spent every last penny, leaving not a single coin behind, due to the sheer volume of her purchases. The stall owner kindly arranged for a small three-wheeled vehicle to transport her back to the hotel. Goodness, how did you manage to buy so much again? Lin Montag exclaimed, astonished by the pile of items on the three-wheeler. Go call those three down to help. Yin Qing instructed hurriedly before dashing up to Cheng Ying's room on the second floor. At that moment, Cheng Ying was lost in delightful daydreams about the evening's events when a knock at the door startled her. She opened it to find Yin Qing standing there, momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity of Cheng Ying's stunned silence, Yin Qing swiftly overpowered her, pushing her down. Cheng Ying's surprise quickly turned to fury. Are you out of your mind? Let me go. Before she could utter another word, Yin Qing bound her with astonishing speed, gagged her, and positioned her by the window to bask in the sunlight. Muffled cries emanated from Cheng Ying, her eyes wide with resentment as she glared at Yin Qing, her body thrashing violently. Yin Qing frowned slightly and delivered a swift punch to Cheng Ying's abdomen, halting her movements before ensuring the bindings were secure. She then closed the door and departed. Cheng Ying hunched over, her eyes burning with rage as she fixed her gaze on the closed door. As the sun set, it was time for dinner. Today, Cheng Ying had not prepared a meal, forcing the remaining players to fend for themselves in the kitchen. Naturally, this did not include Yin Qing, who reclined leisurely on the sofa, waiting for Lin Mo to cook while occasionally offering her input. Above, the little pink pig could not resist covering its face with its hooves. Qing, how can you give orders so nonchalantly? It's truly not easy for those who have to prepare your meals. Yin Qing merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Are the guests still dining? At some point, the hotel proprietress appeared beside the dining table, her face beaming with a smile. This was perhaps the first time during their stay that the players received such gentle treatment from the hotel owner. None of the players spoke up, and the proprietress continued. After dinner, you might want to consider where to hide. After midnight, the ghost will come looking for you. Note, here, ghost refers not to an actual spirit, but to the seeker in the game of hide and seek. Since it's a game, shouldn't the role of ghost be determined by some minigame? Li Cheng suggested. The pink pig observed Li Cheng's clenched hands, noting the cold sweat of fear trickling down his face, and couldn't help but sigh. This young man is clearly terrified, yet still asks questions. It's quite the struggle. It then philosophized. The path of life is fraught with challenges. Everyone endures their own hardships. Yin Qing's lips twitched slightly, and she shot a glance at the pretentiously poetic pig, momentarily at a loss for words. The hotel proprietress, having overheard Li Cheng's question, shot him a dismissive glance and replied, I am the owner of this establishment. Naturally, I set the rules. Guests should simply relax and enjoy. The implication was clear. What I say goes, and you are to comply without question. The players understood this well, yet faced with such a domineering rationale, they opened their mouths as if to protest, but ultimately fell silent. After a moment, Lin Mo, chewing gum nonchalantly, asked, will you and your husband be participating? The proprietress paused, casting an enigmatic glance at Lin Mo before replying, no, my husband and I will be resting on the third floor, while guests may only hide on the first and second floors and in the hotel's small garden. Oh, all right, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. pouting slightly as if a bit disappointed. After a while, noticing the silence among the group, the hotel proprietress chuckled softly and said, "It seems the guests have no objections? Then please do hide well. Being discovered could lead to rather unpleasant consequences." With that, she hummed a cheerful tune and left in high spirits. Chapter 64, Midnight Hotel, Part 11. Upon returning to her room, Yin Qing promptly laid out the items she had procured that day. Gazing at the chaotic array of weapons strewn across the floor, the little pink pig stood frozen in shock, its snout quivering uncontrollably. "Qing, are you planning to slay a ghost?" The assortment included machetes, chainsaws, iron rods, and other menacing tools. "Well, if possible," Yin Qing replied. The little pink pig gulped nervously and inquired, "But aren't ghosts in a spiritual state? Can they even be attacked?" Yin Qing answered nonchalantly, "If they choose to attack me, they will materialize. If they are corporeal, they can indeed be struck. But what if they remain in their spiritual form and do not become tangible?" The pink pig asked curiously. "In their ethereal state, they can only possess or use spiritual energy to assault my soul, and even possession requires a medium. It seems that spirits lack significant offensive capability," Yin Qing explained. After speaking, she frowned faintly, contemplating the number of ghosts that might arrive tonight and her uncertainty regarding the conditions for their possession. This evening promised to be a formidable struggle. As night fell, the entire building enveloped itself in an eerie silence, the crescent moon having unknowingly concealed itself behind the clouds, as if in fear of something lurking. The pallid light swiftly gave way to an abyssal darkness, swirling shadows obscuring the scant illumination. Everything trembled in the wind. Tonight was a banquet for the Grim Reaper. At the stroke of midnight, a furious roar echoed from Cheng Ying's room. "Yin Qing, I want you dead." Yin Qing, taken aback, suddenly recalled why she had not seen Cheng Ying that evening. After preparing everything, she had neglected to release Cheng Ying, and she had likely been bound for about 10 hours now. It appeared that the restraints were quite effective. Before long, a few translucent shadows emerged in the garden in front of the hotel. Have you hidden well?" A chilling feminine voice pierced the silent night. Here we come." "Where are you?" came the raspy voice of a man. The little pink pig shuddered and quickly said, Qing, good luck. See you tomorrow." With that, the space distorted, and the pink pig vanished from midair. Yin Qing was now concealed among the branches of a tree in the garden, using the leaves to obscure her form as she observed the ghosts with an air of detachment, including the spirit possessing Cheng Ying. There were a total of 7. The red-clad female ghost, likely the one that had previously possessed Du Jia, and a mischievous little ghost, probably the same troublesome child from earlier. Besides these 3 familiar spirits, there were also 2 male and 2 female ghosts. However, it remained uncertain which of the 2 female spirits had occupied her room that night. Yet, at this moment, such details were of little consequence. The ghosts meandered through the small garden, glancing around excitedly before drifting towards the hotel building. After all, when confronted with an empty garden and obscured interiors, humans and spirits alike instinctively sought out places shrouded in mystery. And were not these apparitions once human themselves? This was precisely why Yin Qing had chosen to hide among the trees in the garden. Though she could not discern the happenings within the hotel, she could hear the eerie laughter of the spirits through her earpiece. Earlier in the day, she had purchased several real-time monitoring devices to keep abreast of the situation. Hey, my little darlings, where are you? Are you here? He. I'm coming to find you. Where are you, ladies? The group of spirits searched relentlessly, creating ominous sounds to heighten the atmosphere. Minutes passed, and suddenly, the sound of a television blared from within the building. The spirits, previously engaged in their search, rushed towards the source of the noise, the television in the dining room. Earlier that afternoon, Yin Qing had instructed Lin Mo to set the television to turn on automatically, hoping to buy some time against the relentless spirits. Though the delay was brief, every second counted on such a night. Additionally, she had purchased over 100 alarm clocks, hiding them throughout the hotel, each set to ring at intervals starting from 12:10 every 2 minutes. She could only hope they would prove useful. Half an hour later, the spirits had seemingly grown immune to the sound of the alarms, yet one or two still ventured to investigate. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. The alarms had exceeded her expectations. Moments later, a terrified scream pierced through her earpiece. Yin Qing instinctively rubbed her aching ears, her brow furrowing slightly. That scream belonged to Sun Xuan. Each player had hidden themselves without informing the others, as none dared to trust that their fellow participants would not reveal their locations if captured. After all, some harbored the mentality of, if I cannot survive, neither shall you. Upon hearing the scream, the remaining spirits hurried over, likely eager to contend for the right to possess her body. With only 5 humans remaining and 6 spirits without hosts, at least one ghost was left without a corporeal form. As the echoes of the scream faded, the earpiece soon relayed the voices of several ghosts. Where did she go? How did she vanish? Could she be a disciple of some legendary Taoist sect? Bah, if she had the ability to flee, she wouldn't still be here. She must be close by. Keep searching. I'm scared. What if she really is a Taoist? I don't want to be reduced to ashes. Are you kidding? You're a ghost and you're scared? Coward. Hurry up and search. If you want a body, make haste. Yin Qing listened intently, her brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught a sudden movement among the flowers and shrubs in the garden. When she focused, her eyes widened in surprise. Sun Xuan, is that teleportation? Yin Qing squinted at Sun Xuan, who was trying her best to remain concealed. It seemed the players possessed some useful tools after all. Today is May Day. Wishing all my dear readers a joyous holiday. I apologize for the late update and greetings, as I was dining with relatives today and felt it inappropriate to type. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 65, Midnight Hotel, Part 12. After approximately 10 minutes, a commotion once again echoed from the hotel building. Zhang Hao. Yin Qing slightly raised her eyebrows, attentively listening to the sounds emanating through her headphones. Found you, giggle. Found you. It's a male ghost. Don't come over. Stop. Zhang Hao's voice trembled, tinged with a sense of desperate fury. Yin Qing furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Naturally, the vengeful spirits paid no heed to Zhang Hao's pleas, and the number of ghosts encircling him only grew. The spirits cackled eerily as Zhang Hao screamed in sheer terror. Eventually, it appeared that he had reached a breaking point. Then, with a resounding bang, an explosion erupted. Yin Qing frowned, removed her headphones, and rubbed her ears, which were ringing slightly. With a grave expression, she glanced toward the hotel building. A particular room on the second floor had been obliterated, and a massive fire began to engulf the structure. Those hiding within the hotel had no choice but to flee. Otherwise, they would face a fiery demise before the ghosts could find them. The spirits also rushed out, momentarily stunned, including Lin Mo and Li Cheng, who had been forced out. After a while, Yin Qing overheard one of the male ghosts exclaim, "Oh no, we're doomed. The landlady is going to annihilate us all. What should we do? Should we run?" A female ghost quivered, adding, "Run? Have you forgotten the marked planet on you? What are you all doing? Put out the fire." The ghost in red yelled in frustration. She materialized water in her hands, struggling to douse the flames. The other spirits looked on, seemingly at a loss. "Sister Ayu, this little bit of water won't extinguish the fire," one of the little ghosts remarked. For these spirits, solidifying their forms was not an easy task, let alone using that form to carry objects. "I know that, but if the landlady sees us diligently trying to put out the fire, she might not get angry with us," she replied, immediately floating back to the water source. The remaining spirits hurriedly followed suit, some grabbing basins, others buckets, and those without either resorted to using bowls. If there were no bowls, one spirit picked up a leaf to collect a few drops, scurrying back and forth. The players observing this spectacle exchanged glances. Li Cheng hesitantly turned to Lin Mo and said, "Should we join in?" Lin Mo's lips twitched, uncertain whether to partake in this firefighting brigade. However, before they could make a decision, a furious roar emanated from the 3rd floor of the hotel. The ghosts, trembling, redoubled their efforts, even though the flames showed no signs of abating. Yin Qing remained hidden in the tree, calmly observing. Soon, 2 figures emerged from the blaze, the hotel as proprietor and her husband. However, the landlady appeared ghastly pale, radiating a sense of death. She had evidently been deceased for quite some time. Her husband, meanwhile, remained in a deep slumber. She gently placed him in a safe spot and turned her dark gaze toward the gathered spirits. Do you wish to die once more? The spirits obediently lined up, and upon hearing her question, they all hastily shook their heads. The ghost in red promptly explained, "It's not our fault, landlady." The others quickly chimed in, nodding vigorously. "It's not our fault. Not your fault." The landlady's smile was sinister. The ghost in red eagerly pointed at Lin Mo and Li Chung, saying, "It's them." "Yes, they started the fire." Lin Mo waved his hands, feigning innocence as he looked at the landlady. "Landlady, it's not our fault. We were simply hiding and came out to save ourselves when the fire broke out." The red-dressed ghost shot them a furious glare before turning back to the landlady, saying, "Landlady, it's not just them. They have accomplices. And where's that person?" The landlady inquired, directing her gaze at the red-dressed ghost. The ghost flinched slightly, then whispered, "He was blown to bits in the explosion." The landlady chuckled coldly and remarked slowly, "So, the one I should be looking for is already dead?" The spirits shuddered in unison. The ghost holding a small spirit mustered the courage to speak. "Landlady, we didn't mean to. When we found that person, we were about to possess him when he pulled out a piece of paper. We didn't know what it was for, so we couldn't stop it." Her voice trailed off as she spoke. The landlady smirked and leaned against a nearby tree, lazily raising her pale, bluish hand, as if admiring her crimson-dyed nails. She asked nonchalantly, "Who was the last to scare him?" Hiding in the tree, Yin Qing remained silent. A trembling male ghost timidly raised his hand. The landlady shot him a glance before beckoning him with a finger. "You come here." The male ghost quaked in fear, collapsing to his knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Landlady, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Seemingly growing impatient, the landlady approached him slowly, lifting his chin, and asked, "Do you think you will have another chance?" With that, she seized the still ethereal male ghost, licking her lips in anticipation, and began to devour him piece by piece. His pitiful screams echoed, and amidst this, a terrified female voice rang out from the flower bushes. The landlady, still chewing, glanced toward the source of the sound. Before she could issue an order, the other spirits instinctively dragged Sun Shuang, who had been hiding from the foliage. Trembling and cowering behind Li Chung, Sun Shuang wore a frightened expression. On the verge of tears, the male ghost's wails eventually faded, leaving only the landlady with the remnants of the ethereal being in her mouth. The remaining spirits bowed their heads in terror, not daring to utter a word in plea. After a long wait, the landlady finally finished her meal, wiping her mouth with satisfaction before addressing the players. "Are these the last three?" The ghost holding the small spirit trembled and whispered their S. "One more." "Yin Qing, she is not here." The landlady frowned slightly, her displeasure evident. "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry and find her." The spirits immediately scattered, searching the garden for Yin Qing. Chapter 66. Midnight Hotel 13. However, half an hour passed. The group of spirits trembled as they returned before the mistress. "Madam, we searched everywhere but found nothing." "Found nothing?" The mistress's face darkened as she glared at the speaking spirit. The spirit shrank back and replied softly, "Yes, we searched the garden and the small building, but there was no discovery." The mistress raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of mockery, "Oh, is it possible that the person simply vanished in a thin air?" The spirit quivered in fear, stammering and unable to articulate a response. A small ghost, hiding behind its mother, timidly spoke to the mistress. "We have searched several times, but we haven't checked the tree you're leaning against." The mistress scoffed, Could it be that they're still in this tree?" Saying this, she lifted her gaze to inspect the tree, inadvertently locking eyes with Yin Qing in a perfect stare. The mistress, realizing she had been discovered, Yin Qing gracefully descended from the tree and walked over to where the other three players were gathered. The spirits, they were indeed there. Lin Mo and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips slightly. The hotel mistress glared at Yin Qing, and after a moment, she sneered. "Now that everyone is here except for the woman hiding behind, the remaining three cannot possess you. So let us finish this." "Yes," the spirits chorused, turning their ominous gazes toward Yin Qing and her companions. Possess that small ghost. As for the others, 2 of you can handle a man and a woman. Lin Sao, since you have a grudge against her, you shall engage. The red-clad female ghost directed her gaze toward the 4. Yin Qing arched an eyebrow, then opened her black cloak to reveal a large bundle, laying it out on the ground. Machetes, long swords, axes, and even a chainsaw. The spirits. Lin Mo and the other 3 players. Yin Qing picked up a machete, weighing in her hand. I will take this one. There are just enough left for you to divide among yourselves. Can I have a chainsaw? Sun Shuang asked softly. Lin Mo shrugged indifferently. You all choose first. I'll take the last one. In the end, Li Cheng took the long sword, Sun Shuang the chainsaw, and Lin Mo the axe. After selecting their weapons, they spread out slightly. What are you all still dawdling for? Are you waiting for them to finish choosing weapons? The mistress glared at the spirits, her face darkening. Though she had just come to this realization, after all these years as a ghost, she had never encountered humans armed for battle. The spirits swiftly floated before their assigned opponents, their faces eerie and grotesque, grinning menacingly. The ghost referred to as Lin Saw floated before Yin Qing. Miss Yin. Good evening. Yin Qing frowned slightly. Lawyer Chung, you are truly unattractive. The ghost's expression soured instantly. I am Linning, not some Lawyer Chung. Yin Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Lawyer Chung is not as ugly as you. The ghost glared venomously at Yin Qing, falling silent, and charged at her. Yin Qing swiftly dodged, evading the initial attack. The ghost, taken aback for a moment, quickly launched a second assault. Although these spirits lacked depth in their abilities, their ethereal nature made them quite challenging to combat. While evading, Yin Qing glanced at the other 3. Lin Mo bore some wounds, Li Cheng was slightly more injured, and Sun Shuang sat dazed beside them, seemingly possessed, currently grappling for control of his body. Meanwhile, the female ghost was becoming increasingly agitated, her eyes fixated on Yin Qing with a malevolent intensity, as if she wished to bore a hole through her with her gaze. How dare she focus on others while we are fighting? Just as Yin Qing was engrossed in her battle with the female ghost, Sun Shuang appeared behind her, his expression strange, preparing to strike her. However, Yin Qing swiftly turned and kicked him away. So, the female ghost shrieked, rushing to Sun Shuang's side, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Yin Qing. You dare to strike my son? Yin Qing calmly replied. He brought this upon himself. Indeed, battling these elusive spirits was no easy task. A small ghost possessing someone approaching her was merely seeking a fight. Sun Shuang clutched his abdomen in discomfort, as the pain was shared due to possession. Thus, the ensuing encounters saw Yin Qing either miss the female ghost or sustain a scratch from her, only to retaliate against the small ghost possessing Sun Shuang. The female ghost's eyes reddened with rage as she glared at Yin Qing but dared not strike. Noticing the situation, the red-clad female ghost suggested, Lin Saw, let us switch. Thus began the red-clad ghost's confrontation with Yin Qing. However, events remained unchanged. Whether Yin Qing missed hitting the red-clad ghost or was injured by her, she would relentlessly pursue the possessed Sun Shuang, delivering another round of punishment. The red-clad ghost. Faced with the deathly glares from the hotel mistress and Lin Saw, the red-clad ghost felt a chill run down her spine. After some time, the red-clad ghost finally launched an attack on Yin Qing. At this moment, the possessed Sun Shuang was so battered he could not utter a word, his face bruised and trembling in a corner. The small ghost clinging to Sun Shuang dared not abandon his host. For a person who had been possessed once could hardly endure a second possession, risking the loss of a host. All those who had previously stayed at the hotel, who later exhibited drastic personality changes, had actually been possessed by ghosts. The spirits would inhabit these individuals, compelling them to engage in actions that would lead them to despair, ultimately transforming into vengeful spirits. Sometimes, they would even use the possessed body to slaughter its own family. The ultimate goal was to render these individuals into vengeful spirits, to be consumed by the hotel mistress. Just as the spirits and players were locked in an intense struggle, a male voice suddenly resonated. What were you doing? And the hotel is. The battling spirits and humans abruptly halted. The hotel master, lying under the tree, awakened, gazing somewhat bewilderedly at the burning hotel and the mistress before him. Dear what? As he spoke, the master lightly rubbed his aching head. Upon hearing her husband in Apo's voice, the mistress in Apo's entire body stiffened. Noticing her lack of response, the master inquired, Dear? After a prolonged moment, the mistress slowly turned around. The instant the master saw her turn, he fell silent. After a significant pause, he hoarsely murmured, So, it was all a dream? Chapter 67, Midnight Hotel, 14. Upon hearing the protagonist's murmurs, the hotel mistress fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, You are not dreaming. The protagonist, who had been mumbling with his head bowed, stiffened at her words and then, with a hint of disbelief, lifted his gaze. Not dreaming? He asked. The mistress paused briefly before softly affirming, Yes, you are not dreaming. The hotel has burned down, and I am indeed as you see me now. The protagonist stared blankly at her, and after a long silence, stubbornly shook his head. No, this must be a dream. You can pinch your arm to see if this is a dream, the mistress suggested. The protagonist hesitated, looking at his own hand, but ultimately decided against it. He lowered his head slightly, as if speaking to himself, If this is not a dream, then why do you look like this? Have you been ill for too long? The mistress blinked in surprise, her eyes softening with a touch of sadness as she gazed at him. Fool! Do I look like someone who has merely been ill for a long time? Her complexion was deathly pale, her eyes sunken, pupils clouded, and her exposed skin bore numerous livor mortis marks, clearly the visage of a deceased person. The protagonist trembled, his voice quaking. Then are you my wife? The mistress fell momentarily silent, and after a while, finally spoke, If you are asking about the woman who entered the sacred bond of marriage with you, then no, I am not. The protagonist said nothing, simply burying his head between his knees, his lips pressed tightly together as he wept silently. The mistress observed him quietly before gently saying, My name is Yuan Mingwei. You may have heard of it. After all, that man once paraded my name and likeness throughout the town. The protagonist stiffened, remaining silent. The mistress, with a soft gaze, continued, It is fine if you do not remember. After all, it has been 10 years. She fell into reminiscence. That man was a poor student, academically inclined, and rather handsome. I recall that during a university outdoor activity, we were assigned to the same group. My privileged background and beauty attracted many suitors, and typically, boys would approach me. However, he did not. It was this peculiarity that caught my attention, leading me to fervently pursue him. Eventually, we did end up together, but her expression darkened abruptly, her voice laced with suppressed fury. But shortly after our wedding, he brought another woman to our new home. It was on that day that I finally realized that what I once deemed a beautiful and pure love was nothing but nonsense. Everything was meticulously planned. They had ensnared me. I could no longer contain my rage and barged in to confront the two traitors. With a bitter laugh, she continued. When he saw he had been exposed, he knelt and begged for my forgiveness. Yet, how could I, Yuan Mingwei, ever accept something that had been tainted by another? Yin Qing languidly leaned against a nearby tree, lazily inquiring, and then the mistress paused, snapping out of her memories, and turned to survey the curious ghosts and a few players who were engrossed in her tale. The ghosts instantly masked their expressions and stood at attention, feigning indifference as if they had heard nothing. The remaining 3 players, including Li Cheng, also attempted to suppress their curiosity. However, Yin Qing and Lin Mo's expressions were entirely unrestrained, their intrigue evident. The mistress scoffed lightly before turning her attention back to the protagonist. Following that, I demanded a divorce. Fearing he would lose everything he possessed, he agreed to the divorce under the pretense of wanting one last meeting, leading me to this hotel, which was still under construction at the time. In this very building, her eyes reddened, revealing unmasked resentment. In this very building, he plunged a knife into my heart and concealed my corpse within these concrete walls. He even claimed I had eloped with another man, leading my parents to relinquish this building to him. I am filled with hatred. I long for revenge, yet I cannot escape this hotel, cannot leave this building. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger to avoid alarming the protagonist, continuing after a moment. At that time, I had only been a vengeful spirit for a few months, unable to materialize, only able to witness that man feigning remorse daily, ultimately selling the building for a pittance. With a self-deprecating chuckle, she added, in the end, I could only watch him leave with that woman, carefree and unburdened. I thought my existence as a ghost would end there, until her gaze softened further as she looked at the protagonist. Until a few days later, when you moved in. I had ceased to believe in love, but you shattered that notion. She was not particularly beautiful, nor was she virtuous, and her family was not affluent. Yet you cherished her as if she were a princess. You rarely spoke, never uttered sweet words, yet you continually sacrificed for her. Gradually, I found myself consumed by jealousy. One day, she accidentally discovered my lost hairpin, and an overwhelming sensation surged within me. I could possess her, but I hesitated, fearing you might realize I was not her. Thus, for the next 2 months, I meticulously studied her habits, her tone, her expressions, and once I felt confident, I dared to possess her and speak to you. That day was the happiest I had been since becoming a vengeful spirit. The mistress smiled gently, her eyes distant as if recalling that day vividly. So ever since you mentioned your illness, has it truly been you? The protagonist, with reddened eyes, lifted his gaze to meet hers. The mistress nodded. Yes. The protagonist managed a self-deprecating smile. So, it has been nearly 9 years. DeLong, the mistress attempted to draw closer to him, but he recoiled. But what my true wife? He asked. The mistress paused before responding. A few years ago, her spirit dissipated. The protagonist chuckled bitterly, covering his face as laughter mingled with tears. The mistress looked at him with concern, her tone pleading, DeLong, we have been together for 9 years, and we have been happy. Please don't reject me, will you? The protagonist shook his head with a bitter smile, remaining silent. Chapter 68. Midnight Hotel, Conclusion. Lin Mo stealthily approached Yin Qing and inquired, Are we just standing still? Yin Qing raised an eyebrow and cast an enigmatic glance at the male protagonist, replying, Yes, it will soon come to an end here. Lin Mo mirrored her expression, arching an eyebrow, and refrained from further questioning. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, observing the two main characters. Meanwhile, the female protagonist, noticing the male protagonist's prolonged silence, anxiously grasped his hand. When he did not withdraw, a flicker of joy crossed her eyes. She gently enveloped him in her arms and spoke tenderly, DeLong. The hotel is ablaze. We can rebuild it. It will still be just the two of us, as if today never transpired, shall we? The male protagonist leaned softly against her shoulder, remaining silent. The female protagonist was unbothered. The fact that he did not reject her and was willing to draw near was already a comfort. However, just as she felt relieved by his acceptance, a wave of excruciating pain surged from her back. Ah! She cried out in agony. At that moment, a talisman had been affixed to her back. Had the little pink pig been present, it would have recognized it as the ghost-repelling talisman Yin Qing had previously drawn. Before nightfall, Yin Qing had exchanged a brief conversation with the male protagonist, during which he handed him this talisman. The spot where the talisman adhered felt unbearably hot, and the female protagonist writhed on the ground in torment. The male protagonist held her tightly, softly murmuring, Be good, my dear wife, it will soon cease to hurt. Gradually, her movements diminished, and the talisman fell silently to the ground, turning to ash. Tears streamed down the male protagonist's cheeks as he gently comforted the woman in his arms. Once she lay completely still, he carefully lifted her and began to walk slowly towards the burning hotel. Be good, my dear wife, we are going home. As the ghost of Yuan Mingyu had dissipated, the bodies of the surrounding ghosts began to fade as well. The little ghost escaped from Sun Shuang's body, clinging tightly to her mother, and at the moment the sun began to rise, they both dissolved into nothingness. Ding! The game has been completed. Please remain still. The teleportation countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Wow, Qing, you are amazing. You cleared it so quickly. The little pink pig greeted her with enthusiasm as soon as Yin Qing returned to the Star Realm. Yin Qing cast a fleeting glance at it and replied, Let us settle the game directly. Sure thing, please hold on. Formal player, Yin Qing player code, 140318 player level. Level 3 game, Midnight Hotel rating, 9. 1 gold coins, 1700 experience points. 12. Congratulations to player Yin Qing for leveling up to level 4, with 3 experience points remaining. The Midnight Hotel game instance will be permanently closed starting today. Upon reading the final line, Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. Another closure? Before she could ponder further, the pink pig cheerfully chimed in. Qing Qing, where would you like to allocate your newly acquired points? Also, since you have completed 3 games, you have successfully passed the novice phase and can now draw abilities. Which would you like to pursue first? Allocate the points to strength, Yin Qing instructed. All right, just a moment, replied the little pink pig. Formal player, Yin Qing player code, 140318 player level. Level 4 intelligence, 8818, stamina, 7, 623, strength, 7, 522, luck, 7 points, 0 ability, none drawn ability. Yin Qing commanded. Just a moment, please, the pink pig said, busily tinkering in midair. Shortly after, it produced a glass orb. Qing Qing, place your hand on the orb, the pink pig instructed. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow and placed her hand on the orb, and with a flash of bright light, 3 luminous points appeared before her. The pink pig, with a hint of seriousness, stated, Qing Qing, these are the 3 abilities drawn for you by the Star Realm. You must choose one. Can I see what these points represent? Yin Qing inquired. Of course not, the pink pig replied. Yin Qing's lips twitched as she remarked. Then what is the point of me choosing? It's all about participation. The pink pig responded matter-of-factly. With a sigh, Yin Qing casually touched one of the luminous points, which then flowed into her body. She squinted deep in thought. Ability T0019? Wow, Qing Qing, it's a special type of ability. The pink pig exclaimed. What does this ability entail? Yin Qing asked. T0019, a special type of ability that allows you to randomly acquire certain traits from living beings as your power increases. This ability has 2 states. The manifest state, where you can transform into the chosen being and gain 80 of its specific abilities, albeit with a time limit. Currently, you must wait 5 days between transformations. The latent state, which you currently possess, grants only 10 of the being's abilities without transformation. As your ability level rises, the range of biological abilities you can acquire will expand. Not bad, Yin Qing acknowledged. The pink pig nodded vigorously beside her. Yes, yes. At present, your ability is only at level 1, and the first biological match is a ghost cat, granting you its exceptional agility. Yin Qing nodded lightly. Let's draw for items. All right, Qing Qing, since you're MVP this time, you can draw twice. With that, 10 pink cards appeared on the screen. Yin Qing casually selected 2. One was a restoration talisman, and the other was a luxurious breakfast card, which could be redeemed for a lavish breakfast. She glanced at the restoration talisman she had just retrieved from her bag and silently took out the coffin as well. Ding! The restoration talisman has been successfully used. The inscription on the coffin, Feasting Beast Coffin, damaged, transformed into Feasting Beast Coffin, poor condition. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. At least it was no longer in a damaged state, though she wondered if its healing properties had improved. After night of rest, Yin Qing instructed the pink pig to open the passage to Blue Star. Traversing the dark corridor, she found herself in the familiar central square. Beneath the enormous crystal she recognized, she declined the offers of those selling communication devices and quickly departed from the square. Today is my mother's birthday. I spent every available moment typing during the day and finally finished before dinner. So happy. Chapter 69. The Realm of Inversion, Part 1. After leaving the central square, Yin Qing first visited the Registry of Deceased in the Star Realm, then leisurely made her way to the disordered bookstore. The elderly proprietor of the bookstore was as he always was, lazily reclining on a sunlit chair with an electronic cigarette dangling from his lips. Yin Qing stood quietly before him, and as the light dimmed suddenly, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing her, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. "Ah, it's you. Here to take on another part-time job?" Yin Qing nodded silently. The old man gestured toward the pile of books that had yet to be organized. "Well then, there's a stack over there that needs tidying. Why not take care of it?" "All right," Yin Qing replied. With that, she quietly approached the mess and began her task. After a while, The old man took a drag from his electronic cigarette and casually remarked, "Feeling down?" Yin Qing paused, her mind briefly conjuring the images of two figures engulfed in flames. After a moment of stillness, she responded with a faint, "Hmm." The old man did not pry further, but instead resumed his smoking, only to speak again after a prolonged silence. "I have a son. A year ago, he became a player in the Star Realm. About 9 months back, he visited me and promised he would return every 3 months, telling me not to worry." He paused, sighing softly before continuing with a bitter smile. "But now that rascal has grown wings and has left me waiting." Yin Qing stared at the old man's pained expression, momentarily at a loss for words. The two remained silent thereafter. "Should I keep today's wages for you?" the old man inquired. Yin Qing replied with a subtle nod. "Very well. You've really become attached to me. All right, your shift is over. Let us go." "See you next time." "Don't you dare stand me up," the old man warned. Yin Qing hesitated briefly, her expression softening slightly. "I want tea." After parting ways with the old man, Yin Qing strolled slowly down the bustling street alone. The surrounding clamor felt like two disparate worlds, and she smiled faintly to herself, a longing to partake in the next game stirring within her. It seemed she no longer belonged to this vibrant and noisy realm. With that thought in mind, she called out to her companion, "The little pink pig." Little Pink returned to the Star Realm. Little Pink Pig replied, "All right, stand still. Countdown starting from 3. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Yin Qing vanished from the bustling street. 2 months later, Little Pink initiated the game. Little Pink Pig patted its round belly, then extended its little pig hoof into the air, quickly retrieving a pink ball. Official player, Yin Qing. Player code, 140318. Game title, The Realm of Inversion. Game background. This is a world unlike what you might imagine. Completion requirement. Unlock the secrets of this world, achieving over 85 progress. Task progress, 0. With that, darkness enveloped Yin Qing. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself within a colossal cage adorned with golden borders. The room was immense, at least 20 meters high, and roughly the size of a small sports field. Surrounding her were numerous other cages, yet hers contained only herself, her attire more splendid than those of the humans in the other cages. Yin Qing gazed at the other captives, her brow furrowing slightly. Moreover, these individuals seemed to lack intelligence. Their expressions were vacant, as if they had yet to awaken to consciousness. She attempted to communicate with a person in the adjacent cage, but it became evident that they could neither speak nor comprehend her words, only emitting incoherent sounds. Before she could ponder further, the door swung open, and a blinding light flooded in. Yin Qing squinted against the brightness. Once her eyes adjusted, she could hardly suppress her astonishment. A monkey? This monkey towered at least 8 or 9 meters tall, making Yin Qing appear like a delicate doll standing before it. The monkey surveyed the room before approaching and lifting her cage, selecting a few others as well. Yin Qing observed the individuals chosen alongside her. Like her, they were housed in individual cages, their appearances and physiques noticeably more attractive than those crammed into larger cages. They also seemed to possess a higher level of intelligence, though they remained mute. One cage housed a particularly exquisite girl who, upon being lifted, began to babble and weep, her utterances resembling childish gibberish. If the previous captives lacked awareness, these individuals seemed to possess the intellect of toddlers, despite their mature appearances, many appearing 16 or 17 years old, some even of adult stature. Pondering this, Yin Qing sat thoughtfully within her cage. Shortly thereafter, the monkey transported them to an enormous shop. Everything within this establishment appeared colossal to human eyes. Various humans, blonde beauties and robust individuals, were displayed like commodities confined within glass enclosures. Yin Qing couldn't help but draw a parallel to pet stores on Blue Star, which house cats, dogs, and other animals, while here, humans were treated as pets for sale. The monkey placed Yin Qing and the other captives on a vast round table, then opened the doors of their cages. Yin Qing stepped forward, facing 2 enormous rabbits, one towering over 8 meters and the other around 4 or 5. They appeared to be a mother rabbit with her offspring, come to purchase pets. These creatures stood upright, and their intelligence was clearly superior to that of the humans in the cages. Yin Qing regarded the two rabbits with calm detachment, allowing their scrutinizing gazes to roam over her. So, this is what they call inversion. Chapter 70, The Realm of Reversal, Part 2. Apart from Yin Qing, there were 3 other humans. Yin Qing glanced at the individuals who had also emerged from their cages. A beautiful girl was currently hiding behind a blonde boy. The boy's eyes reflected confusion and fear of the new environment, his legs trembling slightly. The last individual was a robust black woman, whose intelligence seemed inferior to that of the other 2 humans, drooling suspiciously, her gaze vacant and foolish. A relatively petite rabbit, adorned with a pink bow on its ears, looked adorably at the 4 miniature beings gathered around the round table, its blood-red eyes revealing a sense of innocence and curiosity. The rabbit extended its fluffy little paws and gently nudged the blonde boy, who toppled over and curled up on the ground, trembling. The little rabbit found this amusing and proceeded to push each one down in turn. When it came to Yin Qing, she deftly evaded the rabbit's advance. The rabbit, perplexed, inspected its furry paws before attempting to push Yin Qing again, only to be met with her agility once more. The rabbit's crimson eyes sparkled with newfound determination as it devised various methods to make contact with Yin Qing, each attempt thwarted by her nimbleness. Yin Qing furrowed her brows, her expression slightly displeased as she regarded the mischievous rabbit. This one, too, was a little rascal. Oblivious to Yin Qing's thoughts, the rabbit clapped its hands joyfully, tugging at its mother's clothing and babbling excitedly about Yin Qing. Though Yin Qing could not comprehend their language, the rabbit's enthusiasm suggested that she had captured its interest. As anticipated, Yin Qing was soon confined back into a cage and subsequently taken away by the rabbit mother and daughter. The little rabbit, thrilled, hugged the cage tightly, beaming with joy, while Yin Qing leaned against the side railing, her expression darkening further. Children do enjoy bouncing about, do they not? The rabbit family brought Yin Qing to a supermarket, whereupon entering, a security guard resembling a golden retriever scanned her with a device before permitting them to proceed. The supermarket was an ordinary one, albeit magnified several times. As they passed the meat section, Yin Qing's composed demeanor slightly faltered. She furrowed her brow at the display of grotesque offerings, a row of frozen human corpses laid bare, while a cage to the side contained some living individuals. Grotesquely overs Chapter 71. The Inverted Realm, Part 3. A few days later, today Rabbit Mama prepared to take Little Rabbit to the supermarket, and naturally, Little Rabbit brought along her new pet, Carrot, which is the name she had given to Yin Qing. After several days, Yin Qing had begun to comprehend some simple vocabulary from their conversations, such as you, I, he, she, tomorrow, today, and, of course, the name Carrot bestowed upon her by Little Rabbit. Moreover, during this time, Yin Qing had gained a measure of freedom. She no longer needed to be confined in a cage when going outside, and the glass enclosure surrounding the small villa had been removed. Rabbit Mama had observed that Yin Qing was far more intelligent than other small humans, capable of dressing herself and following her owner without running around chaotically at home, which made her quite easy to care for. Consequently, when they ventured out, Yin Qing would often sit upon Little Rabbit's shoulders or head. Thus, the trio of Rabbit Mama, Little Rabbit, and their pet arrived at the supermarket. Inside, Yin Qing sat somewhat bored on Little Rabbit's shoulder, waiting together as Rabbit Mama selected vegetables. At that moment, Rabbit Mama unexpectedly encountered a familiar creature, a brown female fox. The two exchanged greetings with a familiarity that was quite endearing. Suddenly, Little Pink Pig appeared out of nowhere, gazing at the fox and rabbit, exclaiming, "Wolves and rabbits are married. Foxes and rabbits are best friends? This world is truly fantastical." Sitting on Little Rabbit's shoulder, Yin Qing fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this remark. If wolves and rabbits are indeed partners, then why is the offspring merely a pure rabbit? Furrowing her brow, Yin Qing scrutinized Little Rabbit, noticing that it bore no resemblance to a wolf and had a fondness for red carrots, an epitome of purity as a rabbit. What could this possibly mean? However, before Yin Qing could unravel her thoughts, a furry paw began to gently stroke her head, reminiscent of how one might pet a dog. Yin Qing remained expressionless as she endured the fox's playful affection. Meanwhile, little pink pig could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, clutching her belly and exclaiming, "Taha!" Yin Qing cast a fleeting glance at the pig, whose laughter was now a chaotic spectacle, and the threat in her gaze was unmistakable. Upon receiving this look, the pig immediately straightened up, covering her mouth with her little trotters, feigning innocence. After a while, the female fox reluctantly withdrew her paw and began conversing with Rabbit Mama, gesturing towards Yin Qing. While Yin Qing could not fully comprehend their words, she discerned phrases like, "I'll bring her tomorrow," and "Do you remember her?" A sense of foreboding washed over her as she narrowed her eyes. On the other hand, little pink pig wore a look of gleeful anticipation, her little black eyes sparkling with mischief. Rabbit Mama seemed to hesitate for a moment, glancing at Yin Qing before sharing something with the fox. Ultimately, they appeared to reach some mutual understanding, exchanging affectionate gestures as close friends. Unable to hold back any longer, little pink pig burst into laughter once more, clutching her belly as if it might burst from mirth. Yin Qing, slightly furrowing her brow, turned to the nearly breathless pig and asked, "Can you understand what they are saying?" Little pink pig sat up, still chuckling, and nodded affirmatively. Yin Qing fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on the seemingly innocent pig. Sensing Yin Qing's scrutiny, little pink pig tried to compose herself, but her eyes still sparkled with delight. Hee, Qing Qing. I can't tell you what they said. I can't assist you in the game world, but..." With an innocent blink, little pink pig added, "I can tell you it's something good." Yin Qing narrowed her eyes, regarding the pig who appeared so innocently naive. Just as she was about to respond, a paw once again gently stroked her head. Yin Qing sighed, "Haha. Oh dear, I can't take this anymore." Little pink pig looked utterly exhausted from laughter, wiping non-existent tears with her trotters. "Yin Qing, I forgot to check the lunar calendar. Today is not a good day to go out." Fortunately, the two sisters soon parted ways, sparing Yin Qing from having her hair tousled any further. That night, Yin Qing reclined on a small chair outside the villa, gazing at the moon outside. Tonight, yet again, it was a full moon. Yin Qing furrowed her brow slightly. She had been in this world for several days, and each night had featured a full moon. Neither a crescent moon nor a moonless night had ever graced her experience. Was this a characteristic of this world? "Qing Qing, are you still awake?" Little pink pig called from her pink bed in the villa, looking quite content. Hearing the pig's voice, Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, glancing at the blissfully reclining pig, and inquired, "Can you interact with things from the game world?" Little pink pig chuckled, nodding her head, "Uh-huh, but there are many limitations." "Blue Star, can you do the same?" asked Yin Qing. "Yes, it's all the same. There are numerous restrictions," little pink pig replied lazily, sprawled on her bed. Yin Qing contemplated this, nodding thoughtfully, choosing not to inquire further. If she pressed on, little pink pig would surely catch on. The next morning, shortly after Yin Qing awoke, Rabbit Mama whisked her away to dress up. Yin Qing stared blankly at her reflection in the large mirror, clad in a white lace princess dress, topped with an enormous pink bow. For the first time, she felt that this world held an immense malice towards her. Upon exiting, little pink pig caught sight of Yin Qing's attire and couldn't help but burst into pig-like laughter, only to revert to a serious expression when Yin Qing looked her way. With utmost seriousness, little pink pig knelt on one knee. "Dear Princess Qing Qing, I am your noble pig knight." However, before Yin Qing could respond, the pig was already laughing uncontrollably. Yin Qing shot a glance at the pig rolling about in laughter and coolly remarked, "Once we return to the Star Realm, your rations will be cut for a month." The once jubilant pig immediately froze, sitting up straight and adopting a demeanor of utmost obedience. "Qing Qing, I was laughing at myself." Unfortunately, it was too late, and given the pig's recent audacity, Yin Qing chose to ignore her and quietly embrace her role as a well-behaved pet. Chapter 72, The Realm of Inversion, Part 4. Around midday, guests arrived at the villa. It was the brown female fox from yesterday, and she was carrying a small backpack. After a brief moment, Yin Qing looked expressionlessly at the somewhat shy human before her. He was a handsome boy, approximately 17 or 18 years old, with fair, delicate skin and a pair of bright, clear eyes tinged with a hint of blue. His straight nose bore a pleasing curve, and his chestnut hair was both soft and lustrous, shimmering with a radiant sheen. The beautiful boy appeared somewhat bashful as he cast glances toward Yin Qing. Yin Qing glanced indifferently at the female fox and the rabbit mother, who were pretending to converse while stealing furtive glances in their direction. Without a backward glance, she stepped into the small villa. The door of the villa shut with a cold finality, leaving the boy standing outside with a bewildered expression. After a while, the sound of the boy's whimpering cries echoed from outside the villa, quickly followed by the gentle voice of the female fox comforting him, along with the slightly apologetic tone of the rabbit mother. Yin Qing reclined on the sofa inside the villa, watching a certain piglet whose eyes were rolling around in guilt. "Is this what you call a good thing?" The little pink pig stammered for a while before responding. "Isn't falling in love a good thing?" Yin Qing smirked faintly and replied, "Wasn't it about taking care of children?" The little pink pig paused. "Well, I guess that's true." It turned its head away in embarrassment, unwilling to speak further. Yin Qing cast a casual glance at it, choosing silence instead as she gazed out the window at the living room. Staying here offered no valuable information. It was time to depart. In the stillness of the night, the family of three was sound asleep. A small figure began to bounce around in the darkness. "Qing Qing, are we stealing like this?" The little pink pig inquired, watching Yin Qing as she struggled to move snacks. Yin Qing, holding a cookie package larger than her own face, replied with calm seriousness, "I am a pet of this household. Taking things as a family member is not stealing." The little pink pig couldn't help but twitch its snout, saying, "But you're trying to break out." After painstakingly closing the lid of her coffin and returning it to her space, Yin Qing slowly replied, "Until I step out of here, I am still one of them." She then surveyed the room once more. It seems I've left nothing behind." Completing her inspection, Yin Qing lightly leaped onto a windowsill about 3 meters high. It must be said that her abilities were indeed quite useful, allowing her to jump around freely in this space without hindrance. Yin Qing took a pen, almost as large as herself, and laboriously drew a stick figure on a piece of paper, placing it at the entrance of the pink villa before turning to leave. "Qing Qing, where are you going next?" the little pink pig asked. "To find a hole," Yin Qing replied nonchalantly. The little pink pig was taken aback. In the darkness, a small figure dashed away. Several animal people still awake caught sight of it, and, as they tried to focus, the small figure vanished without a trace. Ultimately, Yin Qing did not find a hole, but she discovered a tree hollow. It was then that she realized these trees were all artificial. Though the trunks were made of wood, they were hollow inside, and while the leaves appeared remarkably lifelike, a touch revealed them to be crafted from a resinous material. All the trees she had encountered were of this nature. Was this a characteristic of this world? Each night, the moon would be full, and all the trees on the street would be artificial. This world indeed possessed an oddity. Yin Qing pondered for a moment, unable to comprehend the peculiarities of this world, and decided to set her thoughts aside for now, focusing instead on finding a place to reside. The tree hollow was about 1/2 meter off the ground, sheltered by faux grass, which provided ample concealment. Yin Qing quietly slipped into the hollow, summoned her coffin, and placed her belongings on the opposite side. She then retrieved the golden shovel from the neighbor that she had drawn in the first game and began to bore a hole into the trunk. Although it was made of gold, it was rather ineffective and quite dull. After considerable effort, Yin Qing managed to create a small hole in the tree. Once the hole was made, she dug a small pit in the ground. By the time both the hole and the pit were completed, dawn was approaching. Yin Qing tidied up and promptly lay down in her coffin to sleep. It was late, and she resolved to rise later the next day. The tree where Yin Qing had taken refuge was near a supermarket. Early in the morning, many animal people lined up at the supermarket, eager to seize the day's special products. However, Yin Qing resisted the urge and rose leisurely only around noon. She picked up the pink cup that Rabbit Mother had bought for her and began washing up at the small pit. Rabbit Mother had taken great care of her pet, providing a cup, washcloth, and small toothbrush, all neatly arranged. Unfortunately, since Rabbit Mother did not leave home for work during the day, it was inconvenient for Yin Qing to sneak out. Thus, she had no choice but to leave. After tidying up, Yin Qing carefully exited the tree hollow. At noon, there were few animal people on the street. As a pet, Yin Qing strolled leisurely down the main street. Passers-by were intrigued to see a pet walking so confidently. Which household allowed their pet to roam freely? Were they not afraid it would get lost? Nevertheless, as a pet with an owner, the animal people merely glanced twice before returning their focus elsewhere. After walking for a while, Yin Qing paused in front of a pet specialty store. She then calmly stepped inside. The salesperson was a white cat, who appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Yin Qing enter. The white cat gently picked her up and placed her on the counter, meowing curiously. Yin Qing surmised that the white cat was likely asking, "Why are you alone? Did you get lost? Where's your owner?" Yin Qing remained silent but composed, producing the universal currency of this world from her skirt and handing it to the white cat. The cat's voice abruptly ceased, and it looked at Yin Qing in disbelief. Ignoring the cat's expression, Yin Qing began to stroll around the counter, ultimately stopping before a small car. The white cat was utterly astonished, its eyes wide as it stammered, pointing between the car and the money Yin Qing had given it. Though Yin Qing could not fully comprehend, she grasped the general idea and calmly nodded in response. The white cat, seeing her nod, was left in a state of shock. Yin Qing remained patient, waiting for the white cat to regain its composure. After a long while, the white cat finally collected itself, visibly excited as it retrieved the small car and placed it before Yin Qing, along with the change atop the vehicle. "Last night, I had a dream where I typed out a lot of words, so this morning I woke up early, intending to post what I had written last night. However, upon opening the document, I found not a single word." Chapter 73, The World of Inversion, Part 5. Upon exiting the store, Yin Qing drove her car, unperturbed by the curious gazes of various anthropomorphic creatures on the street, leisurely cruising along the thoroughfare. As she passed by a butcher shop, she suddenly came to a halt. The reason was simple. The shop was restocking, and within, she spotted a familiar face. Amidst the stark white of the meat, a dark, muscular man stood out prominently, prompting Yin Qing to instinctively glance over. To her surprise, it was a face she recognized, the fitness enthusiast from the first game world. At that moment, he appeared bewildered, blending into the crowd, while awkwardly attempting to shield his lower half with his hands. Raising an eyebrow, Yin Qing elegantly exited her vehicle and approached the entrance of the butcher shop. With an air of authority reminiscent of a CEO, she handed a substantial amount of money to the shopkeeper and gestured towards the fitness man. The butcher, momentarily taken aback, squatted to accept the money Yin Qing had passed him. The fitness man, noticing her presence, was about to wave in excitement, but suddenly recalled his state of undress and quickly lowered his hand. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow at the fitness man, signaling him to approach. He eagerly attempted to rush over, but quickly realized that his current appearance did not permit such exuberance, resulting in an awkward jog towards her. "Hey, what a coincidence to run into you," he exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Yin Qing remained silent, turning on her heel and returning to her car. In the back seat. He understood immediately, promptly taking his place in the driver's seat. However, he soon felt uncomfortable in this position and stammered, "Don't look too closely, okay?" Yin Qing, seemingly aware that his remark was somewhat inappropriate, the fitness man hastily diverted the conversation. "Ahem, where are we heading next?" "Backtrack. Turn left at the second intersection," Yin Qing instructed. "All right, let's go," he replied. After some time, they arrived at a familiar pet supply store. The shop's white cat, still recovering from its earlier shock, was taken aback once more as the source of its astonishment reappeared at the entrance. The white cat quickly approached, gently lifting Yin Qing onto the counter. Yin Qing nodded in satisfaction. She appreciated such perceptive creatures. As she strolled along the counter, she pointed to several male-sized outfits. The white cat promptly began wrapping them up, and after receiving the money from Yin Qing, carefully carried her and the clothing to the shopping cart. Upon noticing the naked male figure in the driver's seat, the white cat was momentarily surprised but soon affirmed her suspicions. Indeed, this was a pet from a wealthy family, evident from the luxurious treatment, having a designated driver for a small car. Yin Qing leisurely returned to the vehicle and tossed a set of clothes to the fitness man. He caught them, looking at her with heartfelt gratitude. "You're so kind." After quickly donning the attire, he asked, What's our next destination? Feeling the evening sky darkening. With many workers having finished their shifts, Yin Qing replied, straight through the first intersection, left at the second, then continue until I say stop. Got it, hold on tight, he said, starting the car. As they returned to the hollow tree later that night, the streets were nearly deserted. The fitness man scratched his head in surprise and remarked, I thought with your status, you'd at least have a small villa, not just a simple tree hollow. Ignoring his comment, Yin Qing summoned a coffin and sat upon its lid before slowly speaking. Tell me about your situation. The fitness man blinked, quickly responding, I'm a bit confused too. When I arrived in this world, I was in an egg. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. An egg? He nodded. Yes, I spent several days inside it. I just hatched yesterday. Yesterday? She echoed. Yes, after emerging, I found myself in a vast space filled with others like me who had just hatched. However, they seemed rather daft, unable to comprehend human speech, the fitness man explained. How did you end up here to be slaughtered today? Yin Qing inquired, pausing to scrutinize him. And why aren't you overweight? The fitness man chuckled sheepishly. I suppose it's because I didn't eat anything yesterday. After hatching, I was presented with food that resembled pig feed, but I found it revolting and refused to eat. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. It appears you were neglected in your development, like pork left to waste. She gestured towards some food in the corner. There's food over there. Following her gaze, the fitness man's eyes lit up with gratitude. You're too good to me, he exclaimed, rushing over to seize a piece of biscuit and began munching on it eagerly. Why are we out at this late hour? He asked in a hushed tone. To fetch some money, Yin Qing replied. Surprised, he looked at her. You have a home here? Are you being sponsored by a wealthy benefactor? Yin Qing cast him a cool glance, stating, drive right, turn left at the second intersection, then go straight until I say stop. All right, hold on tight, we're off, he affirmed. Thus, under the serene night sky, the small car navigated the empty streets. Stop here, wait outside, Yin Qing instructed. With that, she confidently entered the villa. Inside, the pink little villa in the corner of the hall still stood. Yin Qing glanced at it briefly before diverting her gaze and proceeding to the familiar spot where a certain male protagonist concealed his savings. Has it been relocated? She mused, slightly displeased. Clearly, she should have taken it all yesterday, since it was no longer here. Looking up at the staircase, she tiptoed lightly, hopping up the steps to the second floor where the rabbit-ass room was. Apologies, but your father's secret stash has changed locations. I'll borrow some of your pocket money. If given the chance, I shall repay you. With that, Yin Qing struggled to lift a piggy bank that was rounder than herself and exited the villa. Chapter 74, The Inverted Realm, Part 6, Outside. The fitness enthusiast stared in astonishment as Yin Qing carried a piggy bank larger than herself. However, he quickly regained his composure, hurriedly exited the vehicle, and effortlessly took the piggy bank from Yin Qing's hands. Yin Qing glanced at him with mild surprise. After all, her strength surpassed that of many adult men. Sensing her astonishment, the fitness enthusiast chuckled sheepishly. My strength is related to my abilities, so this is nothing. He then placed the piggy bank atop the car and secured it with a rope. Is that all? Do you have anything else? He inquired. Just a moment, Yin Qing replied, returning to the villa and heading straight for the pink cottage. She rummaged through it and, upon leaving, carried away a lounge chair from outside. Fortunately, Yin Qing had purchased a compact SUV, which had ample space in the back seat. Otherwise, the chair would not have fit. She settled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Let's go back to the tree hollow. Upon their return, Yin Qing summoned a coffin and retrieved a set of pink bedding for the fitness enthusiast. For sleeping, she said. He looked down at the pink bedding in his hands, contemplating if it was appropriate for a man of his stature. His gaze then shifted to a white goose-down quilt in Yin Qing's hands, with a somewhat pitiful expression. Nonetheless, Yin Qing paid him no mind, extracting more items from the coffin and placing them in the corner of the tree hollow before lying down to sleep inside the coffin. The fitness enthusiast sighed, well, it seems I'm not a typical man who enjoys pink. I'm just left with no choice. With that thought, he curled up in the corner, clutching the pink bedding and falling asleep. The next morning, Yin Qing awakened the fitness enthusiast and stepped outside. He yawned, still disoriented. Where are we headed so early, sister? Yin Qing, half-litted in the back seat, lazily replied, to that pet supply store from yesterday. All right, buckle up. Let us go, he said, obediently driving toward the store. Approximately half an hour later, he announced, "We've arrived." Yin Qing slowly opened her eyes, stretched her waist, and instructed, "Drive into the store." "Huh? Oh, okay." He complied, steering the vehicle into the shop. Inside, the white cat once again spotted the familiar little car in person. Yin Qing exited the vehicle leisurely, pointing at the car and then at the nearby outlet. The white cat, increasingly understanding Yin Qing's gestures, promptly took the car to charge it. She even set up a small table and chair at the counter for Yin Qing and the fitness enthusiast to sit, placing some snacks on the table. The fitness enthusiast, somewhat dazed, sat down beside Yin Qing and eventually asked, "Sister, who exactly is supporting you?" Yin Qing froze mid-sip, her mouth twitching slightly at the absurdity of the question. "Be quiet and eat," she replied. "Okay, sister, you're really fierce," he conceded. After charging, Yin Qing requested a spare battery for the small car and, unsure of the price, casually tossed a few large bills. This extravagant display left the white cat marveling at the lavishness typical of wealthy pet owners. However, she pondered, do wealthy families not use electricity? Despite her many questions, Yin Qing remained oblivious, and after the transaction, the duo departed in the small car. "Where are we headed now?" the fitness enthusiast asked. "To your old nest," Yin Qing replied. He nodded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. "But I'm not sure I can find the way. I was a bit dazed back then, so I didn't memorize it well." Yin Qing acknowledged his concern with a nod. "Let us head in the general direction." He complied, trusting her guidance. About 2 hours later, Yin Qing instructed, "Hold on." He promptly stopped the vehicle. "Turn left," she commanded. "Ah, but I remember it being the right road." He hesitated. Yin Qing regarded him calmly. "The truck carrying your goods was not light, and this road has recently been repaved, so it should bear traces. On the highway, only the left side shows clear signs." He nodded, somewhat understanding yet too lazy to clarify, deciding to simply follow her lead. The small car proceeded in the direction Yin Qing indicated. Another 4 hours later, they finally arrived at the fitness enthusiast's old abode. It was an extraordinarily tall building, so high that its apex was lost to the naked eye. Yin Qing was slightly taken aback. She had explored numerous places in the past few days. Yet the tallest structures were no more than 3 stories, typically 2. This towering edifice was the first of its kind she had encountered in this world. Just then, a resounding clatter echoed from the top of the building, though obscured by clouds, rendering it indistinct. A shadow briefly appeared above before vanishing. This sound occurred every couple of days, leaving the fitness enthusiast irritated as he rubbed his ears. Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, lost in thought as she gazed at the building's summit. What lay above? The fitness enthusiast, standing beside her in silence, finally broke the quiet. "Sister, what are we doing now? Are we going in?" Yin Qing glanced at the anthropomorphic beings stationed outside the building and shook her head gently. "No, get in the car. We're going back to the tree hollow." "Just like that?" he asked, surprised. In response, Yin Qing had already settled into the car, awaiting him to drive. With a puzzled expression, he returned to the vehicle and started the engine, heading back towards the tree hollow. As they navigated through the busy traffic, Yin Qing leaned against the window, her gaze calmly observing the passing trucks and their direction, forming a hypothesis in her mind, awaiting confirmation from their visit to the tall building. Chapter 75, The Realm of Inversion, Part 7. As they drove past the familiar pet specialty store, Yin Qing noticed that the shop had yet to close and requested the fitness enthusiast to stop the vehicle once more. The reason for this was the car's limited capacity. A larger vehicle was necessary. Thus, Yin Qing opted to purchase a small truck along with an additional battery for backup. As for the recently acquired SUV, Yin Qing planned to temporarily leave it there, for driving 2 cars would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention. The small truck offered ample space, finally accommodating the charger. After the delivery, adhering to their usual practice, they destroyed the remote control for the small truck and ensured it was fully charged. Subsequently, the duo set off in their new vehicle back to the tree hollow. Upon their return, Yin Qing and Appo's first order of business was to freshen up. She then turned to the fitness enthusiast with a serious demeanor and stated, "Rest early tonight. We must rise with the dawn tomorrow." With that, she summoned her coffin and lay down to sleep. The The fitness enthusiast, who had been preparing to speak, resigned himself to the familiar ambience, tidied up a bit, and wrapped himself in his pink duvet. The following day, as dawn broke, Yin Qing woke the fitness enthusiast. "Pack your things," she instructed, still somewhat groggy. He looked at her in confusion. "Are we not staying here?" Yin Qing replied with a nonchalant Reluctantly, he yawned, got out of bed, and began to pack. He smashed the piggy bank, depositing its contents into a corner of the truck, while the remaining items were stacked neatly in the same area. Given the limited number of belongings, they quickly loaded everything onto the small truck. Once everything was arranged, Yin Qing settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt and instructing the driver. "First, let us visit the Appos, pet specialty store in Appos." The fitness enthusiast nodded in agreement and drove them there. Thus the white cat. The proprietor of the store once again welcomed her little customer early in the morning. Yin Qing entered the shop and enthusiastically began to shop, not ceasing until she had nearly exhausted the cash piled in the truck. The fitness enthusiast, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Sister, why are we buying so many things?" "They are useful," Yin Qing replied succinctly. All right then." He scratched his head while waiting for the white cat to load their purchases into the truck's back. Once she finished, the white cat squatted down to wave goodbye to Yin Qing and her companion. The fitness enthusiast returned the gesture with enthusiasm, earning a surprised glance from her. Yin Qing, casting a disinterested glance at the fitness enthusiast, remarked, "Drive to your wretched place." "Huh, are we going again?" He halted his waving hand, turning his head in confusion to ask. Yin Qing responded with a simple falling silent as she leaned back to rest. The fitness enthusiast, seeing this, felt it prudent not to ask further questions and obediently drove in the designated direction. While the animal people's vehicles might only require an hour of travel, their small truck would take approximately 6 hours. Thus, by the time they reached the vicinity of the building, it was already afternoon. "Sister, we've arrived," he said, casting a mournful glance at the sleeping Yin Qing. However, the passenger remained motionless. Increasing his volume, he called out, "Sister, we are at the location." Yin Qing, frowning, slowly opened her eyes, giving him a blank stare before turning over and resuming her slumber. The fitness enthusiast sighed. "All right, we shall wait until Sister awakens." About an hour later, Yin Qing gradually opened her eyes, her gaze hazy as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting the fitness enthusiast, her eyes finally regained their clarity. He had fallen asleep at the wheel, and Yin Qing, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction, chose not to wake him, opting instead to exit the vehicle. The small truck was parked behind a tree near the building. With agility, Yin Qing climbed onto a branch, observing the situation at the building's entrance, where several trucks were queuing. They were laden with daily necessities and food. Indeed, the supplies were emanating from this very building. After a brief observation, she descended from the tree. The information available outside was too scant. She needed to venture inside the building. At that moment, the fitness enthusiast stirred and, still appearing somewhat dazed, looked around. To hasten his awakening, the kind-hearted Yin Qing assigned him a significant task. Holding a golden shovel, the fitness enthusiast gazed at her in bewilderment. Yin Qing, reclining in a chair and leisurely sipping water, instructed, "Begin. The hole need not be large, merely akin to the entrance of the previous tree hollow." The fitness enthusiast nodded obediently, "Understood, sister." He then commenced his diligent work, leaving Yin Qing satisfied with his compliance. How delightful it is to have such an obedient companion. As the fitness enthusiast finished digging, evening approached, and the building staff began to leave for the day. After observing for a while, Yin Qing withdrew her gaze, saying, "Let us transfer the items from the truck into the tree hollow. Tonight, we shall visit that building." "All right," he replied. As night fell, a full moon hung in the sky, casting a gentle glow upon the tranquil darkness. The two small figures cautiously approached the towering edifice. "Sister, there are animals guarding the entrance," the fitness enthusiast whispered. Yin Qing surveyed the surroundings before directing her attention to a vent on the building's outer wall. "This way." She swiftly climbed a nearby tree and leapt towards the vent, tying one end of the rope around her waist. She lowered the other end for the fitness enthusiast to ascend. However, as he prepared to climb, he inadvertently exerted too much force, and Yin Qing found herself plummeting like a projectile. Fortunately, her first awakened animal ability was that of the ghost cat's agility. Otherwise, from such a height, she would have surely sustained injuries. Yin Qing righted herself mid-air and landed gracefully on the ground. Casting a wordless stare at the fitness enthusiast, she found him standing sheepishly, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Yin Qing sighed, then climbed the tree once more, deftly leaping to the vent and tossing down the rope again. Fortunately, this time, the fitness enthusiast managed to control his strength, quickly scaling the rope to the vent. Chapter 76. The Inverted Realm, Part 8. At the heart of the structure lies a circular space, devoid of a ceiling, allowing an unobstructed view of the sky above. The building comprises only 3 levels, with the remaining structure surrounded by solid walls, seemingly erected solely to shield the interior from outside gaze. Yin Qing and her companion wandered around the space, finding no signs of living quarters or anything of the kind. The area contained only a few rooms, cluttered with an abundance of eggs. These eggs bore a resemblance to chicken eggs in color, but were significantly larger, serving as the means to hatch humans. In the central area of the first floor, several anthropomorphic beings were busily organizing various items strewn across a black cloth. Household goods, food, and eggs were haphazardly piled together. Yin Qing and her companion concealed themselves in the shadows, quietly observing the creatures as they tidied up the items on the cloth. Suddenly, Yin Qing summoned the Coffin and produced bedding, tossing a pink set to Jiang Chong, the fitness enthusiast. "Let us rest," Yin Qing suggested. Jiang Chong hesitated. "Aren't we going to do something?" "Not yet. Let us wait until they finish," Yin Qing replied, wrapping herself in the bedding and leaning against the wall for a brief respite. Jiang Chong, holding the pink bedding, paused in contemplation, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Yin Qing for at least bringing the bedding along. As dawn broke, a sound reminiscent of a long, wailing alarm echoed throughout the building. Yin Qing and her companion sprang awake, their expressions grave as they turned their gaze to the center. The items on the black cloth had seemingly been organized, and a group of anthropomorphic beings were hoisting the black cloth high with hooks. To Yin Qing's astonishment, she realized the black cloth was, in fact, a colossal black canvas sack. Once the beings elevated the enormous bag, they all knelt in unison, bowing their heads to the ground. Yin Qing squinted, her expression serious as she gazed upward. What could possibly emerge from above? After a prolonged alarm, a shadow suddenly loomed over the building. Then, a pair of immense eyes appeared in the air above the center, their pupils darting about, scrutinizing the interior. Yin Qing quickly pulled Jiang Chong back, who was eager to investigate. Moments later, the eyes vanished, replaced by gigantic hands that reached in and seized the suspended black sack. Jiang Chong swallowed hard, clearly shaken. Although he had not seen the eye, he had glimpsed the hand. After a considerable pause, he stammered, "Sister, that was a hand, right? I didn't imagine it?" Yin Qing's expression remained tense. "Yes, we must leave this place." With that, they retraced their steps back. Upon returning to the tree hollow, Jiang Chong, still shaken, patted his chest. "Goodness, what on earth was that?" Yin Qing pondered for a moment before speaking within her mind. Little Pink, check the task progress. Little Pink seemed to be preoccupied, responding after several seconds. "All right, just a moment." Soon, a familiar pink display materialized before Yin Qing. Official player. Yin Qing player code. 140318 game title. The Inverted Realm game background. This is a world unlike what you might envision. Completion criteria. Uncover the secrets of this world, achieving a progress rate of over 85. Task progress. 70. Gazing at the 70 task progress, Yin Qing furrowed her brow. "It seems we must devise a way to escape." "What do you mean by escape?" Jiang Chong, overhearing Yin Qing, inquired with confusion. "The task progress is only at 70. If my assumptions are correct, to complete the remaining progress, we must hide within that black sack and be taken by that hand," Yin Qing explained. "What?" Jiang Chong, mid-sip of water, inadvertently spat it out. Yin Qing shot him a slightly disdainful glance, then replied earnestly, "Here, humans serve as pets and food for the anthropomorphic beings. Exiting this realm may mean these creatures are merely another form of pets or food." Jiang Chong paused, then incredulously stated, so we are like rice? The anthropomorphic beings are the chickens that eat rice, and that giant hands master is the farmer raising the chickens? Yin Qing raised an eyebrow, her gaze approving. Indeed. You grasp the concept well. Goodness, that places us in a pitiful position. Jiang Chong couldn't and oppose. T help but exclaim. He then remembered something and continued, Sister, you mentioned we need to hide in that black sack and let the giant hand take us? Yin Qing nodded yes. With Yin Qing's affirmation, Jiang Chong scratched his head in uncertainty. This seems to cross a line. Can we really do this? To fulfill the task, we must, Yin Qing insisted. So, when do we go? Jiang Chong asked. Yin Qing reclined lazily in her chair. No rush. We shall wait for others. Wait for others? Jiang Chong scratched his head, perplexed. He often found it challenging to keep pace with Yin Qing's thoughts. Yin Qing merely murmured in acknowledgement and ceased her replies. As night fell, two figures lurked near the building, furtively engaged in some activity. After a while, hushed voices could be heard in the darkness. Sister, will this work? Jiang Chong questioned, holding a golden shovel. Any player with sense would visit the building. Ensure you mark the tree hollow's location clearly and etch several spots, Yin Qing instructed calmly. All right, he replied, resuming his task of carving into the wall. The following day, someone approached the entrance of the tree hollow. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Chong excitedly called out to Yin Qing, Sister, sister, someone is really here. Yin Qing strolled leisurely out of the tree hollow, observing the visitor. He appeared to be an affable young man, dressed in fine clothing, likely another pet kept by a wealthy patron. The man smiled at Yin Qing and Jiang Chong, politely nodding as he said, Hello, my name is Chun Shu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Chong cheerfully responded, I'm Jiang Chong, and this is my sister, Yin Qing. Chun Shu looked slightly surprised. You two are siblings? You don't resemble each other. Not at all. Sister is a term of respect, akin to big sister, Jiang Chong clarified. Yin Qing's lips twitched slightly, but she remained silent. Chun Shu appeared to understand, smiling politely in acknowledgement. Please come inside the tree hollow, Yin Qing invited. With that, she entered the hollow first. Jiang Chong quickly ushered Chun Shu inside, offering him a small stool. Brother, don't be shy, sit. Thank you, Chun Shu replied. Jiang Chong fetched another stool, settling beside Chun Shu. By the way, brother, how did you make your way here? Chun Shu chuckled. I hid in the back of a truck. When the vehicle stopped to queue, I slipped out. I intended to explore the building at night, but I stumbled upon the markings you made, so I decided to come here first. Jiang Chong nodded, sharing with Chun Shu the events he had witnessed inside the building. Once Jiang Chong had finished recounting the tale, Yin Qing leisurely added, If Mr. Chun is skeptical, you may verify the account yourself tonight. Jiang Chong also nodded in agreement from the sidelines, saying, Indeed, brother, if you don't believe it, you can go and see for yourself. Chun Shu was taken aback, then smiled faintly. No, I believe you. However, is it just the three of us? Let's wait a bit for Yin Qing, he suggested. The other two concurred with a nod, as a larger group might offer a greater chance of survival. Chapter 77, The Inverted Realm, Part 9. A few days later, three individuals arrived at the treehouse intermittently, 2 men and 1 woman. The affluent Zhao Yi, the reclusive Wang Yufan, and a woman clad in a qipao, Su Jishi. The last to arrive was Su Jishi, bringing the total number of players to 6. Considering the peculiar nature of the quest, these were the only players currently alive. Thus, Yin Qing and the others decided not to wait any longer. The day before their departure, the players gathered for a brief meeting. I believe it would be beneficial for everyone to share their abilities to facilitate our collaboration, suggested Su Jishi, the qipao-clad lady. Chun Shu nodded in agreement, stating, Yes. I also think it's prudent to divulge a bit about ourselves for the sake of teamwork. After a moment of hesitation, the remaining players concurred. I'll go first, declared the fitness enthusiast Jiang Chong. My abilities pertain to strength. I possess greater power than the average person. However, in this game, it may not prove particularly useful. Jiang Chong scratched his head sheepishly after speaking. My abilities fall under the category of mental attacks, though I'm limited in the number of times I can use them each day, Su Jishi revealed. I have excellent vision and can see through walls to observe what lies within the rooms, Wang Yufan murmured softly. Chen Shu nodded and continued. My capabilities are related to wind-based attacks, but my current level renders them rather ineffective. Zhao Yi, the wealthy heir, scoffed lightly and, with a hint of arrogance, proclaimed, I possess two abilities. Two, Sutsixi exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yi, adjusting his attire with an air of superiority, replied, the first is monetary power. Should you successfully help me complete this game, I can ensure that your relatives and friends on Blue Star will never have to worry about material needs in their next lives. The second is my proficiency with lightning-based abilities. The other players exchanged glances, acknowledging the significance of his monetary power. Indeed, such wealth must have contributed to your survival thus far, one remarked. My ability enhances my agility, though my offensive capabilities are rather weak, Yin Qing said finally. Once everyone had a preliminary understanding of each other's abilities, Chen Shu inquired, so when shall we embark? Tomorrow night, Yin Qing replied nonchalantly. Tonight is not an option? Su Jishi asked. Jiang Chong shook his head, explaining, the supplies just arrived today, and the animals need time to organize them. The earliest we could be ready is around dawn the day after tomorrow. Very well. What shall we do now? Su Fixi questioned. At that moment, Jiang Chong had already gathered his pink bedding and, with a bemused expression, looked at Su Jishi. The sun has set. It's time to sleep, he declared. Su Jishi was taken aback. Huh? However, Jiang Chong paid her no mind, settling down in a corner with his pink bedding. Confused, Su Jishi turned to the other players for guidance. It was then she noticed that Yin Qing had somehow produced a black coffin and was now comfortably lying inside it. Su Jishi. The remaining players quietly found their own corners to rest. Su Jishi pondered, am I out of touch? Is it customary for people to sleep this early? The sun hasn't even fully set. After a while, she cautiously approached Jiang Chong. Brother Chong, do you have any extra bedding? Jiang Chong opened his eyes slightly to glance at her. No, I only have 2 blankets, he replied before turning over to continue sleeping. Su Jishi, there is no extra? Why don't you lend me yours? You have no sense of chivalry. Embarrassed to disturb Jiang Chong again, she huddled tightly in her clothes, sitting alone. Wearing a qipao today was a poor choice. Perhaps noticing that Su Jishi, being a girl, felt cold, Chen Shu generously offered her his outer jacket, earning a grateful look from her. He smiled faintly and then sat down elsewhere to rest. The following night, amidst the dark and windy atmosphere, several stealthy figures stealthily approached the building. They entered following the method employed by Yin Qing and her companion previously. This time, however, Yin Qing first guided Jiang Chong to the ventilation shaft, from which Jiang Chong assisted the others up. At this moment, the clutter beneath the black cloth had diminished significantly, suggesting that their wait would soon be over. The players concealed themselves in the shadows, patiently awaiting the completion of the animal's organization of the remaining items. Approximately 3 hours later, a sound reminiscent of a police siren pierced the air. Each player employed their unique skills. Su Jishi and Wang Yufan utilized their invisibility and short-distance teleportation items to remain hidden on the first floor, ready to vanish or teleport into the black bag once the animals finished their task. Thus, only Yin Qing, Jiang Chong, Zhao Yi, and Chen Shu remained. Yin Qing hoisted Jiang Chong with one hand and Zhao Yi with the other. Once the animals had knelt down, they leaped from the 3rd floor onto the rope and swiftly ascended to the top of the suspended bag, then jumped inside. Chen Shu utilized his wind abilities to perform a short flight, successfully landing within a black bag. The players nestled in the corners of the bag, quietly biding their time. Moments later, the black bag swayed slightly before gradually rising. The players clutched the fabric tightly, barely daring to breathe. A thud signaled that the black bag had been dropped onto a soft surface, followed by the sound of footsteps on tiles, growing fainter. Eventually, click, the sound of a door closing echoed. Once the external noises ceased, Zhao Yi, feeling anxious, whispered to Wang Yufan, "Can you see if it's safe outside through the fabric?" Wang Yufan nodded, a flicker of blue light flashing in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings within the bag. After a thorough inspection, he reported, "This appears to be a sofa. The giant seems to be absent." "Look again, confirm it," Chen Shu urged. Wang Yufan nodded, taking another careful look before declaring, "He is not here." He must have left. Then we should exit, suggested Su Jishi. The group nodded in agreement and cautiously emerged from the black bag. This room was significantly larger than those of the animal beings. Where they had previously been the size of a Barbie doll, here they felt akin to small cockroaches. Yin Qing surveyed the room, which resembled a laboratory, spotting a massive square glass structure at its center, exactly where they had just emerged. The expressions of the other players turned grave as they observed the scene. Let's South leave this place and find a safer location, Qinshu advised. Everyone nodded in unison and carefully began to navigate the sofa. Chapter 78. The Realm of Inversion, Part 10. Gazing down from a height of at least 10 meters above the ground, Jiang Chong could not help but swallow hard. How on earth do we get down from here? The others stood awkwardly by the sofa, equally perplexed. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and a giant strode in. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief, although they must have appeared to the giant as mere insects. The sheer number of them resting on the sofa was unmistakable. The giant, clad in a white lab coat and wearing spectacles, paused momentarily upon noticing the players on the sofa, before his eyes glinted with excitement as he lunged toward them. Yin Qing swiftly seized the collar of the muscular man beside her, leaping aside toward a small table next to the sofa. The other players quickly reacted, scattering in various directions to evade capture. Just as Jiang Chong was about to speak, Yin Qing shot him a warning glare, prompting him to fall silent and allow her to lead the way. After a brief moment, Yin Qing had maneuvered Jiang Chong into a corner beneath the desk. She leaned against the edge, cautiously peering toward the sofa. From their low vantage point, the scene remained obscured. All Yin Qing could discern was the giant's relentless grasping at the sofa, punctuated by sporadic, piercing screams. Suddenly, the giant seemed to have caught something. With a mix of excitement and curiosity, he brought his hands closer for inspection, emitting a faint buzzing sound accompanied by a dim blue light. In a moment of distraction, he inadvertently loosened his grip, causing the tiny figure he held to plummet to the ground with a sickening thud, leaving behind a small pool of crimson. The giant let out a disappointed and oppose, tch and oppose, before quickly redirecting his attention back to the sofa. Due to the time he had wasted, the tiny figures had all vanished from view. Squinting, he began to search around the sofa, tearing off cushions in his fervor. Yin Qing observed as the giant's foot landed on the small pool of blood, causing it to splatter across the floor with each frantic movement. After watching silently for a moment, she shifted her gaze to scan the room. It was enormous, and if she had previously suspected it to be a laboratory, she was now certain of it. Numerous glass vessels lay scattered on the floor, containing various animal-human hybrids and even diminutive humans. At that moment, the giant appeared to have captured another tiny figure, this time taking his time to place it into a glass container with glee. Was it Wang Yufan, the one with the ability to see through objects? Although currently limited to short-range observation, as his level increased, he would be able to monitor enemies from miles away, allowing for strategic planning and defense, a truly remarkable auxiliary skill. However, it seemed fate had dealt them a cruel hand. The giant's motivations for capturing them likely mirrored his treatment of the corpses in the glass vessels. He seemed intent on dissection and study. After all, in the realm of animal-human hybrids, humans were regarded as simple-minded beings, and the sudden emergence of unique, tiny figures warranted investigation. Having secured one specimen, the giant appeared momentarily satisfied. After a cursory glance around the sofa, confirming no other tiny figures were in sight, he joyfully cradled the glass container and departed. After a considerable time had passed, and silence enveloped the room, Jiang Chong cautiously inquired, "Has the giant left?" Yin Qing nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing her confirmation, Jiang Chong exhaled with relief, his tension subsiding as he asked, "Does that mean he has given up on us?" Yin Qing shot him a look of mild disdain. "No, he knows we cannot escape. He can always come back for us later." With that, she emerged from their hiding spot, surveying the surroundings and contemplating how to ascend to the desk. Jiang Chong remained lost in thought over Yin Qing's words when he suddenly saw her step out, startling him. He hurriedly grasped her arm. "Sister, what are you doing? What if the giant returns?" With an airy glance at him, Yin Qing gently shrugged off his hand. "He is preoccupied with his research. He won't return anytime soon." After speaking, she ambled toward a nearby chair. The chair stood about 10 meters high, and in her current state, Yin Qing found it impossible to leap onto it unless she transformed into a cat. However, that transformation was limited to once every 5 days, lasting merely half an hour, which she wished to reserve for a critical moment. As Yin Qing hesitated, 2 other players cautiously emerged, sensing safety. Sufixi apirpale, evidently still shaken from the earlier ordeal, while Qinshu looked somewhat better. They approached Yin Qing, one after the other. "What do we do now?" Qinshu asked. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qing replied, "You should fly up to the desk and see if there are any documents or materials." Qinshu hesitated briefly, but eventually nodded in agreement. Moments later, a flurry of papers cascaded down from the desk. Qinshu then floated down slowly, his face ashen, clearly exhausted. Jiang Chong rushed to support him. "These are the documents from the desk." Qinshu panted. "I pushed them down for you. Take a look. I need to rest. My energy is depleted." Yin Qing nodded and began sifting through the scattered papers. To her surprise, the documents were in familiar Chinese, though the size of the characters made them somewhat difficult to read. The group spent over an hour skimming through the papers, which detailed the living habits, intelligence assessments, and lifespan studies of the animal-human hybrids and diminutive humans. Frowning slightly, Yin Qing remarked, "This isn't the information I was looking for." Jiang Chong scratched his head in confusion. "Sister, what specific documents are you trying to find?" Yin Qing paused for a moment before slowly articulating. "I suspect that perhaps this game world is not vastly different from Blue Star. The animal-human hybrids and tiny humans may be products of human experimentation. We need to locate the documents detailing how the animal-human hybrids and tiny humans were created. Reviewing that material may lead us to complete this game." Qinshu remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll go search again." He then floated off to another desk in search of more documents. Several hours later, the floor was strewn with disheveled papers. "Still nothing? Did you misjudge?" Su Jishi remarked, disappointment evident in her tone. "This is merely what I consider a strong possibility. The progress is currently stalled at 77, indicating that there is a crucial document we have yet to find. Regardless of whether my hypothesis is correct, our ultimate goal remains the same, to locate the necessary documents," Yin Qing stated. Su Jishi paused before lowering her head in dejection. Falling silent. Chapter 79, The Inverted Realm, Part 11. Yin Qing and the others searched the room thoroughly, but found nothing. At one point, the giant returned briefly, merely to deliver food, which was left at the door before he departed, paying no heed to the scattered papers on the floor. Had it not been for the concern of them starving, he likely would not have bothered coming to this room at all. Thus, it was evident that the giant was indeed keeping Yin Qing and the others captive, awaiting the moment when he required additional subjects for his experiments. They would surely become the next candidates. Su Jishi sat on the floor, feeling somewhat lost and despondent. "What should we do? We have nearly searched the entire room, yet found no information." Yin Qing, frowning in silence, stood beside her. Jiang Chong glanced around at the group, scratching his head as he suggested, "What if it's not in this room?" They all fell into silence for a moment. It was possible that it resided in another room. "Then we must find a way to get out," Jiang Chong exclaimed. Again, silence enveloped them until Qinshu broke it, stating, "This door requires a card for entry and exit. To escape, we must wait for the giant to come and deliver food." Jiang Chong swallowed hard, but doesn't that mean we'll be presenting ourselves as subjects? Su Jishi sadly nodded. "Indeed, thus we all hope to remain in this room. However, given the current situation, it appears that is no longer an option." A wave of silence fell upon them once more. "Perhaps it is not as dire as we envision," Yin Qing stated calmly. The other 3 reacted with wide-eyed disbelief. 2 days passed once more. The giant continued his routine of delivering meals and departing. Yet it was evident he soon required new subjects. Previously, he would simply leave the food without a glance back, but today he lingered for a moment, scanning the room as if to locate them, perhaps intending to capture them if he did. Once the giant finally left, the group cautiously emerged to resume their grand undertaking. After completing their task, Su Jishi hesitantly asked, "Will this truly work?" "It must work. A man cannot say it won't." Jiang Chong replied. Su Jishi rolled her eyes. I'm not a man. However, Jiang Chong did not catch her remark, as he had already scampered over to Yin Qing, declaring, "Sister, it's all set. Now we simply wait for the giant's next delivery," Chen Shu stated. The following day, upon hearing footsteps outside Chapter 80, The Realm of Inversion, conclusion, Yin Qing voluntarily chose to delay the giant, not out of any sense of self-sacrifice. Among the four, she had the highest chance of survival in the grip of the giant. Although Chen Shu could utilize the wind to fly, his speed was somewhat sluggish, and he would likely meet his end soon. If all three were captured or killed, it was possible that she would not even finish reading her materials. Hence, Yin Qing decided to let them hide and read, while she attracted the giant's attention to buy them some time. This method was undoubtedly risky, but there was no better alternative. A motionless black cat and a small person who could move but flew slowly. It was only natural for the giant to pursue the flying little person. The black cat was already immobilized and seemingly had little time left, so it made more sense for the giant to try capturing the small person. Once Chen Shu saw that the giant was drawn to him, he moved away, circling at a distance. The giant cautiously followed, careful not to harm this new little being. After several attempts to grasp him, the giant finally succeeded in enclosing the little person in his palm, his excitement barely contained as he carefully opened his hand, only to find it empty. Confused, the giant frowned. He had distinctly felt a capture. Could it truly have been a misperception? At that moment, the little person had vanished from midair. The giant scanned the surroundings, but finding no trace of the small being, he relinquished his search. Turning back to retrieve the black cat, he discovered that the spot was equally empty, save for a small stain of blood on the ground. As the giant turned to seize Chen Shu, Yin Qing noticed Jiang Chong frantically gesturing to her. Understanding immediately, she raised an eyebrow and called for Xiao Fan to conclude the current game prematurely. Upon returning to the Star Realm, Yin Qing transformed back from a black cat into a human. Xiao Fan pig. Qing, I detected that you have sustained significant injuries. You may spend 1,000 gold coins to repair your bodily damage. Please respond with repair or do not repair. If you do not respond within 10 seconds, the default will be repair. Repair. Xiao Fan pig. The repair has commenced. It will take approximately 5 minutes. Please wait patiently. Yin Qing nodded faintly and then closed her eyes, drifting into a slumber. The restorative energy was warm and gentle, quite conducive to sleep. After a refreshing nap, Yin Qing lazily stretched her limbs. At that moment, her wounds had completely healed, leaving no trace of injury. This renewed her curiosity about the Star Realm, though it was evident that some mysteries remained beyond her grasp. Game settlement. Xiao Fan pig. All right, settling the results. Official player, Yin Qing player code, 140318 player level. Level 4 game The Realm of Inversion rating. 8, 7 gold coins, 1, 600 experience gained, 11 points, remaining experience, 14 points. Xiao Fan pig. Qing, you have successfully completed a C-level game, marking your official entry into the Star Realm. After this task, in addition to item extraction, you will also have the option to extract Stardust. Stardust? Xiao Fan pig nodded and continued. Stardust is used for players to upgrade their abilities. Below 8, 5 points, extraction occurs in the inferior zone. Between 8, 5 and 9 points, in the medium zone. Above 9 points, in the superior zone. Inferior zone. Stardust count 2, 3, 4 medium zone. Stardust count 3, 4, 5 superior zone. Stardust count 4, 5, 6 Xiao Fan pig. Your C-level game received a final rating of 8. 7. Allowing extraction from the medium zone. Do you wish to proceed with extraction now? Yin Qing, yes. Upon her affirmation, 3 pink cards appeared on the display screen. Xiao Fan pig. Qing. Choose one of 3 cards, though I suggest you wash your face first. Yin Qing hesitated, pulling back her hand that was about to touch the screen, and genuinely went to wash her face. Feeling invigorated, she returned and selected the middle card, which slowly turned to reveal a towering 5. Xiao Fan pig rubbed its eyes in disbelief. Qing, you truly have struck luck. Yin Qing smiled satisfactorily. As expected. Xiao Fan pig. Do you remember how unfortunate you were before? With the extraction complete, a seed appeared in the palm of Yin Qing's left hand. What is this? She inquired, lifting her hand in confusion. Xiao Fun Pig. This is the result of your extraction of 5 stardust, which allows your ability to reach level 2. You have gained the capability to utilize the ghost vine, specifically its tendrils. Originally, the tendrils were highly toxic, but due to your current low level, you can only wield their usage without the poison. Yin Qing nodded lightly. This was quite advantageous, especially for binding others. With a slight squint, she willed the seed in her palm to sprout green tendrils, which then ensnared a certain pig floating in midair. Certain pig. Under normal conditions, the maximum length was about 13 meters, while in transformed state, it could extend to around 100 meters, capable of binding 50 individuals at 2 meters each. Quite impressive. Yin Qing nodded in satisfaction before retracting the tendrils, causing the unsuspecting certain pig to plummet to the ground with a thud. Xiaofan Pig, somewhat irate, lifted its head. Qing, are you envious of my adorable little body? Yin Qing raised an eyebrow. Aren't you capable of flight? Xiaofan Pig, who could have predicted you would suddenly bind me and then release me just as swiftly? Ignoring the certain pig's mournful gaze, Yin Qing opened the marketplace. Observing the array of skill manuals displayed on the pink screen, she furrowed her brow. Xiaofan filtered the relevant whip technique manuals. The floating Xiaofan Pig huffed in discontent. Humph, heartless woman. Yet, it complied and filtered the relevant whip techniques. Yin Qing spent nearly 2,000 gold coins to purchase one, and for the next 2 months, she practiced using the tendrils as a whip. During this period, she also returned to Blue Star, taking a day to work part-time at the Chaos Bookstore. 2 months later, Xiao Fun extract the game. As Xiao Fun Pig completed the extraction, the game information appeared. Once again in familiar pink font. Official player. Yin Qing player code. 140318 game name. The bizarre jungle game background introduction. This is a perilous place, said to be one from which no one has returned. Completion criteria. Navigate through this jungle. Game level, C.